Hoi, hello. Hoi, 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 hoi. Hello, 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 hello. Making sure we're all set to go here a little bit. Hope everyone is having a decent Saturday. Just a little chill one for me. Just ate lunch, be like the time to stream more Tsukihime Remake here a little bit. Do want to mention, like the last time we streamed, again, I want to like fucking apologize. We're gonna start Grand Blue Relink Endless Ragnarok today. I'm a little bit fashionably late because I want to replay the game from the beginning. It turns out I'm still gonna be fashionably late because you still have to do like some bit of like the original games, like hard mode quests, post game quests, like the Maniac and Proud difficulties. It's just like, oh. I'm chugging through them as well as building up my cast of characters. I'm gonna run with them and stuff like that. So we'll begin there eventually. Yeah, so we will get there. I'm gonna see if we could probably do that sometime next week, sometime next week or whatever. We may start like another thing in between that and shit. Like we're gonna have like 3 things running potentially, but at the very least, we are almost done with Tsukihime Remake. I imagine there's like maybe, including this one, there's probably maybe like 2 or 3 more sessions left. But we'll be good. We'll be set. Like, you know. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. We will see. We will see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's just go and jump right into it here a little bit here. Let me do the freaking there we go. Hi, hello. Hello, 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 hello. It is me, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. I love the fucking Raido guitar in this fucking song. But yeah, I'm gonna go and turn that off now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn on the Tsukihime music now. Give me 1 second. Right here. There we go. Gonna make sure like the it's always like Tsukihime I notice when my capture card just wants to stutter for some reason. I don't think it's gonna do that now. Hold on. Doesn't sound like it. Just like these few little piano chords here. I don't know. But either way, yeah, like I said, we are back with some more Tsukihime Remake. Did I say Tsukihime Remake? Tsukihime Remake a little bit. Last time, Ro was dead. Because, yeah, immediately after defeating Vlav, Arcway just like, I'm gonna kill Ro right now. And then she did that. Kind of left me and Mario that watched it surprised a little bit. Like, oh, shit. So that means everything's cool now, right? Not really. While we're having, like, the cute moments with Ciel and still working with Arcwade, our boy Shiki Tono still have conflicting feelings for the two. And shit. In terms of, like, setting up the potential big event, who's gonna, like, cause the problems, we got Noelle over there, who recently did a whole trap for, like, vampires, just killing them all. And some of these vampires just sounded like, it was not a very good scene. A little bit. It's like, I don't know if I like this Noelle character a little bit. Just setting these up and just slaughtering these guys a little bit. It's like, oh. So, as well as the fact that she did get bit by Vlav, and they're almost like setting this up as like she's about to turn into a dead apostle and shit like that. So that's one bad thing potentially happening. The other is Arcwade seem to have some underlying like motives and shit like that. She's up to something. She's probably up to something a little bit. It's gonna get a little scary. So yeah, we're pretty much getting close to the inevitable powder keg. That's a really fun word I've been saying a lot. Powder keg, powder keg, powder keg. A little bit. But yeah, specifically, we are starting day 9. This is Arcan Ciel numero uno. Probably part 1 out of 2 here, so... Yeah, I'm gonna see if we can get a good bit done here, because I know there is 15 days left. Or there's 15 days total for Ciel's road here, and we have a good 5-ish, 6-ish left now. So, ideally, I want to try to get to, like, 12 or 13. But that's definitely gonna be, yeah, depending how long this goes, I might not be able to make it that far. And shit like that, but yeah, we'll see. We will see, we'll see, we'll see. But yeah, let's go and get started. What could possibly go wrong today? Let's find out. I spring into a sitting position like an alarm has just gone off. My eyes dart up as I try to swallow the urge to vomit burning at the back of my throat. It feels as if my entire body is covered in something red and sticky. I'm sweating profusely. I must have had a particularly horrible nightmare. Yeah, some kind of bad dream. I wipe away the sweat that had formed on my brow and finally start to calm down. It must have been the book I read before I fell asleep. I can't recall what it was about, but I remember the detail. The makeup of my body, the tools that were used. It all felt more real than any dream I've ever had. This is bad. I'm feeling nauseous again. Best not to think about it anymore. Feels like something I shouldn't dwell on. As a famous doctor once said, dreams are doomed to be forgotten. I shake my head to clear away the remnants of the dream. I'm thirsty. My arms and legs are still heavy from sleep, but I should get changed and head to the bathroom. Washing my face and drinking some water will help both my nausea and my thirst. As I change out of my pajamas and into my uniform, I hear a soft knock on my door.
おはようございます、四季様。失礼しました。今朝もお目覚めになられていたのですね。
ほんの少し前にね。でも、起こしに来てくれてありがとう。
It takes some time since my fingers are a bit numb, but I managed to get my shirt buttoned.
四季様、お着替えを済ませたばかりですが、今日はお休みになられてはいかがでしょう。
Huh. Hisui doesn't usually offer her opinion unasked.
いや、休まないよ。だって学校に行かないとシエ。
I stop myself before I say Ciel's name. That was close. I shudder to imagine the kind of interrogation Akia would put me through if she heard that.
なんでもない。それよりなんで今日は屋敷で催し物でもあるのか。
いいえ。四季様のお顔の色が今朝。
ああ、それは大丈夫。ちょっと夢見が悪くて気分が悪かったんだ。それも顔を洗えば戻るから心配しないでくれ。朝食だろ。洗面所で顔を洗ったらすぐに行くよ。
かしこまりました。ロビーで控えていますので、何かありましたらお声をかけてください。
I'll like crinkle some paper real quick here. Hold on a minute. Yeah, a little snack, a little crinkling sound here. Hisui leaves with a bow. I should get going too. I grab my bag and my glasses, then leave my room so brightly lit by the morning sun. The cold water does little to relieve my headache. No, I can't. If I don't go to school, then I won't be able to see C.
あれ
Nothing. I have no reflection. A full second goes by, then I realize that the mirror above the sink is gone. I go to the lobby where Hisui is waiting for me. Perfect. I can tell her about the mirror.
翡翠、2階の洗面所鏡がないんだけど、どうして外してるんだ。
申し訳ありません。私の手違いで廃棄してしまいました。新しいものを用意していますので、四季様がお帰りになら
The
れる
mistake she made was like, I'm pretty sure we punched it, like fucking. Oh. Alright then. Content with her answer, I make my way to the dining room. With my nausea gone, my appetite has returned. I'm looking forward to the breakfast Kohaku's made for me today, too. Alas, reality is cruel. It could be that I'm not in the mood for Western food this morning, but one bite in and I feel like throwing up again.
申し訳ありません。 お口に合わないものをお出ししてしまって、すぐに代わりのものをご用意いたしますね。
Kawako quickly prepares a traditional breakfast for me, but I can't stomach it either. I guess it's not the taste that's the problem. My body just can't handle any food right now. Maybe I should have taken Hisui's advice and stayed in bed all day.
今一度チャンスをください、四季さん。私の信念に反しますが、最終兵器塩と梅しか使わないお粥を投入しますから。
いや、謝るのは俺の方だよ、琥珀さん。これは胃の調子が悪いっぽい。流動食でも無理だろうから、ビタミン剤か何かあったらもらえる？
お任せください。お薬でしたら私の領分ですもの。ではビタミン剤は糖分多めで、
Extra
頭痛止め
glucose.
はそうですね、いい機会ですし、遠野家の方たちご愛用のものをお持ちしますね。
The medicine Kawaku gives me works wonders. The heaviness in my arms and legs is gone, and my head feels like it never hurt at all. I wanted to have Arag examine me too, just in case, but she's not in today. Apparently, she has to work elsewhere today and left the mansion early.
秋葉は、そっか、もう登校しちゃったか。
I took too much time for breakfast. It's 7:30. I'll be tardy if I don't hurry.
行ってくるよ、翡翠。帰りは夕方になる。
Her look of concern still has not faded.
だからもう大丈夫だって。琥珀さんに薬ももらったし。風邪っぽいと思ったら早退するから。
いいえ、そうではなくて、今朝はメガネをおかけになられないのですか？
Yeah, I was about to say, is like, you're gonna put the glasses on? Like, alright. The words make me slap a hand to my face. I don't have my glasses on. Preoccupied with how I was feeling, I completely forgot about them. I must look different than usual.
そういえばそうだった。これでいいかな。
いいえ、別にかけていなければいけないと言いたかったのではなく、メガネをかけていない四季様を見るのは珍しいことですので。
That is true. I've always avoided taking my glasses off in front of people, so as to not look at them with my bare eyes. I just haven't been very good at it these past few days.
お時間を取らせて失礼いたしました。いってらっしゃいませ、四季様。どうかお早いお帰りを。
Hisui sees me off as I step outside. Squinting against the sun shining brightly overhead, I look up at the clear blue sky.
よし、とにかく一日の始まりだ。
I take a deep breath and fill my lungs with fresh air. It erases the last of my nausea and headache. Good. I should have no trouble going to school like this. I leave the tunnel mansion at a brisk pace, determined to cease as soon as physically possible. You ever just look at the Ciel gif in my chat there, where it's like, it's supposed to be doing like the one boxing stance, but if it looks like she could be like playing an air guitar and a violin in a weird way, like fucking... It looks like I'll make it to class before homeroom starts. The vague hope that Ciel will be hanging out in my classroom again today floats through my mind as I hop up the stairs. And... ask and ye shall receive. The person I see climb the stairs right before my eyes is none other than Ciel herself.
おっ、シエル先輩!
This miracle of good timing has made me lose my senses, apparently. I make a wild attempt to charge up the stairs, slip my hands under her arms, and pick her up. Oh.
何事ですか?
She have eyes on the back of her head? She effortlessly evades my sneak attack. I, on the other hand, am sent crashing into the wall by momentum, unable to even touch her.
遠野くんでしたか。人が変わったような朝の挨拶でしたが、何か深い意味があったりするんでしょうか？
いえ、別に。朝から先輩の顔を見られた喜びでどうかしていただけです。
I answer calmly, adjusting my glasses. Wait, on second thought, even I have to admit that was weird.
はあ、それはどうも。
But maybe my nonchalant attitude worked in my favor. It seems like Ciel's the one who's feeling sorry. Or not. Now she looks really angry?
すみません。一方的に俺が悪かったです。先輩を見たらついいたずらしたくなったというか。
いえいえ、朝から元気なことは結構です。このぐらいの狼藉、普段の行いに比べれば大したことはありませんし。おはようございます、遠野くん。無茶ばかりして、体と頭は大丈夫ですか？
Ciel pairs her lovely greeting with an equally lovely smile. I give her a good morning back. The look on her face makes me feel a certain kind of pressure, but I ignore it. I can't take that smile for granted.
もうすぐホームルームなので失礼しますね。あ、そうだ。お昼休み、茶道室に来てください。ぜひお話ししたいことがあるので。絶対ですよ。いろいろ準備をして待ってますから。
準備だって。
She spoke in such a sugary sweet tone, like her sentence was punctured with a heart emoji. How'd she do that? I replay what she said in my head over and over. It was a little uncharacteristic for Ciel to take talk that way. Maybe it was her way of getting back at me for a tackle I attempted. But it doesn't matter. I like it. I liked it. Her invitation is so enticing I don't even think to question that there might be something behind it. I walk into my classroom to find myself in a lawless land. The bell for Homer is rung, but nobody's at their desks. People are all over the place, chatting away wherever they please.
よーし、おはようさ。参ったね、どうも。風邪気味だよ、俺。もう帰りたい。
おはようさ。安定のやる気のなさで安心したよ。ところでこれ、どういうこと？
一次元目のノエル先生が風邪で休みなんだとよ。なんで、うちの番が来るまで自習なんだと。
ますます状況がわからない。うちの番ってなんだ？
だから予防接種の注射だろ。1週間前にノエル先生が。ってそうか。あの日お前早退してたっけ？体調を崩す生徒が例年より多いんで特別に決まったんだよ。1年は昨日、2年は今日ってわけ。
That must have been the day I met Arcwade. Apparently, they announced the vaccination after classes ended. Our turn comes during second period. We form a line outside a nurse's office and wait. Normally we go in up to 5 at a time, but for some reason, today they're calling us in one by one. Ariko has already gone home, complaining that it's a pain in the ass and he doesn't like getting shots. Ass is definitely getting COVID. Or like that new COVID where like the current salad in the States right now is like you'll get the blast ass or whatever. Don't eat salad. Like at least right now, a little bit. I'm sure you could probably maybe substitute like other vegetables though, like carrots probably. But I remember hearing about that. It's like, oh god.
ちょっと痛いお注射しまちから我慢してね。
Is that a rock? I can hear the doctor's voice coming from the nurse's office. Maybe it's because this was organized on short notice, but whoever's in there doesn't sound like the elderly doctor we usually get.
僕ちゃんは健康ね。はーい。全然痛くないお注射しますから、適当に天井のシミでも数えてましょうね。
I've heard enough of this cloying voice to know who it belongs to.
はーい、次のサンプルちゃん、どうぞ。
I enter the nurse's office. Oh, just give you the 1,000-yard stare. Dude, hold on, like fucking another one of Dude, fuck yes. And sure enough, the funky doctor who has absolutely no place being in the school is sitting there before me.
アラク博士。
あら、坊 ちゃんたらここの生徒だったの？私びっくり。もしかしてこれ運命の赤い糸ってやつかしら？いやーん、困っちゃう。これで遠野家の財産独り占めじゃん。あ、でもうっかりラブダイブしちゃったらトシちゃんに殺されちゃう。ダメダメ、それ美味しくない。
I would never have guessed that this was the reason she wasn't at the Snow Mansion this morning. So she really is a doctor, huh?
なんて嘘嘘。初めから知ってたっていうの。学校でお医者さんプレイとか私も初めてだし、背徳的っていうの。何にせよ初物は最高よね。ここでは出席番号13番遠野四季くん、観念して座りたまえ。逃げたら内申書に罰つけるぞ。
Aran casually threatens me as she prepares the injection. Reacting to her every guide will only egg her on, so I remain silent as I sit down and stick out my right arm.
なんという冷静なスルー。マジかよ。しばらく見ないうちに大きくなっちゃって。やっぱり人間の成長速度って偉大よね。生き急いでるようで悲しいけど。さて、しきちゃんはどっちがいいかしらね。やっぱりこっち？どっち？パンチ？ウィンチ？
予防接種に種類があるんですか？
あるわよ。私、被験者にも選択の自由はあるべきだと思う派だし、細くてあんまり痛くないけど効果が高いものと、ぶっとくてすっごく痛いけど効果が薄いのがあるんだけど、しきちゃんはどっちが好みかしら？
This is making me kind of nervous for some reason. And that's not much of a choice, but I have to pick one. Why is it giving me this? Like, I'll take the more effective one that does it. I mean, wouldn't you want this anyway? Like, let me get the less effective one that is going to hurt. Like, dude. Well, better save just in case. We've been doing pretty good on our choices. We haven't got like a bad end last session. This feels like it's about to be like set up for one though, or just like the most cheapest one to get one here, whatever. Like fucking, more effective one that doesn't hurt.
痛くなくて効果がある方をお願いします。
しきちゃんたら遊びがない。
It's more effective and it doesn't hurt. There's like no negatives to it. Like, what did you expect? Like,
でも仕方ないか。患者さんの決断は絶対厳守が私のプライドだし。はーい、ちょっとチクッとするけど我慢してね。
despite the dissatisfaction on Professor Rock's face, she carries out the injection deftly. Don't look at me like that.
注射慣れしてるでしょ。ほら、私博士だけどナース服も大好きですし、メスの感触もしびれちゃうけど、お注射のドクドク注入しちゃう感じとかたまらないじゃない。で、無言で席を立つとか、しきちゃんひどくない？
いや、後が使えてますから。雑談はまた次の機会に。
I don't mean to be rude, but the second period will be over by the time Rock's done talking my ear off. I fix my clothes and leave the nurse's office. As I do.
私も仕事が入ってるから次の機会とかないんだけどね。ま、そのあたりはいっか。しきちゃんとは関係ないし。確かに後は使えてるし、楽しい日々はもうおしまい。ぬるい休憩はいい加減ここまでかもね。
Her ominous remark stops me in my tracks. But only for a second. This has to be more of her usual crazy talk. On the other side of the curtain, Professor Rock's long hair sways like a spider web. You know, is she, I'm like, we did see like some spider zombie things, like the fucking that spider with the human limbs abomination monster CL fought at the end of Arc's route there that we saw no conclusion of. It either lived or died in that route. Like, normally you would probably suspect that's like related to like Roa, even though he's like has a more serpentine lightning motif to him or whatever. was like, is there a spider dead apostle vampire guy hanging around here? And is that a rock maybe? Like, fucking. After an eternity of waiting, it's finally time. I don't think the morning classes have ever gone by so slowly. No exaggeration to say that each second felt like 10, but in the end, my patience prevailed. I made it to lunch without even faltering, let alone fainting, so I marched to the battleground in perfect condition.
いや、まずは購買部だ。昼休みなんだから昼食を持っていかないと。
I'll get my own lunch, of course, but I should get something for Ciel, too. Our relationship is probably past the point of me needing to present an offering, but I don't see any harm in going the extra mile today. I hate the brakes my desire to go straight to the tea ceremony room and try to keep my cool as I head for the school store. I knock on the door to the tea ceremony room. Ciel would always come out to greet me here, but today seems to be different.
あ、遠野くんですね。すみません。今ちょっと手が離せなくて、遠慮せず入っちゃってください。
Ciel's dulcet tones ring out from inside the room.
It's time to drink water.
It's only drink water.
It's time to drink water.
I have no idea what she's preparing, but her unusual cheer radiates a warm light. I'm sure that the moment I slide this door open, it will spill out into the hallway and turn the walls bright white.
すみません。それじゃあ失礼しますね。
I clear my throat and open the door. It's about to be the best lunch of my life. I enter the room without a doubt in my mind.
カチャリ。
Uh-oh. I hear a clicking sound as the door closes on its own. Since when did this door have an automatic lock? Head tilted in confusion, I walk into the Japanese-style room.
いらっしゃい遠野くん。
What?
どうぞそこの座布団に座ってください。お茶も入ってますから。
Please do not mind the big-ass gun I have to the side of me here. Ciel gives me a warm welcome. Nearly in the room are 2 cups of green tea, a pair of cushions, and a massive torture device I vaguely recognize.
先輩、それは。
ああ、どうぞ気にせずに。安心してください。それは善良な人には反応しませんから。例えば、約束を守らない嘘つきとか。
Uh-oh. Her perfect smile makes these words truly intimidating. This is no reward. It's a carefully staged ambush.
それは結構ですけど。なんだってそんな物騒なものをわざわざここに。
いいえ、ちょっと手入れをしていただけですよ。対はないのです。私的に今のところは。
It sure sounds like she has something else in mind. She looks up at me with a wide grin on her face. This is bad. Worse than Vlov. If I don't get out of here now, my life will be in danger.
まずは座りましょう、遠野くん。あ、もちろん正座で。ここ、お茶の間ですからね。
Ciel thwarts my escape with a perfectly timed move.
ですよね。
Slowly I lower myself onto the cushion, tucking my knees under me. I miss the old Ciel who would cheerfully tell me to make myself comfortable. I cower before, daring to say nothing. Anyone would, faced with the 1-2 combo, that smile and that weapon.
ところで、ですが。
Ciel reaches for the weapon ever so naturally, like this is part of the tea ceremony. Without so much as a crunch, she lifts it up. That hunk of metal looks like it's several times heavier than me.
本当は秘密なんですけど、遠野くんには一度見せていますから隠すこともありませんよね。これは大昔に作られた特別な道具を対吸血鬼用にリスト化したものです。遠野くんには何に見えますか？
My first thought is that it looks like a nightmare for the person in the wrong end of the barrel, but I bite my tongue and say that it looks like a big gun. And that looks really cool, of course.
その通りです。これは私が持つ武器の中でも大きなもので、から恋を打ち出して嘘つき。いえ、吸血鬼にお仕置きをする道具ですね。油圧式でしたが、それでは特殊環境下で故障する危険性が高いので、メイン動力は
魔力による外部圧力に作り直しています。今まで3体もの大物を仕留めた私の自慢の一品なんですよ。
Was that a Freudian slip? Something she said freezes my spine and shatters it to pieces. But it looks like my off-the-cuff compliment saved my skin. Ciel's mood improved slightly after I praised her gun. Guess I should keep going with the flow.
それはすごい。私のってことは先輩の手製なんでしょうか。この
もちろんですとも。もともとはある用途のために作られた装置だったのですが、それは祭壇のようなもので持ち運べないサイズでした。なのでそれらを部分部分に解体したものの一つがこの杭打ち機、断罪師の武装です。わかりますか？断罪師、要は罪人、例えば嘘つきとかを懲らしめる審判裁きの一撃ですね。このセブンの弾丸を受けて立ち上がれると、いえ、死とはいないでしょう。
Ciel gloats like a proud parent. A stake driver this powerful could probably take down anything, even a vampire. The problem is whether or not its next stake has my name on it.
他にもいくつか種類がありますが、それらは今の遠野くんには関係がないので紹介はできません。誠に残念ですが諦めてください。
そうですか。それはよかった。参考までに聞きますが、その銃、杭打ち機の他にはどんな無理難題があるんでしょう。
そうですね。火あぶり、引きつぶし、切り刻み、毒まぶし、痛めつけといったところでしょうか。おや、不思議なことにこれらは吸血鬼に協力した罪人にも適用される刑罰でした。それが何か？
I am so screwed. She's far beyond the point of suspicion. She knows full well that I went out with Arcway last night.
ところでお茶をどうぞ。喉の渇きは会話の渇きですよ。きちんとしたお話をしてくれると思ったので、特別に渋いお茶を入れましたから。
Alright, time to apologize with everything I've got. I have no choice now but to believe in the power of confession.
先輩、ですね。
はい。何でしょうか、遠野くん。
昨夜の話なんですけど。
ほう、昨夜のお話ですか。それは興味深い。成長しますので遠慮なくどうぞ。
すみません。俺は先輩との約束を破ってアルクエイドと吸血鬼を探しに行きました。あいつとは2日前からそういう約束だったんです。
そうですか。成果はありましたか？
ありませんでした。吸血鬼は慎重になってるみたいで、しばらくは膠着状態だろうって
でしょうね。それに関しては私も同意見です。私と神祖がいる以上下手に動くことはないでしょう。ま、それはいいとして。それであなたの感想は？吸血鬼と協力して得るものはありましたか？
感想ですか？
That's unexpected. I thought Ciel would be lecturing me for breaking my promise.
そうです。やっぱり怖かったとか、もう二度と関わりたくないとか。だって遠野くんは言ったじゃないですか。武器があっても戦うのは怖いって。だからこれで懲りたりはしないんですか？
それはありません。先輩の力になりたいのは変わらないし、吸血鬼のことを見なかったことにもできない。でもごめんなさい。先輩との約束を破ったことは反省しています。あの時点でアルクエイドと2人で吸血鬼探しをしていることを先輩に告白すればよかったんです。
I bow my head in deeply. In trying to keep my word to Arcway, I stepped all over the leniency Ciel gave me. No, that's not it. I didn't want Ciel to hate me, so I kept quiet about my plans with Arcwade. And I did that knowing it would be dishonest.
告白ですか。それはそうですね。遠野くんははっきり私に秘密を打ち明けるべきでした。ですが、私が反省してほしいのはそこではありません。遠野くんはもっと自分の体を大事にしてください。だから、遠野くんの身に万が一のことがあったら、私は自分が許せません。
I can't believe it took me this long to realize how stupid I've been. I was riding high after the defeat of Love. With the big threat gone, my thoughts are filled with Ciel and Arcwade, and I stopped taking vampires seriously. She's not angry at me for breaking my promise. She's trying from the bottom of her heart to get it through my head just how much I'm putting myself in danger.
シエル先輩、
I've got nothing. Feelings of remorse and gratitude are all tangled up inside me and I can't think straight. All I can do is look into Ciel's face.
いろいろと言いたいことはありますが、そんな顔をされたら何も言えません。考えてみれば、一人で吸血鬼を探してはいけないなんて言った私にも落ち度はあったんですね。確かにあなたは一人ではありませんでしたし、まあ一緒にいた相手があまりにも問題でしたが。
いや、あれはトンチというか言い訳というかですね。
いいです。私も反省かつ学習しました。遠野くんがあれぐらいでおとなしくしている人じゃないってよーく覚えておきます。
Ciel's words are sharp, I can make out a playful note in her tone. That's a relief. The issue hasn't been fully resolved yet, but it seems like she's forgiven me just a little.
でもあいつがいたって知ってるってことは、先輩はどこから見てたんですか？やっぱり俺たちと同じように街を探し回っていた時。
さあ、何のことか全くわかりません。私、昨夜はこの町を離れていたので何とも。ノエル先生がたまたま見かけたとかで。
ノエル先生が？今日は休んでますけど、昨夜は元気だったんですか？
はい。
Looks like Ciel doesn't know about Miss Noel's absence. After a few seconds' thought, Ciel bluntly changes the subject.
ノエル先生のサボり癖は後で追求するとして、今はあなたのことです、当の四季君。私にも落ち度があったので約束を破ったことは水に流しますが、問題はより大きくなったことを理解していますか？
問題って何ですか？
アルクエイドのことです。あなたは彼女の在り方を誤認しています。彼女が血を吸わないから人間の味方だなんて考えていませんか？
I don't know how to answer that. It's not because the question took me by surprise, but because it's the very question I've been trying not to think about.
そこまで単純に考えてはいないけど。でも、あいつはこの町に救っていた吸血鬼の敵だ。俺たちと目的は同じなんだから、協力したって。
やはり根本から間違えているようですね。いいでしょう。部外者である遠野くんに説明することは避けていましたが、今回は特例です。あなたがこの先も吸血鬼に関わるというのなら、彼女と彼女の敵、ロアについてお話しします。
The mood has shifted. Has Ciel given up on trying to stop me from getting involved? She's looking at me with absolute seriousness. I have no objections. Getting the rundown on Arcane Road is exactly what I was hoping for.
世界に数多くいる吸血種の中でも霊長類、ホモ・サピエンスの血液を糧とする異物を、私たち聖堂教会は吸血鬼と呼称しています。吸血鬼は大きく神祖と使徒とに分類され、 アルクエド・ブリュンスタットは神祖であり、この町に救っているローは使徒となります。上級の使徒たちは皆特殊な異能を持っていますが、ロアはその中でも異端扱いされている特例でした。
特例。ブローブみたいなやつなんですか？祖とかいう吸血鬼の頂点みたいな。
そうですね。行ってきた最悪量で認定するのなら、ロアは使徒海底における9位、27祖に匹敵します。事実、教会は彼を28人目の祖として捉えています。他の祖たちは彼を同意と認めてはいませんが。
Yeah, I think this is like the part that like confused me, but because they use ancestor as like, I'm assuming that's like the highest rank of the dead apostle. When like earlier before I was like, is that just another name for true ancestor? Like fucking. So, but yeah, as far as I'm understanding it, this is like the highest tier of dead apostle, not just a. I guess you can kind of count as a demi true ancestor because it has it a name, but it could have been another word to avoid that confusion there. Like fucking. An ancestor, a king among vampires. The law of coming was a calamity itself, so to think that someone like that has been in this town for decades is unsettling. But I wonder.
ロアってやつはそんなに強いんですか？ブローブと同じくらいなら、俺たちとっくに死んでいると思うんですけど。
ロア本人はそこまで強力な個体ではありません。ですが、対処するという意味で言えば、ブローブよりはるかに厄介な相手なんです。何しろ死んでも生き返ってしまうんですから。
先輩、吸血鬼は不死身なんだから、死んでも生き返ってくるのは当たり前なんじゃないかな。
不老不死と蘇生はまた別の話ですよ。確かに吸血鬼は致死の傷を負っても血液がある限り復元しますが、血液が底をついた状態であれば消滅します。消滅した後も霊族使徒たちが主の肉体を修復し、力ある血液を注ぎ込めば復元はするでしょうが、完全に消滅した後、一人でに蘇生する吸血鬼はいない。けれどロアはそれすら克服してしまった吸血鬼なんです。遠野くんは輪廻転生という言葉をご存知ですか？仏教用語ですから日本の方には馴染みはあると思うんですけど。
Reincarnation. That's what Arkwright said Ro's ability was.
はい、ありますけど。死んでも次の人間として生まれ変わるっていうやつでしょ。
ロアの特性はまさにそれです。彼は輪廻転生を魔術として成功させた。死んでも生き返る、殺しても殺せないとはそういう意味なんです。
Killing him isn't even permanent. So even if you killed a vampire in front of you, they'll just be reborn in the next generation of humans. That's more than just eternal life. That's an immortal existence. I don't know how far as reincarnation can go, but to truly eliminate Roa, it sounds like you will need to end all human life.
もっとも転生には制限があります。基本ロアは存命している間に次の自分をあらかじめ決めておきます。これと定めた血筋の胎児にこれまでの自分の全情報を移植するんです。ロアの情報はその胎児が成人ないし自己としての知性を持つまで影を潜めています。そして転生体が自分を引き継ぐにふさわしい知性を持った段階でロアという吸血鬼になってしまうんです。
ちょっと待って先輩、移植ってつまり赤ん坊が母親のお腹の中にいるときに手術みたいなことをするんですか？
基本的にはそうです。移植は転生先の肉体が胎児の時に行われます。それは医学的な工程ではなく自然のサイクルに近い工程です。先ほど全情報と言いましたが、要は魂という名の電波と思ってください。電波を発信するのも受信するのも人間の脳。ロアはその肉体が死滅した際、魂を拡散させて次の肉体に転移します。転生先が決まっていればその肉体に、決まっていなければ一定条件を満たした胎児にランダムに、 ロアの優れたところは魂なんていう計測不能の形而上のものを定義し、伝達可能なものとして加工したことでしょう。
As unexpected and hard to believe as it is, it does make sense. The vampire Rose reincarnated to some baby when his current body dies, where he remains dormant until the baby reaches adulthood.
先輩の話を鵜呑みにすると、そいつは本当に死なないじゃないか。不死身じゃないけど、それ以上にたちが悪い。殺しても違う人間として生まれてくるなら、そいつは人間がいる限り永遠だ。
ええ、その通りですね。ロアが使徒になったのは今から800年ほど前。それから現代まで転生した回数は16回。そのことごとくをアルクエイド・ブリュンスタットは殺害しています。
アルクエイドが？
はい。彼女にとってロアは特別な吸血鬼ですから。私にとってもロアは特別な吸血鬼なんですけど、神祖は使徒に関心を持たないものですが、アルクエイドは神祖の中で唯一吸血鬼を殺す神祖でした。彼女は今まで多くの吸血鬼を殺してきましたが、その中でも特に執心していたのがロアです。
I've known that Arc is a vampire who kills other vampires. After all, she did fight Vlav. And she seems to be going after Roa too, though it feels like things are a little more complicated.
そうだ。ブローブとロアは違う。ロアってやつは死んでもまた生まれてくるんですよね。なら何回殺しても意味がない。あいつそれを知ってて今回も追ってきたんでしょうか？
ええ、彼女にはそれしか手段がありませんから。そしてロアは吸血鬼として覚醒し、行動を起こした時点で彼女に殺され、その度に転生し、また彼女に殺される。そんな繰り返しをもうずっとしてきたんです。
Ciel hangs her head slightly, biting her lip as if in regret. A vampire with the power of reincarnation. Vlafren destroyed human society by pure destruction, but Roa terrorized it using infiltration tactics. If Vlav was a calamity clash against civilization, Roa was a disease lurking in the shadows of society.
厄介ですね。先輩、そのロアって人はどんなやつだったんですか？
おや、ロアの説明はこれで終わりにするつもりでしたが、彼に興味があるんですか？
いや、なんとなく。そんな回りくどい不老不死を実現した吸血鬼はどんなやつだったのかなって。
そうでしたか。ではもう少しだけ。始まりのロアは男性ですが、その性別は転生先の肉体によって変化します。この人の厄介なところは、その発見が極めて困難という点ですね。何しろ人の子として生まれてきて、きちんとした両親がいるんです。ロアが吸血鬼として肉体と意識を変貌させるのは、肉体が満足に活動できる年からになります。ですのでロアの転生体は成長するまで吸血鬼としての片鱗を全く見せません。そのくせ一度ロアとして目覚めたら、今まで培った人間関係を利用して完全に社会に溶け込むんです。教会がロアに気づいた時にはもう手遅れのケースがほとんどでした。ロアが育った町は死の都と化し、その絶頂期にアルクエイドによって終わらされています。
Now Roa's roundabout method makes sense. Being raised as a human allows him to freely amass power and partake of blood while remaining virtually undetected. But I still have one lingering question. Once the host matures and awakens as Roa, what happens to the human it was before? Would their original identity be forgotten no more than a placeholder persona marked for deletion from birth?
忘れ去られるということはありません。だってその代のロアの人格と記憶は、それまで生まれ育った転生先の人間そのものなんですから。例えば A という人物がロアの転生先だとしましょう。 A が成人に達して吸血鬼になった時、 覚醒したロアの魂が A になるのではないんです。A という人物がロアという魂に汚染されるだけなんですよ。ある日突然、何の前触れもなく趣味や思考が変わるのだと思ってください。
二重人格のようなものじゃないんですね。
ええ。元からの肉体が持っていた魂にロアの魂がプリントされる。転生体とロアは一心同体なんです。転生先がどのような善人であれ、ロアが覚醒すればそれは吸血鬼という悪になる。死とはその生存手段そのものが人間にとって悪ですから。その折転生先の人格も肉体も変貌します。ロアという膨大な情報と価値観に切り替わるんです。
肉体も吸血鬼になるんですか？ちゃんと人間として生まれたのに。
転生するのは人格ではなく魂ですから。汚染されたロアの魂は覚醒した段階で転生先の肉体を徐々に吸血鬼化させる。ですがそれだけでは万全とは言えません。転生は完成された不老不死のシステムですが、立ち上がりに不安材料が多すぎる。それを補うため、ロアは転生先の条件を絞ります。まず生まれてくる家が富豪であること。社会的地位も高く財産も豊かな家の子供として生まれれば、町すべてを吸血鬼化させるのに便利ですから。それともう一つが転生先の肉体が強靭であること。こちらは絶対条件ではなく、都合が合えばというレベルですね。人間の中にも特別な力を持って生まれてくる子供はいます。魔術と呼ばれる学べば習得できる神秘ではなく、生まれつき肉体が持ってしまう得意能力。一般に超能力者や鬼子とされる人種のことです。得意能力というのは遺伝するケースが多いですから、ロアは自分の新しい肉体にそういった人間ではないものの家系を選ぶこともあったと言います。
Ciel explains all this dispassionately. A family with wealth and renown, one that spawns people with special ability. What is this feeling? I don't like listening to this. Not because it has nothing to do with me or because I don't care, but thinking about Rose's conditions and all that makes me feel unbearably sick.
ロアの話はここまででいいでしょう。言うまでもなくロアは私の敵であり、この町に住む人々にとっての脅威です。そして脅威というのなら、それはロアだけではありません。アルクエイド・ブリュンスタット。彼女こそロアを上回る災害にして元凶。この町を吸血鬼の住処にまで貶めたのは、他ならぬあの化け物です。
My mood changes instantly. Her words hit me like flint against steel. Flint and steel. Did Ciel just say that Arcway's the source of all this? And she called her a monster?
何言ってるんだ先輩。あいつは俺を助けてくれて町のために戦ってくれたんだぞ。元凶だなんてそんなこと。
だからそれが間違っているんです。彼女はこの町の安全なんて、ましてや人間の命なんて考えてすらいない。彼女は個人的な理由でロアを追っているに過ぎませんから。遠野くん、使徒だって元は人間なんです。彼らが吸血鬼になる方法は2つあります。魔道を極めて自らの肉体を永久期間に変革させるか、神祖という初めから吸血種として生まれたものに血を吸われるか。ロアは後者、神祖に血を吸われて使徒になりました。ロアという吸血鬼ですら神祖という超越種の犠牲者に過ぎない。
Unfazed by my outburst, Ciel looks straight at me. Her emotionless eyes tell me what she is about to say.
アルクエイドがロアの血を吸ったって言いたいんですか？
憶測ではなく事実です。彼女は800年前に一度だけ過ちを犯した。神祖の王族でありながら人間の司祭だったロアの還元に乗り、杯に汲まれたロアの血を飲んでしまった。 神祖は私たちとは大きくかけ離れた存在です。使徒は確かに絶大な能力を持っていますが、それらは所詮人間の延長でしかありません。長い寿命を得たからこそ自己の能力を向上させ、極論ですが、ただの人間であっても長い寿命さえあれば、誰だって吸血鬼程度の能力は習得できる。
That sounds familiar. Did I read that somewhere recently? It said that for all their claims of never aging or being immortal, vampires are nothing special.
ですが神祖は違います。彼らは現れた時から人知の及ばない力を保有している。神祖とは精霊そのもの。地上で起きるあらゆる自然現象の化身。この星の分身と言ってもいい。私たち人間は自然との共存から独立、自立することで繁栄してきました。星の恩恵を受けながらも資源を略奪し、星が滅びようと私たちは滅びない未来を手に入れた。人間だけがこの現在に行き着いた。
It's
人
time
間
to
が
drink
地球
water.
上で最も優れた種として確立
It's
した
time
の
to
は
drink water.
この一点があったからです。けれど星にしてみればそれは悪です。世界であれ一つの生命、一つの概念です。ですから自身を人間から守ろうという意志が働きます。
That's crazy talk. There's no way that nature has a will of its own. It doesn't defend itself, let alone harbor emotions like hatred towards the pest defiling its body. No. It does. It absolutely does. But the phase of its life, the scale of existence is so distant from yours that you cannot perceive it. Look at this reality. See for yourself the emotions of nature. Gaze upon the colors your diminutive senses cannot endure. You do not yet know the anger and pain of this flowing life. The momentary terror passes. I find relief in the fact that our shared values are aligned with human sensibilities. Does the planet harbor resentment toward life forms living on its surface? It is unthinkable, or perhaps we simply cannot sense it. But no, that is not all. Nature or the world has a will of its own. It is this that protects us and allows us to live. It is not that we cannot sense its resentment. It is that nature has endorsed the ideal that humanity is beautiful.
惑星、自然現象が自らの触覚として独立させた存在。それが一般に妖精、精霊と呼ばれる者たちです。神祖というのはその一種族なんです。元から人間を諌める役割として生まれた彼らは人間を悪としか思っていない。私たちが人間を捕食する吸血鬼を悪と思うように、神祖にとって自然を食い物にする人間は悪なんです。
If that were the truth, it would only be too funny. Why have they been designed so that they cannot exist without feeding on such wickedness as humans?
わかりますか？神祖にとって人間は敵に過ぎません。もともと自然の一部。いえ、この星そのものとリンクしている彼らの能力は、それこそ再現というものがないんです。教会の歴史の中でも、神祖と戦った記録は数えるほどしかありません。彼らは世界そのものから力を引き上げる。彼らを倒すということは、世界を倒すほどの概念武装が必要になります。もちろんそんな武装はありません。ですから彼らには外的要因による死を与えることができない。さらにはこんな碑文も残されています。神祖を討つのであれば万全のまま撃ってはならない。死に瀕した神祖のみ葬るべしと。奇襲ぐらいでしか殺せない怪物だというのに不意打ちを禁じているとかわけがわかりません。
That night, she told me something in the hotel room. If Shiki Tono had met her at night rather than during the day, not even these eyes would be able to see her death. In other words, no matter what, she will never die. She is the polar opposite of the man who sought to escape death through reincarnation.
いいですか、遠野くん。アルクエド・ブリュンスタッドがロアを追っているのは、ロアに与えてしまった自分の力を取り戻すためなんです。それは決して人間のためではありません。なぜ彼女が弱っているのかは分かりませんが、もし力が戻れば遠野くんの手を借りる必要なんてなくなります。その時彼女が遠野くんを無事に返すと思いますか？
Ciel is dead serious. She's seriously worried for my life. She seriously loathes the blood-sucking monster she thinks Arcwade is. But I'm sorry, Ciel. I just can't abide that. Because just like you, she accepted me with a smile. Let this monster stand by her side.
返すに決まってるだろ。だってあいつが俺をどうにかするなんてそんな理由ないんだから。
彼女は吸血鬼です。それも使徒のように自身が生き延びるために血を必要とする吸血種ではありません。いいですか、遠野くん。神祖たちが人間から血を吸わなければ、そもそも使徒なんていう吸血鬼は生まれなかった。彼らは人間の血なんか吸わなくても生きていけるくせに、ただ吸いたいという吸血衝動だけで人間の血を吸って人間を人間以外の怪物にしてしまうんです。そんなもののそばに一般人であるあなたを歩かせるわけにはいきません。
Ciel's lecture ends there. Maybe it's the headache that's been gnawing away at me this whole time, but the person in front of me feels like a total stranger.
長くなりましたが、私からの話は以上です。これで彼女がどれほど危険な存在なのか。
はい。額面通りにはなんとか。
よかった。じゃあもう彼女には近づかないでくださいね。協力なんてもってのほかですから。
I can't agree with what Ciel is saying. I mean, she doesn't even know Arcwade. She has no idea what a good person Arcwade is.
遠野くん？
嫌です。あいつとの約束は破れない。だってアルクエイドはいいやつだし、俺を殺そうとするとかそんなこと絶対に。
ですからその彼女自身が危険なんです。いい加減目を覚ましてください。彼女は人間じゃない。いつ気まぐれから人間の血を吸うかわからない使徒以上の化け物なんですよ。
I know. I know she's coming from a place of sincere concern. But even so, I can't let her insult Arcwade like that.
やめてくれ先輩。あいつと話してもいないくせにそんなこと言わないでくれ。
それは確かにそうですけど、だけど彼女は吸血鬼なんです。それだけはちゃんと理解してください。
だからそれは違うんだって。いいか先輩、アルクエイドは血を吸わないんだ。あいつは自分でそう言ったし、それに嘘があったとは俺には思えない。他の真相がどうかは知らないけどアルクエイドは別だ。あいつだけはきっと
何だって言うんです。たとえ彼女が危険ではないとしても遠野くんが戦うこと自体が危険じゃないですか。あなたは彼女とは違う、傷つけば死んでしまう普通の人間です。私が許せないのはそれが分かっていながら遠野くんを戦わせていることです。アルクエイドはあなたが死んでもいいと思っている。そんなの遠野くんを道具としか見ていないってことじゃないですか。
Ciel's not yelling at me, but at Arcwade, even though she isn't anywhere near here. My whole head is aflame. I fully understand what she's saying is correct. I know that logically, I'm the one in the wrong. But that's exactly why I can't stand the sound of her voice right now.
うるさい。
遠野くん。
先輩はうるさい。アルクエイドは俺を道具扱いなんかしていない。知らないのに。アルクエイドのことを知らないくせに勝手なこと言わないでください。あいつが守ってくれなかったら俺たちはとっくに死んでたんですよ。少しは感謝するのが筋ってもんでしょ。
Before I realize it, I'm on my feet shouting at Ciel.
感謝？それこそありえません。あんな化け物に感謝してどうするんですか？そもそも元凶は彼女です。あれぐらい当然の義務でしょ。ああ、そういうことですか。なるほど、納得しました。どうしてアルクエイドが町を守ったのか。あれはあなたを騙すための布石だったんですね。
I don't care if she was just being spied for, if she really meant what she said. Either way, she thinks that Arcway's just another vampire to be killed, and that I'm an idiot for having faith in her.
俺は騙されてなんかない。だいたいあいつが嘘なんかつけるもんか。先輩みたいに器用じゃないんだから。
Yeah, she's really fucking dumb.
俺はあいつを信じます。っていうかあれが嘘でも喜んで騙されてやる。
あのですね、自分が何を言っているのか理解していますか？社会を守る私たちより自由気ままに動いては街を混乱に陥れるあの旗迷惑な真相を信じるって言ったんですよ。さすがにそれは聞き逃せません。っていうか私をバカにしてるんですか？
バカにしてるんじゃなくてアルクエイドを信じるって言ってるだけでしょ。先輩こそどうして分かってくれないんですか。あいつと協力すれば街はすぐに元通りになるじゃないですか。
彼女と協力するのなんて死んでもお断りです。月を重しにして眠った方がまだマシですから。
I feel like I've heard a similar expression before.
そうですか。死んだ方がマシって話ですか。じゃあ俺も言わせてもらいます。アルクエイドを目の敵にする先輩はなんか全然先輩らしくありません。ブローブの方がマシってレベルで不愉快です。
Damn.
ああ、そうですか。私も同じぐらい不愉快です。そんなに言うならアルクエイドに騙されていいように使われたらどうですか？そんな人を心配するのもバカらしいですから。私
まあ余計なお世話だよ。今日から大手を振ってあいつとパトロールできてせいせいする。アルクエイドの方が先輩より頼りになるし強いしいちいち小言も言わないし。
もういいです。出て行ってください。遠野くんなんか絶好です。ええ、こちらもせいせいします。遠野くんなんて頼りにならないし弱いし放っておけないことばっかりするし、二度と話しかけたり様子を見に行ったり助けたりしませんから。そのつもりで。
それはよかった。じゃあ勝手にします。失礼しました。
I shout a retort at Ciel and bolt out of the tea ceremony room. I don't stop, squaring my shoulders. I dash through the hallways back to my classroom.
なんだよ、子供扱いして。先輩だって頑固じゃないか。アルクエイドを嫌うばっかりで俺の話を全然。
No. She didn't refuse to hear me out entirely. She let me say my piece and listen patiently. I just got myself all worked up about Arcwade.
でも分からず屋なのは変わらないし、俺から謝ったりしないからな。もう
On the brink of calming down, I forced myself to keep racing down the hallway. I feel like if I stop now, I'll end up going back to the tea center room to apologize. I'm not sure I can say the same about me, but I know Arcwade hasn't done anything wrong. So no matter how conflicted I feel, there's no turning back.
おや、昼休みも終わろって時にえらくしけた顔で戻ってきたな。ははん、購買部の袋を持ってるってことはろくなもん残ってなかったな。
The boy ran away because he was afraid of getting a shot at his back, wearing a look of perfect innocence. But now that he mentions it, I realize that I'm still holding the food I had planned on eating with Ciel. Lunch ends in 10 minutes. I'm in no state to eat right now, physically or mentally.
アリヒコ、お前。
まあ8分目ぐらいかね。何くれんの？
ああ、食べてくれ。ちょっと今は入りそうにない。
I hand Arihiko the bag from the school store.
そういうことなら喜んで。お、カレーパン多めだな。というかカレーパンしかないな。あとは牛乳だな。趣味どうかしているな。
Arihiko digs in without a second thought. Fifth period is minutes away. but at that pace, you'll have no trouble finishing it. The bell rings, bringing lunch to an end. Drowning in self-loathing, I put my head down on my desk and wait for 5th period to start. Well, that could have gone better. Damn, I was not expecting it to turn out like that here. Yeah, with it being the CL route, you would think you'd be more on CL's side here, at least. And shit, but no, it's like just conflict feelings like fucking with Arcway, and it's just like, oh shit, fucking something's bad about to happen between these three. Like, fucking. I still feel strangely depressed even after school is over. There's no one else in the classroom. After school club activities have been suspended because of the serial killer, so most students have gone home. Silence has retaken the school. Looks like Ciel's true to her word. There's not a single sign that she'll be coming.
いや、別に気にしてないし。単に休んでいただけだし。もうさっさと帰るからな。
I mumble to no one in particular.
メール
My phone goes off as I leave the classroom to go home. I take my phone out of my bag. Unexpectedly, the text is from Miss Noel. All it says is this. Are you free right now? There's something I want to show you. Don't tell Ciel, okay? Attached is an address along with screenshots of a map. Well, why not? I don't know what she wants, but it might take my mind off things. If I go back to the mansion like this, I'll probably just be depressed all night. The abandoned factory outside of town had shut down a few years back. Administrative building, 4th floor. That's where the message said to meet.
ここでいいんだよな。
I'm standing in front of the fire escape. This is a pretty sketchy meeting place, but I know I got the right address. I shove all the doubts back down. It'd be stupid to leave now after coming all this way. Might as well head up the stairs. If Miss Noel's not here, I'll just go home. I begin to climb the rusted stairs, careful not to make a sound. With the whole building having been abandoned, the stairs are in disrepair.
これ崩れないだろうな。
I gingerly put one foot in front of the other. Then, I hear something moving. It can't be the sound of the wind.
今の足音。上からだな。
The sound gets louder the further up I go. Before long, I reach the 4th floor. Wrong fucking... A metal door stands before me. My hand goes to the doorknob, which turns easily. It's unlocked. I hear the noise coming from within. I open the door and peer into the room. It's dark, completely closed off from the outside. Naturally, there's no electricity, so all the lights are off. But... oh no. Deep inside, I see several flashes of light.
ノエル先生。
I call out before entering.
来てくれたのね、四季くん。ごめんなさい、迎えに行けなくて。とにかく入って入って。
I love she's saying this while all the meat splattering, the guts everywhere. Fucking Miss Noel's voice cuts through the darkness. I guess this was the right place after all. As I let go of the doorknob, the weight of the door causes it to close on its own. I squint my eyes in the dark. Before I even have a chance to wonder what's in the room, I instinctively cover my nose. A familiar stench assails my nostrils. The sticky floor squelches under my feet. I slip my knife into my sleeve for easy access and proceed toward the back of the room. And there I see 2 vampires, each gagged and bound to a chair, their bodies twitching and convulsing. These two are the source of the stench. The noise I heard came from them smashing their heels against the floor in an attempt to ease their suffering. Their feet are sizzling, scorched by the lighting closing the chairs. Foam flows out from their gags and drip down their chins, an involuntary response to the pain of being burned alive. How long have they been roasting like this? The muscles around their throats are so taut from constant screaming that bone is showing through. Their writhing bodies are covered in blood. It pours out of wounds not only sustained from struggling against their bounds, but carved into them by a variety of instruments.
こっちよ、四季君。シエルさんには内緒にしてくれた？
Blood and flesh splattered the floor and walls. The air in this room feels just like it did on those patches on the department store. In the middle of it all is Noelle, smiling from ear to ear as she looks down at the two men tied to the chairs. The thought of even asking what this is makes me sick. Instead, I implore the woman in front of me to explain through my gaze alone.
わからない？四季君には何度も助けられたし、いい機会だから私たちのお仕事を見せてあげようと思って。それにほら、この子たちのこと覚えてる？
She didn't even have to ask. I recognized them right away. The two tied to the chairs are the same two that led me below the department store.
そういうこと。私だけで始末してもいいんだけど、あなたもこいつらには貸しがあるでしょ？はーい、お待ちかねの懺悔タイムよ、君たち。もう誰もやってこないし、防音は完璧だし、無粋なおしゃぶりは取っちゃいましょうね。
She takes the gag off one of the vampires. The vampire makes a wet, guttural noise like a clogged pump spewing water. It calls violently as it spits up the saliva and blood that was trapped in its mouth, then looks up at its captor. Its eyes are filled with neither hate nor bloodlust. Such defiance was a glimmer of hope that faded many hours ago. This certainly is one way to get revenge on these guys, Noelle.
死にたくない。せっかく不死身になったのに、こんなところで死にたくない。もうやめてください。許してください。助けてください。こんなのってないです。いくらなんでもあんまりです。俺たちだって被害者なんです。
It is nothing but a miserable wretch now. So weak, so fragile, it's barely one step away from death. It begs for mercy with its every fiber of its being, prays desperately for life. Humans have a tendency to sympathize with the weak no matter the situation. They also possess the intelligence to judge the present independently of the past. Their treatment of criminals is one example of this. No matter how great the atrocity committed, a powerless prisoner may be granted a chance at forgiveness and a new life. Denying them this mercy or allowing it as an act of human kindness is a right that belongs solely to the victims. This woman has no mercy. After listening to the weakling beg for its life, she begins her meticulous work, torturing it in accordance with the number of its pleas. I don't like seeing Noelle behind the hand there. I just realized that. That's She starts from the fingers, moving to the wrists, then the elbow, and finally the shoulder before switching sides. Once its other arm is gone too, she swaps out her tools and sets to work on its insides. No longer interested in cutting and crushing, she takes up tools for stabbing and burning. It's as though she's cooking. She's like a chef filleting a live fish, only with entirely different techniques and principles. A chef employs a measured technique to cut the fish without killing it, based on the principle that it should be kept as fresh as possible. But not this woman. For one thing, she has no technique to speak of. The only reason her catch is still alive is because of its natural tenacity. Though it could be argued that she is driven by a certain culinary principle. That is, the goal of savoring her meal. She is processing it alive, leaving its vocal organ intact to the very end, just so she could savor its every scream.
やべ、入れないで、戻し入れないで、その蓋を閉じないで。
The screams stopped before long. Not because it has died, but because its body no longer occupies the chair. The woman has taken the vampire's body apart piece by piece, leaving only the head alive. She stuffs all its parts into a 50-centimeter square box and shuts the lid. The other vampire's face is twisted in horror, having watched it all from beginning to end. Or rather, having been forced to watch it at all. Their eyelids have been removed, making it impossible for them to avert their gaze. Gusts of wind steeped in blood howl through the room. A desperate scream, no doubt a plea for life, spills out of an opening in its gag.
どう？この海底の吸血鬼に痛覚はないんだけど、特別にこいつらにも通じる道具でバラバラにしてあげてるの。たった1日の審問時間しかないんだもの。これぐらいはやらないとこの子たちに騙されて殺された人たちの無念は晴らせないでしょ。
The woman takes her eyes off the vampire and approaches me, her every step accompanied by a squish. In her hand, she holds an antique tool resembling like a coping saw.
さあ、四季君もどうぞ。これは洗礼済みの器具だから、素人が使っても効能は発揮されるわ。切れ味は悪いけど、その分頑丈で、吸血鬼は触れた箇所から焼かれていくから、返り血も出ない優れものよ。あ、いきなり首を切るのも悪くないけど、初めはやっぱり小指からの方が簡単だから、できるだけ苦しめて殺しちゃって。
She offers me the saw. Ooh. I am going to save. So remember when I talked about earlier where there is Noel points or whatever here? I imagine you probably get one here. I don't think it's worth it. Because this, she's kind of going a little bit overboard here. So I'm good. This might give me a dead if I say this though, but I do not want any part in this senseless deed.
悪趣味だ。とてもじゃないが付き合えない。
I push the woman's hand away. The force behind my hand is unexpectedly strong, repelled by my revulsion towards her.
へえ、何？悪趣味ってどのあたりが？もしかしてスプラッタすぎた？でも、その割には落ち着いてるわよね、四季君。普通に生きてきた人間なら、この部屋に入っただけでも大友のなのに。さっきからこいつらじゃなくて、私にしか注意を払ってないし。趣味がおかしいのは私だけじゃないと思うけど。それとも、性癖がバレないように、いい子ちゃんぶってるとか？
I stop myself from letting her taunt provoke me. I don't pretend to be a good person. What disgusts me about this is that the results don't justify the effort.
殺すのなら無駄なく殺すべきだ。俺は人間を襲う吸血鬼を殺したいだけで、いたぶりたいわけじゃない。
はあ？人間を襲う吸血鬼を殺したい？バックじゃないの？それがいい子ちゃんぶってるっていうのよ。吸血鬼は何であれ殺すの？死ぬの？考えられる限りの傷を重ねて、自分からもう殺してくださいって懇願するまで苦しめるものなんだってば。
Her gaze remains fixed on me as she casually throws a weapon at the chair behind her. The weapon pierces the vampire through the groin. Its muted anguish reverberates through the concrete. Foam bubbles around its mouth like a pot boiling over.
さあ殺して。相手は何もできない生肉よ。あなたが今まで殺してきた死者より簡単な作業でしょ。違うのは
あれは人間らしい知性があって人間らしい悲鳴を上げて人間らしい生活をしてたってことだけじゃない。人の痛みが分かる相手なら人間の痛みを味わってから無残に落ちぬべきなのよ。
There's hatred in her eyes. It isn't directed at the vampire, but at me for not taking the saw. Noelle's rancor is a response to my disapproval of her methods, and to her own weakness in nearly letting herself be swayed by me.
じゃあどうするの？もしこいつがもう人間は襲わないなんて誓ったら見逃してあげるの？生かしてあげるの？信じられない。こいつらが何人罪もない人間を餌食にしてきたと思ってるの？こいつらは怪物なのよ。なのにただ人間っぽいって理由だけで人間扱いしてやるの？君は。
I can't deny it. The man in front of me absolutely did try to kill me. Who knows how many people he killed in the same way. But that's not the issue at hand. What this woman is saying is, those who become vampires must not be allowed to live. They have no human rights. Whatever they may be, they have lost the rights to exist. That kind of thinking is not something I can agree with. I may not be able
It's
to
time
avoid...
to drink water.
Okay, drink water. Second, hold on. It's really tense right now. Drink water, drink water, drink water. I may not be able to avoid killing in self-defense if I cross paths with vampire feeds onto humans, or walking after disaster like Vlav. But if I come upon a vampire who doesn't attack people and wishes to live like a human, I see no reason to kill it. Going that far just isn't in me.
ああ、そう、分かったわよ。私がやるわよ。こんな国でのんきに生きてる君に期待しちゃった私が間抜けってわけね。せめてそこで見張り役でもやっといて。かかしみたいに突っ立って、こいつらの末路をよーく覚えておくがいいわ。
The woman turns her back to me and walks towards the vampire tied to the chair. She takes off its gag.
助けてください。助けてください。
Heart-wrenching pleas spill out of the creature's mouth. Maybe it really would swear to change its way. Might atones for its sins if that meant they could escape this nightmare being. Ooh, this is a super long one here. Yeah, hold on a minute. It might atone for its sins if it meant that it could escape this nightmare being. There's an extra long one there. By the woman standing before it. Like a man whose hands are tainted by countless sins suddenly awaking to the Father's love and becoming a devout believer.
ダメ。あなたは死ぬの。というか死ぬの。死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの死ぬの。
Getting a whole lot of Shirone in here a little bit. The dissection begins. Ear-splitting screams fill the air. The woman's work grows more intense by the minute. The first vampire had it easier. Once handled with care, she now brandishes her tool widely. Her meticulous dissection has become a brutal dismemberment. The vitriol flying from her mouth makes it impossible to tell which of the two is the devil.
殺して跡形もなく殺してやる。死ね死ね死ね死ね。早く死ね、今すぐ死ね、最後まで苦しめ、限界まで助けを食え。吸血鬼も吸血鬼のなり損ないも吸血鬼になるやつも、みんな汚らわしいウジ虫と同じなんだから。ねえ、そうでしょ。私の言っていることわかるわよね、四季君。吸血鬼になった者は速やかに死ぬべきなの。こいつらはゴミ以下なの、病原菌なの。ただそこにいるだけで汚物を垂れ流す害悪なのよ。
She picks up an iron weapon sitting in the corner of the room. This has gone beyond dissection, beyond even torture. The halberd, nearly 2 meters long, scrapes against the walls and ceiling as the woman raises it and brings it down on the vampire. Bone and flesh is crushed with a dull thump. The vampire's body is flattened along with the chair. This savage act disintegrates the chains that bound its arms to the chair and sends a sword struck into the floor flying. Now free, the vampire's upper half begins to frantically crawl away.
ほら見てよこのアリ様ゴキブリみたい。こんなになってもこいつらは死なないの。気持ち悪い気持ち悪い気持ち悪い気持ち悪い。こんなの生きてる価値もない。
With that, the second eye section comes to an end. A second body won't go in the box. There's no point in even trying to stuff it in. It's been crushed beyond all recognition. The woman looks down, her back to me.
ほらやっぱり私の方が正しいじゃない。吸血鬼は害悪なんだって。だからね、もし自分がそうなんだって分かった時は死んで、自分から死んでみっともなく泣き叫びながら死にたくないって謝りながら首をかっきって、それができないなら糞尿を漏らしながらひざまずいて何度も何度も命乞いをした後、私に首を差し出して。
The woman spews venom with eyes clouded over. The halberd drops to the floor with a clang. She takes a deep breath. Her shoulders, which are just rising and falling violently, grow still.
なんてちょっとどかしすぎちゃった。
そうね。
四季君たら危機感が薄いからお姉さんついやりすぎちゃった。
She's like a completely different person. Like the evil spirit possessing her has left and the Miss Noble I know has returned. We leave the building and go down to the sunlit alleyway. Miss Noah suggested, saying we wouldn't be able to have a proper conversation in that room.
使徒と戦うってことがどんなことなのかちゃんと教えておこうと思って。ほら保健室で四季君シエルさんの意見に文句がありそうだったから、それでピンときたの。あなたは私と同じで吸血鬼から町を守りたい人なんだって。ならお互いの心情は知っておくべきじゃない？
Protecting the town from vampires. I have no objection to that, though I'm not sure where it falls on our list of priorities. But with the depravity I just witnessed still weighing in my mind, I find myself unable to fully agree.
俺の心情は単純ですよ。知ってしまったから無視できないし、先輩の助けになりたいだけです。それよりノエル先生は反対しないんですか？シエル先輩は一般人は吸血鬼には関わらせないと言っていました。
なんで？吸血鬼を殺すのはいいことだし、特別な力があるのなら人々のために使うべきでしょ？教会の代行者だからとか、普通の男子生徒だからとか、そんなの関係ないわ。私は四季君の勇気に拍手を送りたい気分だけど。
She's completely on board with looping me into their affairs. I thought the same thing back in the nurse's office, but the two of them seem to be at odds. Ciel tells me not to fight. Miss Noel tells me I should. I'm starting to feel like I owe Ciel an apology. Comparing their opinions side by side, it's easy to see who's acting out of human concern for my well-being.
それにしてもシエルさんにも困ったものね。事態を一日でも早く収束させることが最善の手段なのに、四季君の協力を拒んだり、優先度の低い調査を始めたり、気が緩んでるんじゃないかしら。ま、それも演技なんでしょうけど、あの冷酷な悪魔がたった数日で変わるはずがないんだし。
冷酷ってシエル先輩のどこが？
I'm curious about what she said, of course, but the way she's acting has caught my attention too. It's just a hunch, but I feel like there's truth hidden in their mumbling.
ほら分かってない。あの子が誰にも優しい底抜けの善人だとでも思っていたんでしょ？ほんとバカらしい。あれはただの掃除屋で人間らしい感情なんてありっこないの。いい意識くん、あの子の笑顔は
全部作り物だから。その方が仕事を進めやすいからそうしてるだけで。君だって騙されているだけなのよ。
My body lurches forward unconsciously, but I can't refute her words. How can I defend Ciel when I just picked a fight with her earlier today?
あら、思うところがあったみたいね。君もうすうす感づいてたってこと？ふーん。ちょっと脅かして様子を見るだけだったけど、そういうことなら私も踏み込んであげる。四季君、シエルさんのことを知りたいんでしょ？あの子がどんな人間なのか、どうせあの子は話さないだろうから、特別に私が教えてあげる。
There's a hint of malice in Miss Noel's smile. Warning sirens go off in my head, telling me this isn't something I should listen to, fighting against this impulse to know more about Ciel. But I can't resist. Seeming to enjoy the conflict she sees raging inside me, Miss Noel begins to tell me about Ciel's past.
私たち代行者は2人1組が基本だけど、狩りの成功率は高くない。大抵どちらかが死ぬか、両方とも殺されて終わりって世界よ。もし10年以上代行者をやってるやつがいたら、そいつはそれだけで立派な異常者として扱われる。心が壊れているか、とっくに吸血鬼化しているのに隠しているとか、まあいろいろ陰口言われるわけ。そんなひどい職場であの子は何体もの吸血鬼を殺してきた。どんなにひどい使徒が相手でも生き残る。どんなにずる賢い使徒が相手でも正体を突き止める。成功率は実に 100%。 ほとんど奇跡よ、こんなの。あの子が鬼子の扱いじゃなきゃ聖女認定されてるくらい。まあそれができたのはほんと単純な理由なんだけど、それはまた後で話すとしましょう。代行者シエルの名前は人たちにも知れ渡ってる。13歳で代行者になった吸血鬼狩りのエリート。代行者になってからもひたすら使徒を殺し続けて、ついには埋葬機関にまでスカウトされた。吸血鬼を殺すためだけに生きてるマシン。君も見たでしょ？グローブなんて怪物と渡り合っていたもう一人のモンスターの姿を。
I feel compelled to deny what she's saying, but I can't stop the story here. And, strangely, although Miss Noel is describing Ciel as a monster, her voice doesn't sound condescending. If anything, it's filled with reverence.
ああ、埋葬機関っていうのは私たちにとって、そうね、教会の中の治外法権。権力に近寄れない代わりに権力に縛られない、ごく少数で組織された公安警察みたい。埋葬機関は他の秘跡会と連携を取る局長と、その局長に管理される7人の代行者で構成されている。本当は予備の代行者がもう1人いて、実践要員は8人いるらしいんだけど、大司教から自由行動の特権を許されたのは7人だけ。それ以上増やすのは危険と判断されたのね。局長ナルバレックを筆頭に集まった、それぞれが一つの秘跡会に匹敵する聖人のなり損ない。枢機卿ノイセオナトール・グランファテマ、司祭アンドレイ・ゴット・ビバーク、シスターキアラ・キッショーイン、エクソシストミスター・ダウン。
Just Mr. Dawn.
5人目は知らないけど、6人目が代行者アーガレオン、そして最後が私たちの知っているあの子。弓の称号を贈られた第7位代行者シエルってこと。あの子は殺したわよ。私なんか比べ物にならないぐらい殺してきた。相手が女子供でも容赦なく殺してきた。代行者になってから吸血鬼狩りをしてない日はないんじゃないかってぐらいに。1日、1週間、1ヶ月、何の不平も不満もなく、あの子は淡々と仕事をこなしてきた。私が聞いた中で一番長かったのは、たった一人の使徒を殺すために1年間その町の下水路に潜伏していたって話。その使徒は町そのものを監視できる異能があって、 部外者や異常に敏感な人だった。であの子が選んだ手段は排水口からの侵入と潜伏。下水路すら人にとっては血管みたいなものだったけど、その血管の中を流れる汚物にまでは感覚が届かなかったのね。秘跡も魔術も使えば感知される状況だったから、あの子は黒剣のエオインに飲み込んで下水に入っていった。この国の整備された下水じゃない。汚物で詰まったヨーロッパの下水路で体を汚水に浸して顔だけを水面に出してギリギリの呼吸をして、ただ機会を待ち続ける1年間。ほんと想像するだけで寒気がする。この件ばっかりは吸血鬼に同情するわ。町を完全に支配下に置いて、やってきた代行者も全員殺して、ようやく自由に闊歩できると安心しきった人が広場に踏み出した瞬間、下水溝の網の下から一撃で即死よ。私と組むまであの子はずっとそんな調子だった。わかる？吸血鬼を殺すことだけに特化した非人間。それがシエルなの。私たちと同じ普通の人間だなんて思わない方が身のためよ。
I had my suspicions, but Ciel's past is beyond what I could have imagined. It's natural that Arquid hates Ciel, and that Ciel sees Arquid as her enemy. But even so, I can't think of her as someone whose sole purpose is to kill vampires.
先輩のことは分かりました。でもノエル先生は、先生も代行者なら先輩と同じなんですか？
私が？冗談やめて。あんなのと一緒にしないで。私はいたって普通の人間よ。あんな風に周りを騙せないし、割り切ることだってできない。そもそも代行者としての才能がなかったの、私。修道院に3年入ってやっと半人前だった。それでも人並みには頭が回ったから、司祭様に取り入って2年かけてやっと代行者になったの。それから2年ぐらい経った後かな、あの子と知り合ったのは。あの子は埋葬期間に入ったばかりで相棒がいなかった。私は頼りになる相棒が欲しかった。ほら、あとはわかるでしょ。同郷のよしみもあったし、私たちは晴れてチーム成立。それから5年、あの子の活躍のおかげで私はまだ生き延びてる。
Hold up. Stop right there. I heard a few questionable things about her story, but this set my alarm bells ringing. Did she just say 5 years?
ちょっと待ってください。先輩と5年も一緒だったんですか？
そう言ったつもりだけど、私たち5年来の師弟関係だもの。
でもそれじゃ。
How do I put this?
年齢が合わないでしょ。当然よ。あの人、あの時から年を取ってないの。
I plant my feet firmly, fighting the urge to pass out from shock. She hasn't changed in 5 years. I can't tell if that's the truth or a lie. I can't even tell what about the 5 years has me so dumbfounded.
そんな。それじゃあまるで。
そう、吸血鬼と同じよね。でもあの子は吸血鬼とは違う。だって完全な不老不死なんだもの。
My breath catches in my throat. True immortality? That's insane. Miss Noah has to be lying. Not even vampires have been able to achieve that.
いいえ、あの子は本当に何をやっても死なないのよ。殺しても蘇る。体が燃え尽きて灰になっても元通りになっている。何が起きてもあの姿のまま生き続ける。あの子はね、分類的には吸血鬼なのよ。私たちと違って一つの命にすがっていない。だから死を怖がらず、目的を達成するまで永遠に走り続ける。成功率 100% の理由ってこういうこと。簡単でしょ？ あの子に狙われた吸血鬼はもう絶対に逃げられないんだから。
じゃあノエル先生とシエル先輩は？
そう、私が弟子で彼女が師匠よ。さっきのやり方だってあの人の真似事。いえ、あの人の手札はもっと凄惨かな。あの人大抵の拷問は体験済みだから、やられるのもやるのも寒気がするほど上手なのよ。分かってくれた？代行者シエルは吸血鬼と同じ化け物なんだって。人のことを何とも思っていない殺戮者。でも吸血鬼を殺して回る分だけは生きていていい権利がある。
This seems to be the point Noelle was building up to. I claw my chest, spur my lungs back into action. Can't believe myself. What does it matter what kind of person Ciel is or if she's really immortal or not? I'm furious that I let Noelle's words get under my skin.
今にも倒れちゃいそうね、四季君。やっぱりショックだった？
ええ、頭にくるぐらいショックです。それより何だってこんなことを話す気になったんですか、先生は。これも隠しておくべきことでしょう。
そうだけど、あなたの考え違いを正してあげたかったの。私が言うのもなんだけど、助けてもらったからって簡単に心を許しちゃダメよ。あの人だってあなたを利用しているだけなんだから。
I feel like everyone's been saying that about, like, fucking everyone's using me. I don't know who to believe it anymore. No, I know that's a lie. Ciel isn't using me. She never has. I'm the one who wanted to help. She's always looked out for me. Not once has she ever asked me to do anything.
そうなんだ。意外ね、それ。まあ仮にそうだとしても始まりが不正なのは変わらないわ。四季君、あの人に暗示をかけられていたことさえ気づいてないんだから。
Her words freeze my thoughts.
暗示？
This time I'm really going to pass out.
そうよ。あの人は自分に好意を持つように四季君を操っていた。あなたはいつからシエルと知り合いなの？あの子を先輩と呼ぶようになったのはどんなきっかけだった？
When did we meet? I don't even have to try to remember. Ciel's a third year at my school, and I've known her since I was a first year. Since I was a first year?
Oh.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I have no memories of spending time with Ciel at school. The first memory I can recall is running into her on the train. Now that I think about it, when did I meet Ciel? I don't even know which class she's in. Thank you, Tono. Her words, that smile, that's all it took for me to think that I'd always known her.
嘘。
One thing in particularly gives me a feeling of unease. Everyone called her Ciel like it was the most normal thing in the world. How did no one ever question a name like that?
ほら見なさい。私だって赴任して仰天したわ。いくら筆跡に耐性のない一般人でも100人200人に暗示をかけるなんて並大抵の魔力量じゃないもの。さすがは第7位ってところかしらね。それとも暗示だからこれだけのことができたのかしら。暗示は所詮暗示、印象の操作に過ぎないものね。記憶そのものをいじる洗脳とは違うんだし。四季君たちはきっとシエルを疑問に思わないということだけを刷り込まれていたんでしょうね。
That's right. I did feel like something was off at first, but those doubts faded the more I saw her. Anywhere she went, it felt completely natural for her to be there. That's what was so distinctive about Ciel.
でも
That doesn't mean she was lying to me. She had good reason for
俺
it.
たちを危険にさらさないために黙っていただけでしょ。
ええ、一般生徒にはね。でも四季君はもう違う。あの地下を知った以上、暗示は解いてあげるべきだった。それに教えてあげるべきことを黙っているというのは思いやりになるのかしら。知られたら都合が悪いから黙っているだけじゃないの？
I have no arguments left. All I can do is look down and breathe, like I'm sticking my head in the sand.
これで分かったでしょ？あの人がいい子ちゃんに見えるのは全部演技なんだって。ええ、演技でなかったら今までの冷酷ぶりは何だったっていうの？
I hear footsteps treading on grass. Lifting my head up, I see that she's made her way to the exit of the courtyard.
話はこれでおしまいよ。そろそろあの人もここを見つけるだろうし、四季君と密会していたなんて知られたら何をされるかわからないわ。最悪、四季君と私もう用済みだからって消されるかも。そもそも四季君は知っちゃいけないことをたくさん知っちゃったし、なんであれ証拠隠滅はしなくっちゃね。
証拠隠滅って何を？
そう、それはこれからの行動次第よ、四季君。あの子の機嫌を損なわないよう、あの子に見逃してもらえるよう、せいぜい頑張ってみれば。ま、仕事が全部終わった後はいつも通り死人に口なしってオチでしょうけど。
I feel an indignant impulse to protest flare up within me. That's not how things will end. Even if Ciel has to keep everything quiet, she said she only erased my memories. But I wonder, could she really erase everything that's happened this week? And nothing else?
そうそう、そういう顔してもらわないと危険を冒した甲斐がないわ。それじゃあね、四季君、今日の話をちゃんと胸に留めて、私みたいに何もかも台無しにされないよう気をつけて。
待て。
I call out for her to stop, but it's already too late. The woman who summoned me into another world laid the truth on me and left with a smile on her face. I feel uneasy, like a spider has taken up residence inside my skull. Shaking my head to clear away the webs, I leave behind the factory and its walls dripping with red. Well, cool to know.
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。
ただいま翡翠。ごめん、ちょっと頭が痛いんだ。少しだけ休むから夕食になったら呼びに来てくれ。
Hissui's come to greet me, but I give her a curt response and go straight to my room. Locking the doors enter my room, I sit down on the bed and finally calm down. I had a huge fight with Ciel that witnessed that gruesome scene at the abandoned factory. Ciel told me to stop seeing Arcoade. Miss Mel told me to not trust Ciel, that she was only using me to help her kill vampires.
なんだそれ。悩むまでもないじゃないか。先輩が俺を利用しているなら、アルクエイドとのことであんなに怒らないはずだ。
There's no way Ciel could be lying to me. She always puts my safety above hunting vampires. And still, I didn't listen to her warnings and hurt her with my thoughtless words.
わかってる。先輩は悪くない。悪いのは頭に血が上った俺の方だ。
How pathetic I am. If I wanted to trust Arcuate, I should have been more patient. Try to meditate between the two of them. I like Ciel. Respect, friendship, attraction. I have so many different feelings for her. This is the first time I've longed so dearly for someone to be happy. If I didn't have anemia, I'm sure I'd have asked her out by now. Yet at the same time, I feel just as strongly about Arcuade. My feelings for her come from a different place. I only lashed out at Ciel for saying the person with that beautiful smile was no more than a lowly vampire.
なんだそれ。筋が通らない。
Damn it, I never knew I was this kind of person. I've come to terms with how I feel about Ciel, so why am I still hung up on Arcuade? Is it because of those feelings that I didn't want to hear her say that? This time I sighed deeply, letting out every bit of frustration. The sun has already set. In a few hours, it'll be time to meet up with Arcuade. Leaving my own questions unanswered, I lay my tired body down in bed until Hisui comes for me. I go back to my room after eating dinner. Ugh. Assailed by a twinge in my head, I breathe deeply to let the dizziness pass. I've been getting headaches a lot lately from taking off my glasses looking at the lines too much. Even in this, the consequence of hunting down vampires is apparent. Ciel's right. I shouldn't be going out at night.
It's time to drink water.
I should drink water instead.
It's time to drink water.
Let me do a little stretch here. I know that full well, but
そろそろか。
it's almost time to meet Arcuade. Whether to continue our hunt or to end it is not a decision I can make on my own. Seeing her again will help me figure this all out. If I conclude that my relationship with Arcuade has to come to an end, so be it.
そうだよな。一番良くないのは、このまま答えを出さないことだ。
I give my clothes a once-over and turn off the lights in my room. After making sure my knife is in my pocket, I head to the park where Arcuade is waiting. I slip out the front gates undetected. The road in front of the tunnel mansion sees little traffic, and I'm probably the only one who walks down it. It's especially quiet tonight, with people going out less because of the serial killer. Most lights in the residential area I can see below are already out. It's not even 10 yet, but the silence makes it feel like 1 in the morning. The wind has a bite to it now that the end of October draws near. Fall will be over in no time. I only wish for everything to come to an end before the winter freezes the world over. I walk along the path outside the mansion. Going down this hill will put me in the residential area. If we're going to school, I head southwest from the residential area towards the shopping district. The station is just past it. Once I popped out of south exit on the other side, I'd be at school in 10 minutes. I'm going to the park tonight, so I won't need to go through the city. I'll just keep heading south, past the elevated railway that splits the town in two. I have a little less than 15 minutes till 10 p.m. I better hurry. The roads will be dark since I'm skipping the shopping district, but it's the quickest way to the meeting spot. And then, I see a silhouette by the mansion's pyramidal wall. A girl wearing a nun's habit. She casually leans against the wall like she's here to see me off rather than stop me.
呆れましたね。こんな夜更けにどこに行く気ですか？
I stop dead in my tracks. Ciel's eyes are cold. Her voice is devoid of emotion. I thought I'd look for her at school tomorrow, but she's come for me. A golden opportunity has fallen into my lap, but I can't look Ciel in the eye. I wish I could apologize right now and patch things up. But before I do that, I have to figure something else out. How do I feel about Arcuade? I can't talk to Ciel until I know the answer to that.
先輩、俺は。
言い訳は聞きません。今こうしていること自体があなたの心情を表していますから。まったく。あれだけ言ったのに彼女のところに行くって言うんですね、遠野くんは。そんなに吸血鬼がいいんですか？はあ、もしや永遠の命とか
そんな甘い見返りを夢見ていますか？
Ciel lets loose an uncharacteristically scathing jab. Eternal life. The alluring prospect of immortality for one who has been by a vampire turned into a dead apostle. But in the end, it's no different from being human. If they don't eat, they die, and they can obviously be killed. In light of everything I've been through, I know that all too well. Not to mention that I...
そりゃ夢には見るでしょ。誰だって死にたくないし、先輩みたいに強くなりたいし。はい、そうですよ。丈夫な体になれるなら、俺、アルクエイドのものになってもいいんです。
遠野くん、何言ってるんですか？そこは、そんなわけないだろ先輩。町のためにやってるんだぜって返すものでしょ？
もちろんです。で、あんな挑発をして、そういう反論を期待してたんですね。
So that's how it is. If I had told her what she was expecting to hear, she'd already have had me beat.
今夜だけは先輩の言うことは聞けませんから。でも、作動室でのことは反省しています。これが終わったら、話を聞いてください。
I walk past Ciel without looking at her. It's not much of an excuse, but meeting with Archway takes priority right now.
そうですか。そこまで覚悟ができているのなら、私からは何もありません。作動室の件も気にしないでください。遠野くんは間違ったことは言っていませんでしたから。
Your voice comes at me from behind. It no longer carries any intent to stop me from going to see Archway. I see. She's thoroughly fed up with me now.
それじゃあ、俺、行くから。
はい。どうぞ遠野くんのお好きなようにしてください。
I can only hear her voice, but I keep walking away from the mansion, unable to look back. Footsteps echo through the residential area. Not from the heavy plodding of a man, but someone lighter on foot. What's more, my sneakers aren't making much noise. Only something with a hard sole, say lace-up combat boots, will make a sound like this. In fact, I'm sure of it. The clopping that's been following me all this time is definitely coming from a pair of boots. I stop walking. The footsteps stop too. Damn it. If I ignore and keep going, we'll end up at the park in no time. I have to say something.
ですね、先輩。
I spin around.
はい？なんでしょう、そこの健康不良少年くん。
不良でいいですけど、先輩の家ってこっちの方だったっけ？
いえ、全く違いますね。遠野くん、一度来たことあるでしょう。
覚えてます。忘れません。ちょっと確認したくなっただけです。
はい、正解です。大した記憶力ですね。私の家への曲がり道はズバリさっき通り過ぎました。
Right, I grin and reply. Yep, Ciel smiles back.
それじゃあ、俺はこっちだから。
はい、どうぞ、遠野くんのお好きなように。
Ciel beams from ear to ear, but despite her cheerful expression, I've got a really bad feeling about this. I take a deep breath.
どうしました？行かないんですか？
Ciel's question sounds so innocent. I take the opening and run off into the night. I'm going as fast as my legs will carry me, tearing through the city without looking back. I don't hear any footsteps coming behind after me, but I make a small detour as an added precaution. Ciel will have a harder time tracking me in the bustling station area. I'll zip through the crowds and make it look like I'm heading to school, then rush back to the train tracks. I've hit my limit. I'm almost at the park now, so I should be in the clear. Shoulders heaving, I finally stop and catch my breath. It looks like that worked. I don't hear that rhythmic clop, so Ciel probably lost track of me and ended up somewhere else.
感心できませんね、遠野く
Nope.
ん。誰もいないからといって、むやみに走り出すのはどうかと思います。
A hand clamps down on my shoulder from behind.
ああ
I startle, leaping in the air like a frog.
なんでついてくるんだよ先輩。
なんでも何も、遠野くん一人じゃ不安じゃないですか。遠野くんのようななんちゃって調査とは違う、真に町の平和を守る者として当然の行為ですが、何か？
Ciel lays it all out there. She must be upset that I tried to lose her. This has made one thing clear, though. Ciel isn't going to let me go on my own. It won't be easy to say this, but... oh boy. Try to keep my cool or give it to her straight. Okay, well, let's save her. Give it to her straight. I have no choice but to tell her, in no uncertain tones, to leave. Steeling myself, I turned to face her.
先輩、いいから帰ってくれ。俺の安全を思うなら帰ってくれ。このままじゃ間違いなく俺が大変なことになる。
Big trouble with Arcway, that is.
はあ、大変って、遠野くんはどんな風に大変になるんですか？スプラッタ？それともサイコ？どちらにせよ、それはそれで興味がありますね。
This girl really is a monster. She knows everything. She's just playing stupid.
そういうゴアな興味持たなくていいです。俺の好きにしていいって言ったのに、なんで邪魔しに来るんですか？
ですから、遠野くんは好きに行動してください。私も遠野くんを見習って、自分の好きに行動しているだけですから。
With a resolute smile on her face, she starts to walk forward.
先輩、
なんでしょうか、遠野くん。
なんでしょうかじゃないです。そんなに俺を困らせて楽しいんですか？
Ciel just grins. That says it all.
わかりました。先輩が意地悪な人だというのは分かったから、今日はもう勘弁してください。これ以上は俺だけじゃなく、先輩まで危ない目に遭っちゃいますよ。
そうなんですか？私は別に遠野くんについてきているわけじゃありませんけど。
いや実際、
私、公園に用があるだけです。遠野くんがどこに行くのかは知りませんけど、行き先が公園でないのならここでお別れですね。
So this is what it's come to. I can't really argue with that. And yet...
あ、もうそれでもダメです。公園にはアルクエイドがいるんですよ。あいつなんでか先輩を敵視してるし、このまま合わせるわけにはいきません。
おや、私のことを心配してくれるんですか？
心配なんかするに決まってます。俺は先輩とアルクエイドが争うところなんて見たくない。お願いですから、もうこれ以上ついてこないでください。
なるほどなるほど、そうですか。私の心配じゃなくて彼女の心配をしているんですね、遠野くんは。
Ciel ignores me, taking my words in exactly the wrong way. Judging by her tone, I get the feeling that she's enjoying this.
先輩、もしかして作動室のこともさっきのことも、いやそれ以前に俺がアルクエイドと夜出歩いたこと自体ずっと怒ってたんじゃないですか？
She smiles sweetly without saying a word. She's angry, all right. There's no doubt about it. Behind that face lies a deep-seated grudge.
わかりました。全部俺が悪かったです。もっとちゃんと謝りたかったけど、こうなったら仕方ないです。作動室でのことは謝ります。あれは俺の失言でした。だから
帰ってくれなんて言ったら本気で怒りますよ、遠野くん。
え？
私たち今絶好中なんです。私も拗ねているみたいですから、
生半可なことじゃ素直になれません。
先輩。
ここで遠野くんが帰ってくれるのなら仲直りできるんですけど、それは無理だって分かってます。ですからこんな話をしていても無意味です。あなたが私に謝る必要もありません。私昼のことは気にしていませんから。私の仕事は吸血鬼を退治すること。今はそれを忠実にこなしているだけです。
先輩。
Ciel ignores me and starts walking away. Her destination is none other than my meeting spot with Arcwade, the park by the south exit.
待ってください。どうしてそんなにムキになってるんですか？
私ムキになんかなっていません。あなたの方こそ私と一緒にいると彼女に誤解されるんじゃないですか？
誤解って
あなたは彼女が好きなんでしょ？なら彼女の敵である私と一緒にいるのは立場的にまずいと思いますけど。
好きって別に俺はあいつのことが好きってわけじゃ。
I can't bring myself to say that I don't like Arcwade. My attraction to her appears to be an undeniable fact.
もうほんと自分自身にも嘘をつけないんですね、遠野くんは。なんか正直すぎて参っちゃいます。
Ciel sighs, sounding equal parts exasperated and resigned. I don't know what feelings that sigh really contain, but her edge is dulled. She seems back to her usual self.
けど本当にここで別れた方がいいですよ。私たちは絶好中なんですし。こんなところをアルクエイドに見られたら。ふん、見られたらどうなるのかしらね、シエル。
Here we go. I turn toward a voice coming from behind me. Standing there is a woman I have never seen. Her golden hair is bathed in moonlight. Her body is pale and beautiful, so pale that no corruption can draw her. Though she is a denizen of the night, she shines like the sun. But she's different. This is not the Arcwade I know.
アルクエイド。
I quietly speak her name. The woman in white briefly flicks her eyes to me, then turns her focus back to Ciel.
遠野くん、下がって。いえ、なんとか隙を見て公園の外まで逃げてください。
Ciel whispers a warning as she steps forward. If she had told me to run from Arcwade before, I would have said she was overstating the danger. But right now, it sure looks like the best course of action. At the same time, I realize that's impossible. The air is unbelievably heavy. Arcwade's crimson eyes are dreadful. It's no exaggeration to say that everything in this park, from the trees to their leaves, is frozen under that gaze. The tension I feel now is as stifling as when we faced down Vav, if not more so. Instinct tells me my life is forfeit if I so much as take a single step.
驚いたわ。シキの声が聞こえたから来てみれば、まさかあなたが一緒だなんてね。何をしに来たの、シエル。私に用はないと思うけど。
ええ、あなたに用などありません。退治ならともかく、話をするなんて考えるだけでもおぞけが走りますから。私は彼があんまりにも危なっかしいので指導をしてあげているだけです。どうも頭の緩い吸血鬼にたぶらかされているようなので。
指導が必要なのはそっちの体の方なんじゃない？余分な肉ばかりついて死に際のカバのよう。それともどんなに切り崩しても重さの減らない贅肉かしら。
そっくりそのまま返しますよ。起きて殺すことだけがあなたの美点でしょうに。人間に助けを求めるなんてそんな余分はらしくありません。神祖の誇りとやらをどこかに落としたのですか？まあそんなもの実際あったかどうか疑問ですけど。
It's weird. It feels like the tension has eased slightly. Maybe it's because the pressure of enveloping the entire park has been redirected at Ciel alone. Actually, looking at them now, they almost seem like birds of a feather. Maybe they can talk things out?
つくづく勘に触る女ね。一度やられたぐらいじゃ物足りないってこと？
Still not satisfied after I killed you the first time, huh?
あなたこそ手も足も出ずに地に落とされた恐怖がまだ拭えていないんじゃないですか。
言ったわね、キャンズ。何よ、人のパートナーを横取りするつもり？
ええ、状況次第では彼が私を頼ってくれるのなら今すぐにでも。
The situation is about to boil over. The hostilities may not be focused on me, but I can't stand by and watch. Ciel and Arc aren't kids, so it shouldn't come to blows. Still, as the person in the middle, I have to quell some of their bloodlust.
待ってくれ二人とも。なんか空気が不穏だ。耐えられない。というか落ち着け。お互い目的は同じなんだろう。ならここは仲良く。
トーナ君は黙っててください。
Well, that didn't work. Based on the animosity in their glares, I'm guessing I've only added fuel to the fire.
真似しないでよ。式に呼びかけるのは私だけの特権なんですけど。
呼びかける？今のが？せいぜい同活の間違いでしょう。鏡を見たことがないんですね。ああ、吸血鬼だから鏡に映らないんでしたっけ？
どこの迷信よ。鏡にぐらいちゃんと映るわ、私。
おや、そうでしたか。それは失礼。使徒ですら自分の姿を恥じて姿を映さないというのに大した厚顔っぷりです。さすがは吸血鬼の大元。感服しました。
ねえ、もしかして挑発しているの？
まさかこれは挑発ではなく糾弾ですよ。
The girls are fighting.
自分が何であるかを理解しない愚か者に現実を教えてあげているだけです。
Arcwade's smile is beautiful, yet horrifying. My fingers tingle with numbness. Every hair on my body stands on end. In a single breath, the park is frozen under the grinning potent of death. But even faced with that smile, Ciel does not back down.
いいわ。私からも最初で最後の勧告よ。シキはあなたのことがそれなりに大事らしいから、今回だけは見逃してあげる。また殺される前に、今すぐここから消え去りなさい。
驚きましたね。吸血鬼が人間の機嫌を伺うなんて。あなたなら人間なんて思い通りに操れる。彼に協力させるならしもべにしてしまえばいいのに、なぜ魅了しないのですか、
あなたらしい品位に欠けた発想ね。シキは私のパートナーよ。そんなことをしなくても私の手助けをしてくれるって言ってくれた。私を殺せる時でも私のそばにいてくれた。私が一人でいる時もシキに会えると思うだけで時間は瞬く間に過ぎていった。当然でしょ。だってシキは私の運命の人なんだから。
Wait, soulmate? What the hell is she talking about? Ciel's wordless judgment stings. She's staring me down, slightly demanding to know what the meaning of all this is. Not that I have the answer to that, I'd like to know myself.
ふざけてるんですか、あなたは。何を言い出すかと思えば、よりにもよってオムファタルなんて。
ふざけてなんかいないわ。シキの心も体も、彼がこれから得る喜びも悲しみも死に伏せる権利さえ私のもの。ええ、使徒の気持ちが少しだけ理解できたわ。人間の血を飲みたいとは思わないけど、シキの命は私以外の誰にも渡さない。
ちょっと。
I can barely squeeze a whisper out of my throat. I don't know their history, and evidently I can't stop the fight that's on the verge of breaking out. But even so, I can't ignore what Arcwade just said. She understands how a dead apostle feels? No way. I haven't known her for long, but I know that can't be true. That would mean she's no more than a vampire.
アルクエド、あなたまさか。
さあ、どうかしら。吸血衝動に飲み込まれて打点したように見える？
いいえ、神祖が落ちたのならとっくに世界は裏返っています。あなたはまだ狂っても落ちてもいない。つまり今の段階ならまだ間に合うということです。
ええ、その通りよ、シエル。これは吸血衝動とは違う。だって楽しいわ。すごく胸が弾んでいるの。以前あなたは私を愚かだと言ったわね。ロアに騙された世間知らずだって。本当にそう。シキに殺されるまでの私は本当に愚かだった。自由になることが、自由に手足を動かせることが、自由に人間を好きになることが、だから今の私はあなた以上に人間的よ。例えばこんな風に自分の気持ちを表現できる。
Arcade sinks her teeth into her index finger like she's taking a bite out of a strawberry. Red liquid drips down her pale finger. A small drop of blood falls onto the stone pavement. Splish. The droplet hits the ground with its tiniest sound and... in an instant, a pool of crimson liquid covers the park square. This can't be real. But no, the park is actually covered in blood. The sticky red liquid sloshing around my ankles is proof of that.
安心して。一滴だけだから。これから楽しい時間になるのに、ここは色が薄すぎて。せめてこれぐらいはしないと趣がないでしょ。
The air coiling around me feels dense, but there's no malice in her voice. She's the same old Arcade. The same stupid, innocent girl with a smile as bright as the sun. Only one thing is off. One slight, trivial mistake that has her turned her into something else.
自由に思うままに行動するというのですね。あなたが何の制約もなく思うままにロアを処罰すると、その結果がどうなるか。自らを縛らない神祖は使徒と変わらない。グローブのようにこの町を蹂躙するのが望みだとでも。
分かりきったことを聞かないで、シエル。人間の町に関心はないの？邪魔をしなければ何もしない。こんなの道端の石と同じよ。ああ、好きになるのも自由なら憎んでみるのも自由よね。ロアに汚染された町、ロアの痕跡を残すたち、どちらにせよ汚らしいし、きれいに掃除していくのも私の自由。それにここで思いっきり今までずっと気に食わなかった女を八つ咲きにするのも心底楽しそうじゃない？
The battle begins instantaneously. The woman in white leaps into the air. Swords dart through the air, suppressing her advance. The two figures clash before I have the chance to react.
遠野くん、下がって。
Ciel leaps to the side as she shouts a warning at the boy behind her. Not a moment later, white claws tear through the ground where she stood. Arcade is closed in on her in a single bound, slamming her arm into the ground as if to crush her entire body.
決まりね。遊びましょう、シエル。
The Avatar of White cheerfully taunts her mortal enemy. To her, the thrill to fight far outweighs the humiliation of her foiled attack. Ciel ignores the jeering as she formulates a strategy. This is the worst possible turn the night could have taken. Her opponent is a true ancestor who has lost her mind. They are in the middle of the city, and she is only armed with black keys. To make matters worse, she needs to protect an innocent bystander, Shikitono in this instance, while she fights. She is left with only one course of action. Go on the defensive, wait for a pause in Arcade's onslaught, Use it to erect the most powerful battlefield she has, and retreat with Shiki. It is a simple plan in theory, but Ciel knows from experience that plans rarely survive contact with the enemy. The Tracheus dashes at her in a straight line. Ciel sends a sword flying toward her torso. These swords are also known as Black Keys, inquisitorial tools used exclusively by executors. In its basic form, it appears to be nothing but a hilt. However, a blade appears when it is fused with a sacrament, allowing it to function as a sword. That said, it is used primarily for thrusting and throwing, making it less of a cutting tool than a bullet for piercing vampires from afar. And when Executor Ciel imbues with her will, it darts through the air with the force of a cannonball. Transcending human limits, she moves with millimeter precision. All of her physical energy is channeled into the throw, amplifying the power of the Black Key by an order of magnitude. It is not the work of a magecraft or sacraments, but pure mastery of the human body. One fanatic spent hundreds of years devising this technique, a pitch with the force to pierce a concrete wall. At the Barrel Agency, they call it the Iron Boar. But one swipe of Arcwade's claw is enough to render it useless. Every Black Key Ciel throws is an Iron Boar.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
The vampire bats aside the rain of swords with a smile on her face, bearing down on the executor. The distance Ciel created is close effortlessly. Arcade's claws come swinging down. Ciel attempts to use a Black Key as a shield, but it shatters. The impact reverberates through her arms all the way to her ribs. Unable to resist the force of the blow, she jumps back in the direction she is thrown. The hilts of 6 more Black Keys appear in her hands. In the span of a single breath, she launches them at Arcwade and pulls back 10 meters from the vampire.
私が言うのもなんだけど、そんな年代物いつまで使ってるのよ、あなたたちは。ほら、もっとこう面白そうな。
As Arcway implied, Black Keys have a long and storied history of nearly 1,700 years. There are few who still use them due to the high level of skill they demand, and modern weaponry serves an adequate as substitute. But Ciel is not the average executor. She understands that a weapon cannot be dismissed on account of age. Several variations have been developed over its 1,000 years of use. One of these is the cremation rite, a wall of flame burning at 500 degrees Celsius to incinerate the impure being known as the living dead. Of course, such a weapon has no chance of stopping this vampire. The flames are just a distraction. Ciel's goal is only to restrain her. Direct attacks with the Black Keys have little effect, but trapping Arcway in a bounded field would keep her at bay for a day. She brushes the torn up blades aside. When the Black Keys pierce the ground, a glowing field shoots up from between them, forming an outline in the shape of a cathedral. These walls are more than strong enough to keep Arcwade locked within, if only she had been in range. The white figure charges at the executor, weaving through the swords like a beautiful beast bounding across a vast plain. Ciel meets Arcwade head-on. Though she could have dodged a blow, she does not allow herself that option. She has already been driven to the edge of the park. If she were to fall back any further, the fight will be taken into the city streets. Ciel weathers the vicious assault. Her muscles feel like they are on the verge of exploding. Having taken the brunt of Arcwade's charge, she is like a spring coiled to its limit, and she releases all energy with a fiery roar. Ciel pivots, putting her force into a roundhouse kick that strikes Arcwade in the chest. The white shadows is then flying, with 3 black keys following close behind.
だからそれは聞かないって。やっと。何これ、新種の結界？
あなたに聖堂は過ぎたものです。そのタワーリングで緩んだ頭を冷やしなさい。
The Tower Ring is a battlefield devised by Ciel for use against true ancestors, or more accurately against an Archwage specifically. Simply nailing black keys on the ground and creating a wall would not hold her. The capture prey that moves about this freely requires a 3-dimensional method of herding. In this case, by using the towering walls of a temple as the foundation of her structure that simultaneously occupies vertical and horizontal space. Although the field will not harm its target, it is practically indestructible. That Tower of Light has about the same hardness and mass as the building is molded after, namely the Strasbourg Cathedral, the tallest structure in the world during the Middle Ages. A massive stone and prayer standing 140 meters tall, the vampire has no hope of escaping it.
魔術は使わないんじゃなかったの？あの嘘くさい心情はどこに行った？
あなたとロアにしか使わないだけです。諦めなさい、アルクエイド。それは27素であっても一時的に封じ得る強度を持ちます。神素であっても容易には砕けません。加えて何よ？やっぱりあの武器を持ってくるの？聖典を持ち出す必要はありません。ことはすでに終わっていますから。
The countless pillars of light thrusting out of the ground join together. They form layer upon layer of walls overlapping to form a single cage.
グローブの時の。
それはゴチックフォート。ある祖から奪い取った原理を用いた結界です。本来は外界との遮断に用いますが、使い方によっては最大の武器にもなる。ところでアルクエイドは魔術世界における生命の質量定義は知っていますね。生命そのものが持つエネルギー生産量、もしくは質量を段階として定義したものです。その基準はシンプルで、大きさと重さとで測られます。一番強いものが小さくて重いもの、2番目に強いものが大きくて重いもの、3番目が小さくて軽いもの。これは人間ですね。そして最後に大きくて軽いもの。これは情報や噂話、幽霊といった広範囲に広がるものです。シエル、私の大聖堂は最大直径 30km の隔絶空間。生命ではありませんが大きくて重いものです。これを極限まで圧縮すればどうなるか試してみるのも一興だと思いませんか？いくら凶暴なあなたでも抜け出すにはそれなりの時間が必要になる。少なくとも1時間は。イデアブラッド22番クロムクレイペタストラクチャー。
The executor raises her arm up high. Then she brings together the gothic cord like she were closing the lid of a treasure chest, pressing the space within. Or rather, she attempted to. A violent blue torrent burst forth, an invisible force sent Ciel flying. The tower that trapped Archway is shattered. The beams of light that held it in place fade into nothingness.
何よそれ。閉じ込めるとか封じ込めるとか周りを守ることばっかり。これは私との遊びでしょ。ならもっと本気になりなさいよね。
Archway walks toward her enemy like she intends to stamp out her frustration. She had accused Ciel of not taking their fight seriously, but she severely misread the situation. The Executor was fighting seriously. Considering her limited equipment, she was literally giving it everything she had. Against a true ancestor like Archway, all she can do is fight defensively. Going on the offense would be a recipe for her own ruin. To truly defeat Archway, she would need equipment that could kill her in one blow. That is what Ciel thinks, at least. But she does not have such luxuries at her disposal now, and Archway is not in her right mind. All that awaits her on the other side of this torment is death. What plays her mind as she stares down her demise, however, is not fear.
こんなことって。
That single blow was enough to cause most of her organs to fail. The executor fixed her eyes on the approaching vampire princess, gritting her teeth against the pain fierce enough to make anyone faint.
信じられない。あのバカ。本当に自分の感情で力を使っていませんか？
The woman who has killed countless of dead apostles, the woman who destroyed Vlav, now finds herself wishing that the terrible truth before her eyes was only a dream. Ciel shouts a warning to me as Arcway comes rushing at her with the speed and ferocity of a hurricane. She dodges, landing at the edge of the park square, a move clearly chosen to give me room to escape. Their fight is entirely beyond my comprehension. I can't even follow Arcwade's movements. All I see are white afterimage fading into the dark of night. Still, Ciel continues to fend off her flurry of attacks. It's clear even the way that they fight that the two of them are diametrically opposed. In contrast to Arcwade's wild, spontaneous attacks, Ciel doesn't waste a single movement. She retreats, throws swords from a distance, then braces when their attacker draws near. They are equals in fighting prowess. Arcway moves with reckless abandon, while Ciel remains firm and steady. But the odds are not in Ciel's favor. Her concern for the surrounding area keeps her from moving freely. On top of that, Arcway does not tire, seeming to have no limits whatsoever. Exceptional as Ciel is, she's already fighting at full capacity. Arcway, on the other hand, is able to expand her powers endlessly. At this rate, she's going to overwhelm Ciel's defenses. My premonition comes to pass before me. A victor emerges, the walls of light that bound Arcway are broken, and Ciel is thrown back by some invisible force. Her body flies through the air and falls to the ground with a thud. Ciel bites through the agony and climbs to her feet, but her resistance is futile. She is launched even higher into the air by another unseeable blast. I hear the sound of flesh ripping and bones breaking as she hits the ground. A pool of red slowly spreads across the brick pavement. But in spite of it all, Ciel still retains her consciousness. She forces her broken body back onto its feet and stares down her enemy. Blue sparks crackle in the air around Arcway as she makes her approach. Her red eyes are firmly fixated on Ciel's neck. My voice does not come out. Of course not. My brain is not functioning, but so what? Arcway is going to kill Ciel in cold blood. That's absolutely unacceptable. I can't let her do something so stupid. In a daze, I find my legs moving on their own. I slide in between them, arms spread wide open to protect Ciel.
Shiki!
In an instant, Arcway returns to normal, the sparks that flew around her disappearing. Is she really so shocked that I would protect Ciel?
なんで？どうしてシキがそいつをかばうの？
なんでも何もない。言っただろ。先輩は俺にとって大事な人だ。いくらお前でもこれ以上先輩に手を挙げたら許さないからな。
I tie my grip on the knife in my pocket as I glare at Arcway.
そう。そいつと仲良くなってたらどうなるかって私も言ったはずだけど。
Arcway glares back at me with a murderous gaze.
どいて。今ならまだ許してあげる。早くそんな奴をかばうのはやめて。私にそのナイフを向けないで。
Her crimson eyes flicker like a candle's flame. Her bloodlust is no longer aimed at Ciel, but turned towards me instead. My throat and mouth become painfully dry. My instincts warn me that this is my last chance to back off. But even so...
ダメだ。お前が先輩に手を挙げないと言うまでどかない。
聞きたくない。どいてシキ。
お前こそ引けアルクエイド。お お前は俺に言ったじゃないか。人間は殺さないって。
ええ、私は人間は殺さない。けど人間の規格を大きく外れた命には敬意を表してる。だから対等の存在として殺すことも厭わないわ。例えばあなたやそこの女みたいな相手にはね。
One step. Arcade takes one step closer. But my legs are trembling so fiercely that I think they may take off on their own. I hold back the urge to run.
そう。あなたはまた私にナイフを向けるんだ。
Another step. Arcade casually closes in on me.
一度目は許した。けれど二度目を許せる自信はないわ。もっとも、あの時の再現はありえないけど。いくらあなたの直視の目でも、今の私から死を読み取ることはできないでしょう。
She's right in front of me. Her golden eyes bore into mine. Anxiety has frozen not only my heart, but every cell in my body. My spine has been ripped clean out. My organs have been turned inside out. This overwhelming sense of despair is beyond anything Vlov could muster. It's as though every part of the universe has turned its hateful gaze onto me. There's nothing I can do. This is what it means to make Arcade your enemy. She is too fundamentally different from living beings to be fought. Attacking her would be meaningless. In order to save Ciel, in order for either of us to have any chance of survival, my only option is to stop her using my words. I'll tell her. I'm probably going to die if I pick wrong here. Oh God. Ugh. Yeah, saying the wrong thing would only make things worse a little bit, but as I don't know. Oh. That would mean in order to save Ciel, in order to leave us to have any chance of survival, my only option is to stop her using my words. Yeah, if that's the hint there, it's like maybe that, unless it's like, it could just like reverse that though, like, oh. I will hate you if you do this. Will this really work? It is how I feel, but I have no idea how she'll respond.
待て、アルクエイド。いいのか？本当にいいのか？
言ってることがわからない。いいのかってな。
Well,
それ以上進んだら、お前のこと嫌いになるからな。
I don't believe it. That worked. She actually stopped.
ダメ。逃げて遠のく。
先輩。
It happens in an instant. Though she's wounded so badly that she can barely stand, Ciel still gets in front of me.
生命力だけはさすがね。でもそれでどうするの？さっきの大魔術で魔力は空っぽのくせに。今のあなたじゃシキの盾にもならない。シキが無茶をしている間に逃げればよかったのに。
あなたこそそんな気もないくせに笑わせないでください。私が背中を見せれば喜んでとどめを刺す気だったでしょう。でもおあいにくさまでしたね。私はまだ戦えます。だって彼を、無関係な人々を守るのは私の役目なんですから。
先輩。
Her breathing is ragged. Her clothes are soaked in blood. And still she puts on a brave front, trying desperately to protect me.
あなたも下がってください。ここは私が。
あ、もう下がるのは先輩の方だ。いいから休んでろ。ここは俺が何とかするから。 でもありがとう。大好きです、先輩。
I scrambled for myself from Ciel. I must think I'm invincible. I wouldn't even flinch if Arcade glowered at me with those golden eyes again. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done.
待ってください。無理ですから。遠野くんじゃアルクエイドに殺されちゃいます。ここをなんとかするのは私の方ですよ。
そんな傷で何言ってるんですか。いいから下がって、ほら。ここで意地を張るのは俺の役目です。たまには先輩を守らせてください。
守るってでも。
We grab each other's shoulders and shuffle back and forth, fighting over who gets to stand in front of the other. It's like we're performing a little dance. I don't know what's gone into us, but it's actually kind of fun. Not fun for everyone, though. A certain onlooker trembles with fear as she watches our friendly bickering.
何よバカ。もういい。式なんて知らない。そんなにシエルが大事なら勝手にすれば。私もう助けてあげないから。
アルクエイド。
いい、私帰る。言っておくけど、その女はあなたが思っているような真っ当な人間じゃないから。利用されて絞り取られて薄皮一枚にまでなればいいわ。
Arcade shouts at me angrily and turns away in a huff.
なんだよそれ。お前だってさっき物騒なこと言ってたじゃないか。俺を自分のものにするとかなんとか。
私は隠し事はしないもん。式が好きって言っただけよ。じゃあね、後で私に泣きついても聞いてあげないから。せいぜい血を吸われないよう気をつけることね。
Arcade, still clearly upset, leaps up out of the park like a shooting star darting across the night sky. Twinkle. Well. Everything unfolded a little too quickly for me to wrap my head around. Ciel and I look up to the darkness that swallowed Arcade, dumbfounded.
星になってしまいましたね、彼女。
星というよりロケットっぽかったですけど。
Yeah, like a rocket blasting off again, a little bit. The two of us blankly share the first words that come to mind.
そうじゃなくて、なんて無茶をするんですか、遠野くんは。神祖と戦おうとするなんて自殺願望にも程があります。
Ciel lectures me with her hands on my shoulder. I don't object, she's absolutely right.
そうでしたね。今でも背中すげえ冷たいです。あいつやるときは本当用じゃないから。
そこまで分かっていてどうして。
だって先輩を放っておけないし。改めてありがとうございます、先輩。俺のために戦ってくれたのぐらい。
はい、お礼を言うなら私もでした。遠野くんがいなかったらどうなっていたかわからなかったです。
Ciel shyly looks down at her feet. Neither of us knows what to say. We've gotten very close to one another, but we aren't touching and feel her body heat tickling my skin.
先ほどは意地を張ってごめんなさい。遠野くんを困らせるつもりじゃなかったんです。
さっきのってアルクエイドのこと？
そうじゃなくて、お屋敷から公園までのこととか、昼間の茶道室のこととか。
I'm the one who should be apologizing for all that. But if I do, Ciel will only get even more apologetic. If she says she wants to apologize, I should just listen. Maybe this means we can be friends again. That's all I want.
そうですね。じゃあ喧嘩両成敗ってことで仲直りしてください。
そうですか。そんなことでいいなら喜んで。
Her head bowed, Ciel pulls her glasses out from somewhere and puts them back on.
それより先輩、体は大丈夫ですか？
I take a step back to look over Ciel's body. She was bleeding out on the ground just now, so if I don't take care of that soon...
あれ？
It's gone. The blood that had pooled around her on the pavement, the blood that stained her habit, it's all gone.
遠野くん、これは。
そっか。先輩はあれぐらいの傷なんともないんでしたっけ。ブローブの時なんてもっと深い傷を受けてたし、並大抵のことならあいつみたいにすぐに治って。
I am such an idiot. Escaping mortal danger made me careless. Careless enough to bring up a subject I've been unconsciously avoiding until now. She's just like a vampire. After all, she has true immortality. That girl isn't half the decent human being you think she is. At least try not to get your blood sucked. I pushed those words into the recesses of my subconscious. But it seems that my silence has spoken loudly enough.
いや、でもあれだよな。ハルクイドのやつもデタラメなことばっかり言うよな。先輩が俺の血を吸うなんて、そんなこと絶対にありえないのに。
Yeah, there's no way that would happen. Not a million years. I mean, Ciel walks around during the day. Sure, Arcway does too, but even she's weaker than when it's lights out. Ciel doesn't change day or night. Besides, she's a member of the church. It's not like they'd hire a vampire to go vampire hunting.
取り繕わないでいいです。私の体のこと、ノエル先生から聞いたんですね。
I cannot say the word yes. Not enough consideration for Ciel, but out of my own desire to turn a blind eye to reality.
ノエル先生のおかげで目が覚めました。質問の続きです。どうして私をかばったんですか？アルクエドが本気であなたを殺すつもりだったのは分かっていたはずなのに。
There is no emotion in Ciel's eyes. It's as if they are a doll's eyes, empty and unseeing.
どうしてって。さっきも言ったでしょ。先輩が殺されかけたんです。誰だってかばいます。
自分が殺されるというのに。献身とは自分の命を投げ出すことではありません。自分の命をないがしろにして他者の命を救おうというのは、献身でも犠牲でもなく、あなたはただ自分が後悔したくなかっただけ。それだけであんな真似をして満足しています。はっきり言って、すごく迷惑です。正しく生きようとするのは立派ですが、あなたの身勝手な正しさに私を巻き込まないでください。
それは。
There's nothing I can say. She's right. I didn't think things through. I was so focused on saving her that the thought of how to deal with Arcway afterwards never crossed my mind. I never stopped to consider what Ciel wanted. She's got every right to say that, but...
それでも、先輩を守りたかったんです。それが迷惑だって言うんですか？先輩はあのままアルクエイドに殺されていてもよかったって。
はい。私の命なんですから。あなたにどうこう言われるものではないはずです。いえ、死んだ方がまだマシでした。
Humiliating? She'd rather have died? I can't make any sense of that whatsoever.
自分の命を何だと思ってるんですか、先輩は。死んだらそれまでなんですよ。どんなにひどくて、どんなにみっともないことをしてでも、生きていられるのなら生きるべきです。だって生きていなくちゃ何もないじゃないですか。無様だから何だって言うんです。どんなに情けなくても何もなくなるよりずっと俺は先輩を守りたかった。死んでほしくなかった。先輩と一緒にまた茶道室にいたかったんです。
I know I should stay calm, but I can't hold back the swirling emotion in my chest. I'm an idiot. Ciel and I just made up, and here I go yelling at her again.
そうでしたね。あなたは7年前に一度死にかけた人でした。だからそんな単純な考えで満足できるんです。幸せな人。そんな言葉、私には言えません。
Ciel steps away from me, her eyes hollow. Even though I could reach out and touch her, she feels impossibly far away.
アルクエイドが言っていたことは本当です。彼女の言う通り、私は人間とは呼べません。遠野くんも見たでしょ。さっきまであんなにこぼれていた血が、まるでなかったことのように消え去っているのを。
それは。
いいんです。私、化け物なんです。私は吸血種ではありませんが、普通の人間らしい体ではないのも事実ですから。
何言ってるんですか、先輩。人間らしい体って先輩は十分普通じゃないか。
これでもですか。
先輩。
I don't have time to stop her. She slits her throat with one of her swords. I hear a dull scraping as the blade cuts through her flesh and carotid artery. Then a wet splash. A vibrant scarlet floods my vision. Wow. Blood gushes from her neck. It smells of iron, of life itself. The primary color hurts to look at. It's beautiful, threatening to rob me of my sight, my entire consciousness. The fresh blood seeps into her back.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink blood. Beneath that habit, the red liquid that runs over Ciel's pale skin must be growing thicker, like a serpent coiling around her body. Each drop of blood lands on my finger. The sensation snaps me back to reality. Ciel is bleeding out in front of me.
Senpai!
I rush forward, wiping away the blood splattered on me.
慌てる必要はありません。ほら。
She pulls the sword away from her neck. Her wound is already closed. Not only that, all the blood that spurted out from the wound is disappearing. This is beyond healing, beyond regeneration. This ability is even greater than Vlov's. I'm speechless. I have absolutely nothing to say in response to what I just witnessed.
はい、この通りです。できることなら、遠野くんには知られたくなかったですけど。
Ciel grins bitterly. I still don't know what to say, even when faced with that smile.
だから、昼間のことは謝らなくていいんです。全部正しかったんですから。私はあなたのことを騙していました。あんな風に怒られても、それは仕方のないことなんです。
そんなことは。
Why can't I finish that sentence? No matter what kind of person she is or what kind of body she has, even if it turned out that she was a vampire all along, Ciel would still be extremely important to me. So why...
本当は、もっと距離を取る予定だったんです。ただの顔見知りとかそれぐらいの。そうすれば、あなたの方から話しかけてくることも、こんな風に嫌われることもなかった。けどいいんです。今までのことを後悔はしていません。遠野くんが私との思い出が楽しかったって、守りたかったと言ってくれて嬉しかった。
先輩。
I only said that because those truly were the best of times. I wish it could have gone on forever.
さようなら。
Ciel smiles gently as always, then disappears before my eyes. She remains Arcwade's polar opposite to the end. Arcwade flew away like a shooting star, but I don't even see Ciel's back as she leaves. The inside of my head is churning violently. I couldn't chase after Ciel if I tried. Arcwade called Ciel a vampire, and Ciel didn't deny it. She even showed me definitive proof of it. She could have lied. Even if I saw right through it, I wish she would have told me it wasn't true. Goodbye. I don't need to think about what that means. I learned what Ciel really was. I heard her. And even then, she still came to see me. But now that's all over. In a matter of minutes, I lost everything because of one careless remark. My mind isn't working. What is it that I lost? What is causing me this pain? A story someone called Noelle told me? An accusation by Arcoade? A slit throat that proved it all true? Or is it... I have a headache. Self-loathing clings to the inside of my lungs like mud. I feel like throwing up. Feels like some invasive plant is growing in my head. It hurts so much that I can't think. I can't cope with the reality of never seeing Ciel again. I leave the park, my steps feeble, my memories hazy. Ugh. I'm exhausted. The weed in my brain has grown into a thicket of tangled thorns, creaking and groaning as it tightens around my non-functioning gray matter. I tumble heavily into bed. An ominous darkness creeps closer and closer, looming over my shoulder. But the faces that come to mind now are no different from the ones I saw this morning. With that final thought, I close my eyes. All I want is to go to sleep like a brain-dead scarecrow. I drew myself from long ago. Humans tend to reminisce more and more as they age. I suppose I am no exception. There are abilities I have a use for, and those I do not. That which I need, and that which I don't. Myself of the day, and myself of tomorrow. I sift through them all and store what belongs to the past in my workshop, as though writing a memoir I will never read. Disposing of one's past self is part of being human. The hour of my death is nigh. To be exact, I have about 1 week left in this world. That fair avatar will soon come for me, and this life will come to an end. It stirs no particular emotion in me. All humans must die. That is their inevitable fate. If there is anything I fear, it is the moment I wake. The sensation of crawling free from unending darkness never gets any less repulsive, no matter how many times I experience it. I reflect on my past as I chart my future. The life I leave behind was a failure. My body was born frail, so I devoted myself to extending the longevity of the flesh. While I found some success in halting aging, the overall experiment proved fruitless. As I expected, the human body is not fit for eternal youth. What shall I pursue next? So much of my research remains unfinished. My current topic of study, agelessness, proved counterproductive, even regressive. So next I will study inheritance. Humans combine desirable genes to birth superior descendants. Might this be achieved more directly and efficiently? Consider a dead apostle. Though they may grant undeath to their minions, that does not extend to passing on their powers. Indeed, they have no reproductive functions to speak of. They may experience lust and sexual desire, but they cannot produce offspring. Their individual longevity renders their reproductive capacity unnecessary. Family and Dead Apostle Society refers to minions nurtured with particular care. Dead Apostles of rank 6 or higher may possess what they call sons and daughters, but these are merely talented mortals they have adopted in turn at the right time. If any are truly connected by blood, it is only because they were parent and child in life. Such as the case of Lord Rozayen, the last hope of the aristocracy, who became a vampire alongside his beloved daughters. He and his supporters consider one of the most powerful factions in Dead Apostle society, and his success and life satisfaction are the envy of even his fellow ancestors. Yet his greatest lamentation is that he will never see a grandchild. Dead Apostles cannot give birth to children. Dead Apostles cannot pass on their powers. They cannot even pass on their genes. They are fatally flawed as living creatures. This is the primary reason that despite their superiority to humans, they are not counted as Homo sapiens. Dead Apostles cannot create Dead Apostle children. No matter how strong their curse, and in essence curse is upon indeed and challenge the world, it will vanish with them. That is not perfection, and so I still have work to do. I've decided on my next topic of study. The curses held by the 27 ancestors. I shall devise a way that they can be inherited. The primary issue is that each principle is unique. They cannot be imitated, and copying them would negate their uniqueness, diluting their power. Thus, inheritance is the key. I will design a technique to make all 27 principles mine, repurposed for my own use. 15. The inheritance and use of all curses and liabilities. Or, the forceful transfer of one's power and fate. I will define the efficiency of my next self. I will murder, claim, and exploit. Yes, murder must be the foundation. In much the same way as humans would bequeath possessions. Inelegant as it sounds when put into words, the death of the previous owner is necessary for any inheritance to be passed on. Inheritance. I pride myself on the accuracy of the term. Inheritance from one's parents is rarely much to celebrate. For most, the best case scenario is overwhelmingly depth. Will my next body be strong enough to bear that burden? Ah, the stars are falling. The fair avatar has departed. My torso has been reduced to nothing. My arms and legs turned to ash. All that remains is my head, which will burn away in seconds. As death takes hold of me, I ask myself once more, am I not afraid? Of course not. All I feel is regret. I sought perfection. What is perfection to you? Asked my old friend who remained at the church. To that friend, perfection can only indicate the Almighty or all-knowing Father. Naturally, for that was the doctrine of our faith. The church created an unchanging being, proved its omnipotence by spreading its word. Even as they knew that the universe is constantly expanding, they declared their God a universal constant. But that is utterly, laughably mistaken. The very idea of a constant is antiquated. It's always humans of the present day that push knowledge and awareness further. What value is there in being omnipotent in a bygone era? Perfection is not an object to be obtained, but a destination to which one must arrive. Humanity's terminus, the conclusion to its story, the meaning of my soul, the answer to the question of our purpose. I want to reach that conclusion, that constant state where nothing can be gained or lost. That is the only turn to be found on this earth. The vampires known as ancestors pursue eternity itself. What I pursue is the means to reach it. It is only natural then that they scorn me as a heretic. We are fundamentally different creatures. I know beyond a doubt that my path is not mistaken, even if my methods turn out to be flawed. Through this, too, is a hollow proclamation. My old self, the theologian, died the day I saw the castle in its field of stars in bloom. I discovered that eternity already existed. Or rather, I discovered something that I wish to preserve for eternity. Even now, no matter how many times I leave this world, I still return to this agonizing cycle of hatred and joy. In one fateful moment, I weighed my desire to know the whole universe against my desire to know a single woman. And at that moment, the theologian died. So heed my words, you who hears this. Engrave this warning deep within your soul. To look with human eyes upon the light of the planet is a grave sin. Once all is done, you will learn just what it is you fell in love with. Ooh-wee. Long one this day. Good lord. Yeah, I mentioned before, is like, we're gonna get to 11 or 12 today? Probably not. At most, maybe 11 now, but yeah, we at least do 10. Let's do. Yeah, so we now know for sure that Ciel got something going on with her a little bit. May or may not be vampire related, so that's cool. Alright, part 2. As I sleep, I dream. A hazy, meaningless dream that lingers on my tongue like a burnt sugar. Do you want her? I don't know. I have reason enough to, and we've grown so close. Everything's such a mess now that I can't remember how I felt at first. But no matter how messy our relationship is, there's no denying that I developed feelings for her. Do you love her? I don't know anymore. I know I want to see her. I want to hear her voice. But when I imagine openly declaring my feelings, I hesitate. She means a lot to me. I'm scared to consider what I might mean to her. I recall that stormy afternoon after my encounter with Arcuade. After I learned who I truly am. There's no sugarcoating it. As great of a menace as vampires are to humanity, my eyes are no less an abomination. I should never have been born at all. In a just world, I would have frozen to death right there in the rain. That's what would have happened if she hadn't assured me that I could still atone. More than love, I feel an overwhelming gratitude toward her, and with that I desire not to disappoint her. So now, I don't know how I feel. All I wanted was to see her smile, so why did I do the one thing I should never have done? Why did I cause her so much pain?
Shiki 様、
Hisui's voice filters through the early morning flight.
シキ
Flight
様、
rather.
お目覚めのお時間です。どうかお気を確かに。
Oh, can I unplug my controller? Do we have battery in this? Let's see. We do, okay. My conscience rises from the depths. The voice, monotonous but sincere, like a whispered prayer, guides me to the surface. The instant I open my eyes, a sickening pain stabs through my temples. I must still be exhausted from last night.
おはよう翡翠。今朝もありがとう。時間はちょっと余裕ないかな。すぐに着替えて食堂に行くよ。
I crawl out of bed, still in my pajamas. Throbbing in my head persists, but it should settle down with time.
シキ様、メガネはおかけにならないのですか？
ああ、かけるよ。ちょっと頭痛がするから忘れてた。
シキ様、今朝もご気分が優れないのですか？
大丈夫。頭痛はすぐに収まる。体調だって悪くないし、ここのところ調子はいい。考え事があって、ちょっと寝不足なだけなんだ。
To Hisui, I must look like a death warmed over. I can't even muster the energy to put on a brave face. Ciel's goodbye chased me into my dreams and still occupies my thoughts now that I'm awake again. My brain refuses to focus on anything else. Not Arcuade's odd behavior last night, not the pressing matter of sniffing out Ro's remaining minions.
では、学校はお休みにならないのですね。
ああ、行くよ。急がないと遅刻しちゃうけど。
School is my only point of contact with Ciel. I won't let one little headache take that away from me.
かしこまりました。それでは、どうかご無理をなさらぬようお願いします。
With eyes full of unspoken concerns, Hisui leaves the room. Another wave of pain assaults me. It subsided with when I once talked with Hisui, only to flare right back up the moment she left.
まずこれすぐに収まりそうにない。
Feels like I plunged my head into a paper shredder. This is different from my usual vertigo. This is a tearing, grinding pain. I can't even keep myself upright. Burying myself under a duvet, I clutch my head in my hands and try to weather the storm. The pain refuses to pass. Over the past 7 years, I've learned time and time again that there's no running away from my own biology. But it's not usually this bad. Someone is driving a 5-inch nail into my brainstem, scattering my thoughts with every swing of the hammer. Looking back on it, my whole life since the accident has been an uneasy negotiation with my body. Sudden dizzy spells, headaches, and bouts of anemia have simply been par for the course. It's cost me countless things other people consider normal. The doctors told me it was a miracle I survived. I should be grateful to be alive at all. Perhaps they were warning me not to complain about the pain I would have to endure in exchange. I woke up seeing death all around me. As she taught me to accept my eyes, my mother told me to treasure this miracle. I wonder what she meant by that. Perhaps she was telling me that while human life has no inherent value, I should cherish it because it is irreplaceable. I've seen a lot of death over the past few days. So many lives, all so comically fragile, each one spared or snuffed out on the flip of a coin. There's no wall separating the living from the dead. No one has a barrier around them to keep them safe. Any security we feel in our continued existence is an illusion. Life can end at any time, irrespective of our hopes or desires. To insist such a thing as a value is to fail to grasp its nature. Huh? Wait. There. That doesn't that sound like me? Sound just like you? My headache finally subsides. I take a deep breath and pull myself together. The crisp morning air helps to wash the stress away.
よし、落ち着いた。
I can't afford to fall apart. Not now. I've still got a job to do. There's still the vampires we have to purge from the city, as well as work with Arcway and helping Ciel. Ciel, of course. She won't be going anywhere while there are still vampires around. And as long as she's here, she'll probably keep up her high school student facade. Well, it's a straw to cling to at any rate. The sooner I get to school, the sooner I can find out. Still nursing a throbbing head, I step out into the hallway. I descend the stairs to the lobby. The dining room is down the corridor to my right. In front of me, the double doors promise passage to the outside. I hesitate for a moment. Do I eat breakfast in the dining room and then drop in on Akia in the parlor as usual? Or focus on finding Ciel as soon as I possibly can? What should I do? Oh jeez. Ciel's my turret, I should say good morning at least. I'm going to save. And I guess while I'm at it, I'll probably do a quick little break here, go to the restroom and shit, so... Give me 1 second here, get this set up here, so let me do the, and let ponder this question, really think about it a little bit here, what I want to do while I'm at it. But yeah, we're gonna go on a quick break here, so give me 1 second here. Here we go, okay. Yeah, give me a couple minutes, we'll be right back, and we'll at least finish off day 10 here. I don't know, we'll just see what happens, so... Yeah, give me 1 second here, let me get ready to do the thing here. Freaking, BRB. Okay. We are back. We are back from the little men's room. We washed our hands and everything and all that. Okay, get that dude here, everyone. Wait, before I forget here, I should refresh the thing here. Give me 1 second here. Do this. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll see, because I noticed that sometimes when I refresh like this, it causes like the little audio pauses more so. So just unplugging the thing or whatever. I think for the most part sounds fine-ish. I'm gonna give it a second here. Especially when I know what's about to come in a second here. Yeah, come on, where's the alert? It's been 30 minutes. I know you want to do it. Where is it? Why are you being so coy, Saribot? You usually do it.
It's
there
time
it
to
is.
drink water. It's time to drink water.
Yeah, I think we should be good. I think we should be good. Okay. Alright, hesitate for a moment to eat breakfast in the dining room and then drop in on Aki in the parlor as usual, or focus on finding Ciel as soon as I possibly can. What should I do? I did save, yes? Yeah, we are good. So I'm liking this another situation in Arc route where we try to focus on arc weight and then we died. And normally I would go for this, but I don't want to die. This could be a bad end for all I know. Especially after the whole headache thing we had earlier. So I'm going to say good morning at least. I'm too on edge to relax and enjoy breakfast today, but I can at least wish everyone a good morning. My head might be filled with Ciel, but I'm still the Tono family's firstborn son, and Akia's brother. I entered the parlor to find Akia, Hisu, and Kohaku all there.
おはよう、アキハ、コハクさん。翡翠もさっきしたけど、もう一回。
Suppressing all thoughts of Ciel and my lingering headache, I do my best to sound natural.
おはようございます、兄さん。翡翠から聞きました。今朝は特に体調が悪いのだとか。先週の件もありますし、学校を休まれては。
Everyone keeps telling me want to take a break. My eyes widen. Of course, Aki had to pick the day to develop a compassionate streak. I assumed that by last week's event, she means the night I spent at Ciel's apartment.
何ですか？幽霊を見たような顔をして。当主が家族の健康を気にかけるのは当然のことだと思いますが。
もっともだ。でも、今朝は調子がいい方なんだ。ちょっと頭痛がしているだけ。朝食は軽めのもので手早く済ませたいんだけど、いいかな、コハクさん。
I excused myself and head to the dining room. Or tried to at least.
お待ちなさい、兄さん。まだ十分に時間はあるでしょ。頭痛がするのなら、なおさらゆっくり休まれるべきでしょう。まあ、確かに顔色はいいようですが。
Akia scrutinizes me intently. She's probably screening me with her usual BS detector, but it feels somehow different today.
つかぬことを伺いますが、ここ数日、手足の感覚に不調を感じたことは？
いや、特に。
I felt afraid for my life more than once, but I don't think that's what she's asking.
わかりました。どうぞ、食堂で朝食をお取りください。
I take the hint and make for the door.
ごめんなさい、兄さん。
Did I fuck up? Suddenly. For just an instant, my headache is replaced with a sudden bout of vertigo.
アキハ、今何か言った？
I stood around the sound of Akia's voice.
なんだそれ。すごい顔してるぞ、お前。
I can't help but laugh. Now she's the one who looks like she's seen a ghost.
すごい顔とは何ですか？女性の容姿を表するときは具体的な表現をお願いします。いえ、そうではなく。
Akia clears her throat with an embarrassed little cough, then looks me over from head to toe.
何でもありません。理由はまだわかりませんが、兄さんが健康であることはいいことです。後日
改めて検査をしましょう。
Their smile is kind enough to take my mind off Ciel, just a little. My sister can be prickly, but I can tell she really does care. Opting for a light breakfast shaved quite a bit of time off my routine. I make it to school 20 minutes earlier than usual. It's still only 7:30, the peak of the morning rush now that club's been suspended. The school gates are getting more congested by the second. I see no sign of Ciel among the crowd. "7:55 a.m. Only 5 minutes till the gates close. I still haven't found her. Maybe she's already inside. Maybe she used the rear entrance today. Or maybe she's never coming back." My heart aches at the thought. It frightens me to even entertain such a notion. But what scares me the most is that it no longer seems unthinkable. On some level, I feel like I've already accepted it.
バカなこと考えるな。先輩は何があっても学校にいるって。
Yeah, she must just be taking a day off. She probably needs to recover from last night. I'm sure she'll be back tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. If not then the day after that. When it comes down to it, all I can do is wait. Even if that means waiting forever.
だから、バカなことは考えるな。
I tune out the unease building in the back of my mind. There's no point waiting around any longer, and home's about to start. I cast one last look back at the street, then head inside. I walk into class just as the bell rings. Apparently Miss Noelle isn't here. She was already a substitute, so there's no one to cover for her. The student on duty is handing out the daily announcements. Ariko's in class again today. He's almost been acting like a proper student recently.
おはよう。今朝は何かあったのか、アリ。
おう、おはようさん。何もないから学校に来てるんですけどね。危機迫る顔で校門を張ってたって話じゃんか。
耳が早いな。ちょっと用があって先輩を探してたんだよ。アリヒコ、今朝は教室にいたんだろう。先輩こっちに顔出さなかったか。
ん？先輩ってどこの先輩だよ。
I was about to say, don't do that. Like, in the back of mine is like, oh, he's not gonna remember Ciel, is he? Like, fucking, it's like, yep.
あれか？精神的な先輩とかそういう意味？
なんだそりゃ。シエル先輩はれっきとした3年生じゃないか。そりゃまあ時々あの人は下級生なんじゃないかって思う時もあるけど、基本的に先輩は先輩だよ。
シエル先輩って誰それ？うちの学校に留学生なんかいたっけか？
My brain, which has slowly been recovering, freezes back over. I try to suppress the chill creeping up my spine.
シエル先輩だよ、シエル先輩。お前だって追いかけてたじゃないか。昼飯だって何度も一緒に食べただろ。
おう、そりゃ一緒にランチする相手にはこと書かない俺だが、そんな不思議な名前の先輩は知らねえって。殿、病み上がりで頭いっちまってるのか？
The floor vanishes from beneath my feet. Ariko cracks a joke, but I can't hear it. I collapse in my chair, my thoughts a scrambled mess. That was a cool effect there. It's like, oh, fuck, what's happening? I'm turning it out. Like, I see. What were you expecting? Smirks some cynical part of me. The full weight of my choices hits me at last. Ciel is gone, along with every last trace that she was ever here at all. Morning classes have ended. I'm sitting dumbly at my desk, unmoving, unthinking. The lessons I just sat through could have been taught in ancient Greek for all I got from them. And now I have no idea what to do next.
アリヒコはいないか。
I scan the classroom. Only a handful of students are still here. It is lunchtime. I should probably eat something myself. Since I can't summon energy to think, I might as well do something that doesn't require it. The lunch rush has passed, so there's no more line. I press a button on the order machine, hand in my receipt at the counter, and pick up a tray. It's only when I get my plate that I realize I've ordered the croquette meal. Fried food. I only wonder whether I'll be able to keep it down. I look around for an open seat. That's odd. For a second, I thought I saw someone look just like Ciel. Now that's hilarious. I'm seeing her everywhere I look. I must really have it bad. So bad I can't take my eyes off this random stranger even though I know it's someone else. The girl who looks like Ciel sits down at the table, puts her hands together and thanks, and starts eating with gusto. Digging into a bowl of curry udon no less. Even her tastes are the same as Ciel's.
Oh.
She doesn't just look like Ciel, she is Ciel.
先輩
I sprint to her table as fast as my legs will carry me. Ciel takes one look at my face and turns away in disdain. She obviously doesn't want to talk to me, but that's not going to stop me right now.
先輩意味がわかりません。どうしてこんなとこにいるんですか。
なんでって私はここの生徒です。お昼になったらご飯を食べないとダウンしちゃうじゃないですか。
いやそれはそうなんだけど、だって昨日
I don't know how to finish that sentence. I'm too busy trying to wrap my head around the fact that she's right in front of me. Ciel continues to look pointedly away.
すみません。気がついてしまってバカなことを口走りました。
いいですけど、なぜ気がせいていたんですか。
だってもう先輩に会えないと思っていたから。先輩がいるのが夢みたいで。
ほう、夢みたいとは大げさですね。
大げさじゃありません。あんなことがあったし、有彦は先輩を覚えてないし、見放されたんだって思うじゃないですか。俺は本当は昨日からずっと先輩にさよならって言われた時から。
In my heart of hearts, I already knew. I was trying to pretend otherwise, trying to hold off the pain. But I knew in that moment that she was gone.
どうしてあんなことを言ったんです。さよならなんて。そんな、もう会えないみたいに。
はい。だって昨日はもう時間が遅かったでしょ。健全な学生さんは家に帰る時間です。
She doesn't even blink. I can hardly believe what I'm hearing.
ふざけないでください。あんなのどう取ったって真剣な別れの言葉でしょ。
仮にそうだとしても、それはあなたと私の話であって、私の学校生活とは関係がありません。それとも遠野くん、私みたいな怪物が学校にいちゃいけませんか。
Ciel's eyes bore into me with the same emotionless gaze as I saw last night. A monster like me. Maybe she really is a vampire. Or maybe she isn't. Any other time I try to find out what the truth was from the beginning, I didn't even consider it this time. Because even asked that question when I felt like a betrayal. There's no denying that Ciel is abnormal, at least on a physical level. I've seen her heal from a mortal wound in a matter of seconds. No human body could do that. That's Arcwade's territory. If someone were to call that vampirism, or something more natural yet, I don't think I could argue it. But so what? She's still a person I care about. A person who means a lot to me. For the 12 or so hours I thought she was gone, my whole world was in shambles. Whatever she is, well, I won't say it doesn't matter, but I can't honestly say that it doesn't bother me. Nothing could change how I feel about her. Not even if she's as unnatural as Arcwade.
いいです。どうせ私なんて嫌われても仕方ないんですから。そもそもこれは私の日常ですから。遠野くんが何と言おうが好きにやるって決めたんです。
Ciel returns to silently devouring her curry udon. She's going to choke if she doesn't slow down. Her stormy expression gives off an unmistakable warning. If you got something to say, say it, but it'll be the last time we ever talk. I'm over the moon that Ciel is still here. But there's something important that I need to tell her. Unless you're saying that there's no place at this school for a monster like me. Rendered speechless by the pain in her eyes when she said that, I have been able to answer. Now's the time to tell her how I feel. Ooh, we got 3 choices here. You're a perfect 10. You're the biggest friend I know. Fiend I know. Alright. Yeah, save right here. Clearly 2 of these are going to be a bad ending, right? Like fucking... I will be earnest, because I do like being earnest sometimes over the funny. And that's more important now than ever.
文句なんかありません。俺にとってシエル先輩は先輩です。いつもキビキビしていて、人のことばっかり気にかけて、メガネが似合っていてかっこよくて、そんなこと先輩が否定しても俺が断言します。とにかく俺にとって先輩は何があっても先輩なんです。吸血鬼だなんて思ったこともないし、怪物だなんて思うこともありません。すごい人だと思ったことは何度もあるけど、それでおじけづくこともないんです。だからさっきみたいなことを言わないでください。先輩はなんかな人じゃないんですから。それにシエル先輩がいずれ消えてしまう人なんだってこともちゃんと覚悟しています。先輩は卒業するまで学校にいると言ってくれたけど、町から吸血鬼がいなくなればどこかに行ってしまうんだって。でもあんなさよならはしたくない。最後に見る先輩の顔は笑顔であってほしいんです。
As I say this, I can actually feel tears threatening to come. I look down so she doesn't see. Having accepted that my worst fear would someday come to pass, I let my emotions get the best of me and spill my heart out. If I said what I wanted to, I have so much more to say, so much more to ask, but for now, I'm glad I was able to tell her how I feel.
ありがとうございます。今のお返事は素直にびっくりするぐらい嬉しいです。それとごめんなさい。意固地になっていたのは私の方だったみたいです。
先輩。
I raised my head.
お話はよくわかりました。それじゃあ遠野くんは私がどんな体でも気にしないと言うんですか？
もちろんです。まあどんな体という意味を講義に解釈すると、
じゃあ一緒にいても嫌わないですか？
嫌いません。むしろ謝らせてください。昨日は一日先輩を困らせてばかりでした。アルクエイドのことだって先輩に相談していれば穏便に済んだだろうし、だから本当にもう全面的に俺が悪かったです。これからはちゃんと先輩の忠告を聞きますから許してください。
I bow my head in apology. Whatever reasons I may have had, I end up causing her pain. I quietly resolve never to do that again.
まったく遠野くんにはかないませんね。忠告を聞くってまだ戦う気満々じゃないですか。もう私や吸血鬼には関わるなと念を押しに来たのに、そんな顔をされたら放っておけません。
先輩。
Ciel sighs through a poorly concealed grin and gets to her feet.
よろしい。なら握手しましょう。
握手ですか？
はい、仲直りの握手です。まあ、遠野くんが私と手をつなぐのが嫌だというのなら別にしなくてもいいですけど。
嫌なわけがありません。
I clasp my hand around hers. Her fingers are slender, pale, and soft. They burn with the warmth of human life.
はい、これで仲直りです。これからもよろしくお願いしますね、遠野くん。
A familiar smile spreads across Ciel's face. I blush a little as I reply in agreement.
それと、ありがとう。ちゃんと俺に分かるように食堂に来てくれて。先輩にまた会えて、嬉しくて仕方がありません。
Those should have been the first words I said to her. I'm ashamed to have left them till now. Ciel's eyes widen for a moment, and then her face softens into a gentle, content smile. We finish eating and leave the cafeteria. With only a few more minutes of lunch left, it's time to split up and return to our respective classes. Me to my own second-year classroom, Ciel to her third-year classroom. Wait a second. In all my euphoria, there's something I forgot. Don't we need to talk about the Arcway situation or what to do about Rose's remaining minions? I'm going to discuss that after school. Let's better bring up now just in case. Scared they're giving me another prompt immediately after the other one. Like, oh god. I'm gonna say bring it up now.
いいはずがない。先輩、ちょっと。
はい。
I quickly call out to stop her.
何ですか、遠野くん。5限目始まっちゃいますよ。早く教室に戻らないと。
そうですけど、今日はちゃんと話したいんです。茶道室に行きませんか？あそこなら誰にも話は聞かれません。
It looks like Ciel can already tell where this is going.
仕方ありませんね。5次元目をサボタージュすることになりますが、単位は大丈夫ですか？
Of course, I nod. Ciel leaves for the student club's annex on her own, carrying herself like she has no idea who I am. Maybe I better start paying attention to that kind of thing too, so my classmates don't get suspicious. The bell rings to announce the start of 5th period. I never skipped class openly before, while still in the school building no less.
ご心配なく。先生方は茶道室に近づきませんから。
Ciel is in the kitchen brewing some tea. She seems so at ease. This definitely isn't her first time ditching.
お待たせしました。こちらは今日のお茶となります。一口いただいて落ち着いたところで、遠野くんからお話をしてください。
How should I approach this? I want to talk about what happened with Arcway last night, but leading with that risks wasting a valuable opportunity. Let me think. Jesus Christ, stop! Okay. It's probably just kind of a freebie, just ask questions or whatever here at the very least. Yeah, I want to talk about what happened after last by leading up others as well. About let me think. I don't know if I want to know about her relationship with Miss Noelle, quite frankly. Like, let's talk about her Gothic 4, because that can lead into Arc right here at the very least. No harm in going on a little tangent. Ciel mentioned the term Gothic Fort a few times yesterday. Now's my chance to ask about it.
ちょっとした好奇心なんですけど、アルクエイドを閉じ込めようとした大聖堂というのは何なんでしょうか？あれ、ブローブを閉じ込めている時に使ってたやつですよね。 何か特別なものなんですか？シエル先輩の必殺技みたいな。
はい。確かにアルクエイドに使ったものとブローブに使ったものは同じもので、必殺技という響きは恥ずかしいものがありますね。
Ooh, there's something to file under ways to get on Ciel's good side.
いいじゃないですか。必殺技かっこいい。あれでこそシエル先輩です。見とれることこの上ない。見たところあれはシエル先輩だけのオリジナルと見ましたが、いかがでしょう？
I get the feeling it was far beyond anything Miss Noelle could do.
先輩がよりすぐりの代行者であることはなんとなくわかります。そもそもあのアルクエイドが敵として意識するぐらいなんだから、教会の中でも1、2を争う吸血鬼ハンターだったりするんですか？
そこまでのことはありません。対吸血鬼に特化しているだけで、他に偉大な方は何人かいますから。私なんてまだまだで、アンドレイさんとかほんと。それより大聖堂についてでしたね。あれは旧海底の使徒を封じ込めるために開発した装填意識隔絶型の結界です。もともとは王国を表す祖が持っていたもので、最大範囲は直径 30km、 壁で囲った内部を外界と遮断するものでしたが、私が使う場合はそこまでのことはできません。対象物を1個ないし1種設定し、これを封じ込めるだけです。もともとは一つの王国を丸ごと保存していたものですから、かなり劣化しています。その代わりといってはなんですが、私の大聖堂には原版にはない機能が生まれました。それがブローブに使った時の空間歪曲です。外から見ると数十メートルの正方形だったと思いますが、中の広さは直径にして 10km に設定されていました。要は外側の大きさと内側の大きさを別々にある程度任意に変更できるんです。使いどころさえ間違わなければ短期で使徒の軍勢を隔離できる奥の手の一つと言っていいでしょう。しかしだからといって過信してはいけません。
They keep calling it super moves. Like, isn't this like the move she does for like her last arc or whatever? Like type Lumina, like Melty Blood type Lumina. It's like the one image of like Kagu just in prison, just like drawing someone killed or whatever and shit. Like, or Neckark just standing there ablaze, like fucking.
結界内に閉じ込めるには対象を黒剣で囲む必要がありますし、大聖堂のような大魔術は連発できないんです。通常の魔術が無料で組める水道水なら、大魔術はワインボトルに入ったワインと思ってください。1個のワインボトルで大聖堂を起動するには2回が限度です。グローブで1度、彼女で1度。もうボトル内のワインは水道水とは違い、そう簡単に補充はできません。今後グローブのように災害を振りまく使徒が現れた場合、その被害を抑えることはできないので、遠野くんも注意してくださいね。
No more Gothic forts. Got it. But that's all I got. The good news is that we've taken care of Lov, and now this row is out of the picture too. I can't imagine she'll have any more reason to use it. Well then, now that Ciel's in a more talkative mood, let's try switching gears. Let me think. Yeah, black keys. Let's save it. This seems like this is the prompt to like ask more stuff here, actually. I'll go and ask about the black keys. There's like her iconic weapon here a little bit. This will be a good time to ask her about those black keys. I'm sure she'll jump at the chance to flaunt her knowledge.
次の好奇心なんですけど、シエル先輩がポイポイ投げているあの武器はどんなものなんでしょう？
そこに目をつけるとはさすが遠野くん。必殺技もいいものですが、戦闘において最も重要なのは基本技ですからね。いいでしょう。黒剣についてエキスパートと言われた私がお教えします。
All I expected was a little smugness, not this burning intensity.
事の起こりは西暦300年頃、欧州に最も使徒がはびこったとされる時代、不老不死の呪いを持つ異端者、その肉体を人間に戻す、正しく死体に戻し塵に返すことが教会の使命でした。偉大なる主の大規定、その文言を読み上げ聞かせることで、亡者は主の愛を知り、この地上から消え去ります。あれは刃のように見えますが、実際は聖言なんです。死者を悼み送る言葉を元にして作られた教会の秘跡。日本風に言うと、そうですね、ありがたいお経と
It's
思っ
time
て
to
くだ
drink
さい。
water.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
では、なぜその言葉が刃の形になっているのか、鍵と名付けられているのか。それには大公社と使徒の長い闘争の歴史を語らねばなりません。使徒に対して通常の武器では殺傷効果は望めません。使徒にとって傷は血で復元するもの。ただ切ったりもいだりしただけでは使徒は死なないのです。一方、大公社は多少無茶が効くと言っても人間ですから、戦闘になれば生存力の差で。そう、使徒には点の攻撃ではなく面、圧倒的な破壊力でぶっ潰す戦法だけが有効だったのです。ですがあの時代、一撃で使徒の肉体を消し去る高火力の武装はありませんでした。最も効果的な手段は建物や森に閉じ込め、その場所ごと焼いて血を使い切るまで燃やすというものでした。しかしこんなことをいちいちやっていたら教会が破産してしまいます。そこで当時最高峰の剣士にして司祭と謳われた方が、
Great sword master.
量産が効き、携帯がたやすく、速攻性があり、被害を最小限に抑える武器を考案したのです。それが黒剣をはじめとする聖典武装。武器に聖言を刻んで対異端用の効果を付加するのではなく、聖典そのものを武器にして対異端の猛毒にするという画期的なアイディアでした。使徒をはじめとする完全に人間ではなくなった者たちには言葉による退去は叶いません。彼らの魂はその意味がもう理解できないからです。人の断りは人にのみ通じるもの。使徒となった者に主の言葉は届かない。ですので私たちは魂ではなく肉体そのものに聖言を刻みつけ、汚染された魂は救えませんが、肉体だけは聖言によって人に戻る。不死という虚無のドアに鍵を刺して回すように。聖典武装を受けた使徒はその部分だけでもかつての肉体を思い出し、以上が聖典武装の根本的な仕組みです。黒剣はその時に作られた最初期の武装でした。絵に見えるものは聖典の写本から切り抜いたページです。大公社はこれを自らの魔力、失礼、祈りの力で絵の形に固めて持ち歩きます。戦闘時はこの絵に失礼、祈りを込めると自動洗礼状態に移行します。この洗礼の部分がたまたま刃に似ているだけなんです。9世紀頃、黒剣は今の形に落ち着き、最も優れた聖典武装として広く愛用されました。投擲の技法も多く、影縫い、時飛び、鉄鋼作用、
Time leaping
土葬式典、コンクラーベと多くのバリエーションが生まれたのです。ですが黒剣は弓矢のようなもので、使い手のスキル、魔力の量によって威力が変わる安定性のない武器でもあった。
すみません、魔力でいいんですか？
面倒なのでもういいです。
Oh, forget, I give up.
聖堂教会は魔術協会と反目しているので、故障にはとてもうるさいのですが、どうでもいい問題なので。黒剣は入手しやすい武器でも
Back to the galaxy.
使いにくい武器でもあったのです。一人前の射手になるには10年の修行が必要なだけでなく、そもそもの構造がシンプルすぎて これ以上の威力向上は望めなかった。年月を増すごとに強力になっていく使徒を相手にするには力不足だったのですね。文明が発達し、重機が量産できるようになって黒剣使いは数を減らしていきます。1450年、グーテンベルク氏による印刷機の台頭で黒剣の流行はちょっと持ち直しますが、やはり重機のお手軽さには勝てず、黒剣はメイン武装からサブ武装、お守り代わりに持っていると通っぽいものに転落。以後、黒剣は教会において敬虔な信徒のみが好んで使う。ですが、それはあくまで使用者の未熟によるもの。黒剣は今もって最適解の一つ、グランファテマの語る結論兵器の一つになり得ると私は断言します。だって魔力さえあればいくらでも編み出せてどこにでも持っていけるんですよ。面倒な入国手続きも余裕でする。セブンのようなメンテナンスも必要なし。優れた体術、精神力、そして魔力を持つ代行者であれば黒剣は無限の可能性を秘めているのです。
Okay. I think about time I get to the point. Style? What? What is this? I have to know what that is. I know it's gonna be like more like this gag shit, but it just says style in all caps here. Like, I'm probably gonna speed run through it here. So I just want to see what happens. Style.
ほい。
ごめん、好奇心が前に出すぎた。ありがとうございます。大変勉強になりました。必殺技、通常技ときたので、あとはもう一つ一番気になっていたことを聞ければ。先輩、後ろ黒い虫が。
Ciel leaps to her feet, never doubting me for a moment. Give me a spectacular view from below.
すみません、錯覚でした。でも話は続けますので、先輩はそのままで。
It's not that I'm especially attached to this particular angle, but I want her on her feet while I check something.
先輩、戦うときは着替えますよね。シスター服とブローブの時の鎧みたいなやつ。あれ、どういう使い分けなんでしょう。素人意見ではありますけど、戦い方とか変わるんですか？
ああ、スタイルってそういう。あれはですね、探索用と殲滅用に分けたもの。修道服は汎用のスタイルです。代行者でもありシスターでもある。代行者としての一般審問がメインではありますが、被害者の治療や保護、要救護者の探索、他代行者との。この時の私は大きな武器は持てません。邪魔になりますし、被害者を威圧してしまう。先ほど黒剣が優れた武器であると言ったのは、黒剣の絵だけなら修道服の下。
I see. So her nun's outfit is more like a police officer's uniform than specialized combat gear. Now I see why she was playing defense against Arcway last night. It's imperative that she stood her ground in all what's essentially regular clothing. But most of all...
編み上げブーツがいいですよね。可愛いだけじゃなく、凛々しくてかっこよくて。
そうですか？一応
No, thank you. You give my thanks to your superiors too.
ブローブとの戦いで用いた武装は
And this
殲
fucking
滅
big
用
ass
のもの
bulky
です。
bikini.
戦場が人々の目の届かぬ場所であり、対象が救済の。とはいえ、遠野くんに助け起こされた時には私の魔力が尽きない限り破損しない甲冑だったのですが、あの極寒と遠野くんが見たあのスタイルは甲冑が剥がれたバージンペインはセブンのところで修理中なのでしばらくは使えません。
Just her innerwear, huh? That explains why it looks so tight.
じゃあ、
Light rather.
防御力において、今は
いえいえ、一見して薄着に見えますが、防御力は修道服。建前は壊れても
本音は汚されません。アルクエイドの爪の直撃。
アルクエイドの爪っていうと。
もう大雑把に対人、対化、対毒、対衝撃、あれ一着でどんな極限状態にも飛び込める希少品です。
なるほど。希少品だから布面積が少ないんだ。
はい、本当そういう目で見ていたんですか。
そりゃ見ますとも、かっこいいと美しいは両立するんだから、先輩はもっと自分の魅力を。
もうスタイルの話。遠野くんはもっと真面目なことを聞く。
Yeah, we could ask about Miss Noah, but I really don't want to. Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, so it's like talk about her outfits. I was wondering if they were going to talk about like because she still has like the powered outfit that she used in like Melty Blood. That was like in the anime opening for like this route, and we haven't seen that yet. I thought I was going to like mention that here, but no. Maybe we'll see it later, possibly. I don't know for sure. But yeah, yeah, I think now's a good time to just ask about Arcoid. Fuck Noel. Yeah, I know I can't put this off forever. It's time to bite the bullet.
本題に入ります。そのアルクエイドのことなんだけど。
Ciel's smile vanishes. It looks like this is as sensitive an issue as I feared. Even so, I can't leave it unaddressed any longer. I care about Ciel, and because of that, I need to make sure we're on the same page about Arcoid.
怒らないで聞いてください。先輩は散々やめろって注意してくれたけど、俺はやっぱりアルクエイドを敵だとか吸血鬼だとかは思えない。思惑はどうあれ、あいつだってこの町を守ってくれているんです。だから。
A chill runs down my spine. The same chill I felt yesterday in the tea ceremony room. Ciel is genuinely angry. This is a different anger, though. It feels more like she's gauging how well I understand the weight of what I'm saying.
だからアルクエイドと協力してほしい。目的が同じなんだから、先輩とあいつがいがみ合う理由なんてないはずです。というか、喧嘩しないでください。
There's a lot more I could say, but that's the heart of it. Both Ciel and Arcoid have a part to play in purging the remaining vampires from Soya. If they could only work together, they'd be done all the quicker. Ciel breathes a heavy sigh, and then
嫌です。
turns me down with a saintly smile.
嫌ですってなんで。
当たり前です。遠野くん、昨日の夜だって彼女に殺される寸前だったって自覚してないんですか。そもそも吸血鬼を探すなんていつ殺されてもおかしくない危険なことなんです。
うわ。
うわ。
Whoops, that stuck a nerve that my unfiltered frustration slipped out. But be that as it may, she's in the wrong here. The idea that she would be dragging me into anything is insulting. No matter how many times I put my life on the line, she still thinks my resolve is as half-baked as a disappointing batch of curry bread. I'm here to see this through. If I was going to turn tail and run, I would have done it the moment I escaped from that hotel. But in Ciel's mind, I'm nothing but an innocent bystander. While I'm happy that she's looking out for me, it hurts to know that she'll never see me as an equal.
うわとはどのような意味でしょうか。それと、とても泣きそうな顔をしているのは。
泣きそうだからです。今、シエル先輩にいじめられたというか、デコピン一つで大気圏まで叩きのめされた気持ちです。
Damn.
いえ、そんなつもりはみじんもない。
本当に、ですね。今さら巻き込みたくないはないです。先輩。俺は俺なりに覚悟の上でここまで来たんです。散々死ぬような目に遭ってきたし、その上で吸血鬼退治をすると決めたんです。だから自分の身ぐらい自分で守れます。いや、守れなくてもいい。後悔はしません。だって
なんでしょう。
それぐらいじゃないと先輩と一緒にいられないじゃないですか。 俺はこれからできる限りの時間、先輩の隣で先輩の力になりたいんです。
Feelings I wasn't even conscious of tumble out of my mouth. But I suppose that's the truth. Keeping the city safe was never my sole reason for stepping into this world of vampires and the supernatural. My desire to be with Ciel is what have given me the courage not to run away.
もうそんなの私が後悔しちゃいますよ。大体ですね。自分の身は守れないなんて何を根拠に言ってるんですか。遠野くんの運動神経は優れていますし、その目のことも分かっています。貧血がちなのは欠点ですが、運動能力そのものは信頼に値します。あなたが本気で自分の身だけを考えてくれるなら、私もこんなに目くじらを立てたりはしませんよ。
Ciel drops his bombshell with a nonchalant shrug.
あれ、そうなんですか。
The wind taking on my sails, a lame answer is all I can give.
ええ、遠野くん、私の部屋に泊まった時裸になったじゃないですか。贅肉のない引き締まった筋肉で、あの時から綺麗な体しているなって思っていたぐらいです。
裸って、俺裸になんかなってないけど。
忘れちゃったんですか。遠野くん、お風呂に入る時台所で着替えてたじゃないですか。
That is true. I did indeed do that.
知らなかった。先輩、人の着替えを覗き見するような人だったんですね。
いえ、あれはですね、不可抗力と申しましょうか。その隙間から見えてしまって、ちょっとだけ興味があったものですから。
Ciel's face gets redder by the second as she protests. Perhaps she's fighting back the mental image of that moment. Let's get back on topic.
じゃあ、俺がちゃんと身を守っていれば文句はないんですね。先輩と一緒に吸血鬼退治をしても、アルクエイドと協力しても。
そうですね。遠野くんをソロで放置するぐらいなら、私と一緒にいてくれた方が助かります。
先輩。
ですが、アルクエイドとの協力だけはできません。この際ですからはっきりと忠告、いえ、警告しておきましょう。現在、この町で最も危ういのは彼女です。それは彼女が吸血鬼だからということではありません。今の彼女はかつてないほど異常な状態です。下手に刺激すれば炸裂する爆弾と言ってもいい。
爆弾ですか。そりゃあいつは何しでかすかわからないやつですから、その表現は正しいですけど、でも別に。
I don't see how she could be a danger to anyone. Arca doesn't use her powers lightly. Everything she's done to rid this town of vampires.
どうでしょうか。今の彼女は自分の感情に従って活動しています。これまでは神祖としてのコードに従っていたのに、そのコードを破りかけている。あれは無邪気な子供そのものです。恐ろしいのは、その子供が初めて手にしたおもちゃが太陽だった。といえば、現状がどれほど危険なのか理解できると思います。
Ciel keeps her tone neutral, but her eyes are deadly serious. I get what she's trying to say. Though the threat of the dead apostles has been neutralized, the city isn't safe yet. We still have to pray that this unimaginably powerful child doesn't drop her newfound toy and burn us all to ash.
そんな大げさすぎますよ先輩。だいたいあいつに喧嘩をふっかけたのは先輩じゃないですか。先輩が仲良くしてくれればあいつだって暴れません。
それはそうですが、私だって考えなしではありません。この1週間ずっと自重してきたんです。でも遠巻きに見る分には我慢できましたが、ああして目の前にしてしまったら抑えきれなかったというか、
ついカッとなってやっちゃったと。
ごめんなさい。今は大変反省しています。
Ciel's shoulders slumped dejectedly. I might have called her overdramatic, but I have to admit that Ciel's worries may not be unfounded. Arcade was definitely acting strange last night. Given that I'm partially to blame for making her angry, it's probably best for me to keep my distance until she's calmed down.
わかりました。もうアルクエイドと仲良くしてほしいとは言いません。先輩とあいつは天敵っぽいですから。
Funny how people always seem to hate those most similar to them, but I keep that to myself.
俺も自分からアルクエイドには近寄らないようにします。少なくともあいつが冷静になるまでは。その代わり先輩は俺と一緒に吸血鬼を探すこと。それでいいですね。
え？ああ、はい。そういうことですけど、遠野くんが私に協力するじゃなくて、私が遠野くんに協力するんですか？
似たようなものです。気にしないでください。俺の気持ちの問題です。
Awesome. It took a bit of negotiating, but I got there in the end. Now I can devote myself to helping Ciel without anything else gnawing at me. There's no telling how much longer we have together, but being able to spend time with her guilt-free is more than I could ask for. An agreement reached, we passed the rest of the day as we always do. Our teacup slowly empty as we talk about this and that. Our schoolwork, our interests, things going on around town. A blissfully mundane conversation, free of any mention of vampires. The bell rings to announce the end of 5th period. I didn't realize we've been here so long. Time really does fly when you're having fun.
さすがに6限まではサボれないですよね。
I ease myself up from the floor cushion. To save Ciel the trouble, I make to carry my cup to the kitchen, only to be assailed by a familiar sensation. My vision flickers. The world flattens to a lifeless image, crumpled up and tossed away into the depths of my brain. My arms go numb, my legs go numb. I feel myself topple over. I fainted more times than I can count, but it never gets any less sickening.
遠野くん、しっかり。気分が悪いんですか？
Ciel catches me as I'm about to hit the floor, her panicked voice anchoring me to the side of consciousness.
すみません。ちょっとめまいが。でもいつもの貧血だから心配はいらないですよ。
心配します。そんな青い顔で強がらないでください。今体にいいお茶を用意しますから、そこに横になって。無理に動いちゃダメですからね。
Ciel heads to the kitchen area in a fluster. There's no point trying to act tough. I'll only worry her more. It would feel wrong to lie down on the bare floor, though, especially in front of Ciel. I sit against a wall instead. Taking the weight off my feet makes me feel a little better. I'm glad I didn't pass out. As it is, I should be back to normal in no time. The school bell rings on the other side of the wall. That must be in the 10-minute break.
6限目。始まっちゃいましたね。
I didn't know Ciel sit down next to me, but there she is. She looks me over like a concerned doctor.
ジンジャーミルクティーにたっぷり蜂蜜を入れてみました。
Ooh.
湯飲みなのはご愛嬌ということで流してください。
ありがとうございます。
I take the cup. It's hot to the touch. Regretting not asking for a glass of cold water instead, I lift it to my lips.
先輩これすごい。一口で目が覚めた。
はい、お父さん直伝の配合ですから、元気のない時はこれで一発です。
She's beaming so proudly you think it was her own invention. The sharpness of the ginger perfectly complements the smoothness of the milk and the sweetness of the honey. Before I know it, my cup is empty, and I feel just as drained. Although it's more like overexertion than sleepiness. Come to think of it, I've been wound up tight since I got up this morning. The sudden release of tension after making up with Ciel must be what brought on my attack. And now with this warm tea taking the edge off, I'm succumbing to exhaustion.
先輩としてあるまじき提案ですが、 観念して放課後までここにいましょう。単位足りているんでしょ？
まあなんとか。有彦ほどギリギリで生きてはいませんし。
タオナくんにそう言われるとは、乾くんは大人物ですね。ちょっと羨ましいです。
Ciel goes quiet, trying to spare me the effort of conversation. She wordlessly sips her tea by my side, ready to help at a moment's notice if my condition worsens. Time passes in silence, but there's no awkwardness between us. Only warmth. As the two of us savor the simple pleasure of one another's presence, the 6th period gently comes to an end.
ところで遠野くん、暇なのでしりとりしましょうか？
しないよ。
No. Way to ruin the mood. Where did that come from?
そもそもなんでしりとり。先輩、俺の泣き顔見たいんですか？
見たいです。遠野くん、人のことばっかりで自分のことで泣きそうにないですから。
I was on the verge of tears less than an hour ago.
そんな顔で言われたら余計に嫌です。しりとりは絶対にしませんから。暇ならさっきのお茶のおかわりください。
それは残念。では、いつか遠野くんの隙をつくことを夢見て、ジンジャーミルクティーの2杯目を入れてきますね。
まったく、変なところで子供っぽいというか、意地悪というか。
I heave a sigh to the heavens and close my eyes. Well, I can't complain too much. I'm glad to see that Ciel can joke around as much as anyone else.
遠野くん、眠っちゃったんですか？
起きてますよ。ちょっとクールダウンしてるだけです。
そうでしたか。では、私にお気遣いなく、そのままで。
No argument there. I shift my weight and stretch out a little more. My back slides down the wall and I thump to the floor. About 10 minutes pass. As I hover on the edge of sleep, I ask her a second time.
それで、どうしてしりとりなんですか？
遠野くんに弱音を言ってほしかったんです。ずっと無理しているように見えたから。今だってそうでしょ？本当は疲れ切っているのに気を休められない。あなたは眠ってしまうのが怖いんです。多分7年も昔から。目を閉じてしまえば目覚める保証がないと分かっているから。
In my heart, I feel myself agree. I never told anyone, and I've tried my hardest not to let it show, but she hit the nail on the head. I'll happily admit I'm afraid of vampires, of battle, of having to fight for my life. But those are fleeting terrors. My greatest fear lurks in the everyday. The fear that my allotted time might run out before tomorrow. In the moments before sleep, when I stare into the abyss, the feeling is truly agonizing.
そんなことはないですよ。今は健康で、貧血だってたまにしかないんですから。怖いものなんて吸血鬼ぐらいです。
But I can't ever give voice to it. That fear comes with all kinds of jealousy and hate. So I have to keep it locked up tight. Because whatever else may be true, right now, I'm alive. I want to be able to look at the world, even only through these eyes, and see my life for the miracle that it is.
そうですか。遠野くんがそういうのならそういうことにしておきます。うん、そうでした。ごめんなさい、バカなことを言ってしまって。私が憧れたのはあなたのそういう強さでした。
Feel warmth against my forehead. Ciel is pressing her hand to it, checking my temperature.
だから私が力になります。
先輩？
あなたがもしその恐怖に耐えられなくなったら、私が力になります。私には何もできないけど、手を握るくらいはできますから。
light is so bright I have to squint. As a great weight lifts from my chest, I finally realize something. I want Ciel to be happy. It isn't the breathless infatuation I feel for Arcway, but something closer to gratitude and an actual bond. A real, earnest desire to see her lead a joyful life.
そうですね。それじゃあ、もしそういう時が来たら、先輩を頼ります。
But I can't tell her that. So instead, I put my brave face back on and smile. Hauling myself upright, I take a sip of tea. Sadly, it's gone lukewarm.
ところで先輩、さっきの仕返しですけど。
It's time to drink water.
Drink some water. I looked like
It's time to drink water.
はい。
先輩って一体どういう人なんでしょうか。考えてみたら、俺はシエル先輩のことを何も知らない。これまで何をしていたのかとか、どうして吸血鬼と戦うことになったのかとか、そういうの教えてください。
私のことですか？そんなの話してもつまらないというか、本当にがっかりさせてしまうので話したくないというか。
いいんです。話せる範囲で話してください。そうじゃないと、自分を抑えられる自信がありません。
そうですか。話せる範囲でいいならしますけど、せっかくの時間がつまらないものになっちゃいますよ。
No problem, I shrug. I want to know more about her, even if that means getting into some heavy topics.
とは言っても、本当に大したことはないんです。私はフランスのある地方都市の生まれで、お父さんはパン職人で、お母さんは日本人で、12歳の時に教会に入って、あとはずっと使徒を討伐する仕事をしていました。それと、今回みたいに学校に潜入調査するのは初めてです。
今回が初めて。そうですよね。吸血鬼を相手にするんだから、普通学校に用はありませんよね。
Huh. Now that I think about it, that is kind of strange.
そうですね。今回は特殊なケースでした。あとは代行者になった理由ですが、これは私にその才能があったからです。
死なない体が才能？まあそう言えなくもないけど、先輩生まれつきそういう体だったんですか？
いいえ、遠野くんと同じです。私も生まれつきこういう体をしていたわけではありません。一度死にかけて、いえ、一度死んで、そこから生き返った人間なんです。なんか、そうしたら生き返るのが癖になっちゃいまして。
Ciel smiles wryly. I guess she meant that as a joke. But I'm not laughing.
何ですかそれ。一度死んだって、もしかしてそれは。
はい、吸血鬼に殺されたんです。でもご存知の通り、私は何があっても元通りになる体質だったので、なんとか生き返れたんですよ。
生き返れたって、普通死んだら生き返れないというか。
ですから、私は普通じゃなかったんです。それは遠野くんも見たでしょ？
She's right. I have. If her battle with lava was all I'd seen, I could have pretended otherwise. But what she showed me last night was indisputably unnatural, even more so than my eyes.
でも先輩は先輩です。普通じゃなくてもいいです。俺は今の先輩が大好きです。
それはお昼にも伺いました。でもちょっとわかりません。こんな体、気味が悪いだけだと思います。私、遠野くんを怖がらせてばかりだと思ってました。
ですね。そんなの何度も言ってるでしょ。異性として先輩が魅力的なのは言うまでもないし、吸血鬼と戦う先輩はかっこいいです。俺は今でもブローブと戦う先輩が忘れられない。あの地獄みたいな状況で先輩はみんなを守るために戦ってくれた。 怖がるなんてとんでもない。俺はあの勇敢さに今まで何度も励まされたんですから。
Incredibly cool isn't quite what I mean, but I really want to tell her is how much I look up to her, how deeply I respect her. I don't want to come on too strong, so this is my compromise.
遠野くん、それは違いますよ。私は勇敢なんかじゃありません。死への恐怖がないだけなんです。だって私は死にませんから。あの時だって恐怖なんてかけらもなかった。私はただ鈍感なだけなんです。本当に勇気を持つ人間とは死に怯えながらも戦える人のことです。私にその勇気はありません。だって死にませんから。私が普通ではないのはこの精神性です。死への恐怖に関してだけ言えば、私は吸血鬼以上の化け物でしょう。
化け物って先輩。
いいです。事実ですから。私は死なないから何も怖くない。何をやっても生き返るから、どんなにひどいことをされても、どんなひどいことをしても、何も怖いとは思えない。私はそういう人間なんです。そこはちゃんと理解していてくださいね。
Ciel's smile never falters for a second. It's hard to tell how much of what she's saying is sincere and how much is just self-deprecation. Still, there's something that nags at me.
でも傷を負えば痛いじゃないですか。生き返るから怖くないとしても痛みはあるでしょう。ならやっぱり先輩は。
そんなの痒かったり嫌だったりするだけです。蘇生が約束されている私に恐怖はありません。ただ痛いだけなら誰にだって耐えられるでしょ。そう、誰だって私と同じ体だったのなら同じことができたんです。昔私はこの体になるきっかけで罪を犯しました。多くの間違いを犯して多くの人命を見殺しにした。その後私に課せられたのは犠牲になった人々の数と同じだけの処罰でした。私はそれを耐えたことで罪を許され代行者に選ばれた。聖人に匹敵する忍耐だなんて。でもそんなのは違うんです。私は全然強くない。単に死なない体だから、体が強いから罰に耐えられただけ。普通の体だったならきっと一日で投げ出していたんです。
With that, Ciel falls silent. As much as it pains me to leave the conversation on that note, I know that nothing I could say would serve as an adequate response. It's only pain. Anyone can bear that. And yet, those words lodge in my brain like a splinter. The setting sun bathes the club room in scarlet. Ciel and I stayed here until the end of the school day.
では今日から私と遠野くんはチームですね。一旦お家に戻りますか？死者の探索は夜になってからの方が効率的ですし。
Ciel turns to me as she clears away the teacups. Her suggestion makes sense, and I'm surprised to hear it coming from her.
本当に俺でいいですか？
もちろんです。協力してくれると言ったのは遠野くんの方じゃないですか。遠野くんを一人にするのも危険だし、私がつきっきりで監督させてもらいます。これでも先輩ですから、やるとなったら吸血鬼探しのイロハをたっぷり教え込んであげましょう。
Ciel puffs out her chest with pride. Their enthusiasm is infectious. But just as I catch it,
とは言っても死者の数は減ってきているのでイロハを教え込む前に終わってしまいそうですけど、この分ならあと1週間。
1週間ですか？本当にそんなに早く？
ええ、経験則から言ってそれぐらいです。遠野くんさえ望むならもう1日2日程度の短縮はできますが。
1 week. Arc had never mentioned how long this vampire business would last. In that vacuum, it's easy to imagine it continuing indefinitely. For it to be over in a week seems surreal.
遠野くん、どうしました？浮かない顔をして。もしや今日中に解決しろなんてことは言いませんよね。
そんな無茶は言いません。隠れている死者を見つけ出すのは地道な調査だって知ったら、その町に潜む吸血鬼を全部殺したら先輩の仕事も終わってしまいます。そうしたら先輩は。
I look away. I hope I never had to think about how that sentence ends. Even though I knew my time with Ciel couldn't last forever, it's painful to be staring that truth in the face. Unbearably so.
先輩はすぐに次の町に行ってしま
Yeah,
う。
hello, Skydom. Perhaps that's what pushes me to speak those fateful words.
何を言っているんですか、遠野くんは。死者を一掃したところで仕事は終わりませんよ。私はロアを倒すまでこの町に残ります。元凶を残したまま職務放棄はできませんからね。
What? Cold realization crashes over me as I comprehend her words. I can't go anywhere until I kill Roa.
ちょっと待ってくれ先輩。そのロアってやつも
This
ういないんだろ。
はい。
Is there another Roa?
だってアルクエイドのやつロアはもうやっつけたって言ってましたよ。
That's not a good fate. The room freezes. Ciel's eyes stab into mine. Her glare hardens from astonishment to animosity. In all the time I've known her, I'd never seen her so shocked. And in the end, that's what makes me realize that I've just killed my last most desperate hope with my own 2 hands.
先輩、ロアはもう死んでいます。それは確かなことだと俺も思います
Okay, so she just did not know.
アルクエイドの発言は信じられませ
Or
ん。
like, yeah, that.
あいつが嘘を言っていると。
いえ、彼女にそんな気の利いた真似はできないでしょう。この目で見るまでは信じられないという意味です。遠野くん、彼女は他に何か言っていましたか？
他には、ああそうだ、ロアの棺は学校の地下にあったなんてふざけたことを言って。先輩、
確かめに行きます。遠野くんはここに残っていてください。
Ciel puts a hand on the door. Tragic resolve weighs heavy on her shoulders. I can't just stand. Oh. Oh my goodness, Sirenia cows with the. Oh my goodness. Hello. Oh my god, thank you for a hello. Oh my goodness, my shout out worked this time. Yay! My auto shout out worked. It wasn't working before, now it did. Now I don't have to do anything. Wait, hello, Rennie. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Shouts to Sirenia Kalos, soon was streaming Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 remix. Oh my goodness. Hope you had a good time over there. And shit. Yeah, hello. Yeah, we're currently playing Tsukihime Remake. We're kind of deep into the Ciel route right now, so kind of minor spoilers here and stuff like that. Wait, hello, oh my god, hello everyone. Thank you again for the raid. Hope you have a good one. Hope you have a good stream and all that. I see you are playing Peak a little bit. Very much enjoying my time with reading this and stuff. Just having a good old just reading about vampires and shit, you know? I can't just stand here and watch her go. I have to make a choice. Oh god, no. Not the 3 choice factory. Should we tell Miss Noah about this? No. I refuse. Okay. What do we got here? I can't let her go alone. I'll join her. I'll get in her way. I'll stay here. I don't know. Should we? Do we wanna? I don't think we should. I say we join her. I can't let her go alone, especially in her current rattled state. Besides, while I'm not as seasoned as her, this wouldn't be my first excursion to a vampire's den.
また俺も行きます。協力していいって言ったばかりでしょ、先輩。
Ciel stops in her tracks. Either she lets me join her, or she effectively ends our partnership. I expect her to mull this over for a few seconds, but she makes a decision instantly.
無駄な所感は挟まず、冷静な判断を保てると誓いますか？
誓います。先輩の邪魔はしません。
いいでしょう。同行してください、遠野くん。あなたが私の指示に従う限り、安全は保証します。
I gulp as I nod. That wasn't a request. Follow my orders and I'll keep you safe. The conditional nature of this promise isn't lost on me. If I obey her, she'll do everything in her power to protect me. But if I don't, she'll cut me off without a second thought. It might seem cold-hearted on the face of it, but I don't take it that way. She's just trying to impress upon me the danger we're walking into. Ciel leads me to an unremarkable city street, the kind many of my peers might take to a school. A concrete waterway winds its way between residential buildings.
先輩、あの下水道に入っていくんですか？
そうですよ。あの横穴から中に入ります。日本の下水路は近代化されていますから、水路に落ちなければ濡れることもありません。ただし、背後や側面に気をつけて。中は明かりがありませんから、目より耳に気を配ってください。
Sewer rat time, let's go, yeah. She's quite an expert at it. It's not the first time she's been in the sewer for a whole year, mentioned before a little bit, like fucking to get rid of this one guy here. Ciel descends from the bridge to the waterway. If I stand here dithering for too long, she's gonna leave me behind. I take a deep breath, hop the fence, and climb down the wall mountain ladder to join her on the walkway.
まだ太陽は昇っていますが、中に入れば日差しも届きませんし、時間も経過するでしょう。あなたは後ろから離れないように、異常を感じたらすぐに私の背中を叩くか声で知らせてください。
はい。それより先輩、武器は？俺はナイフがありますけど。
心配には及びません。国権は必要数常備しています。今回はあくまで調査ですから、ロアの棺を発見次第、撤退して準備を整えます。本格的な光線はこの後です。内部で明かりは使わないので、そのつもりで。
そっか。吸血鬼に気づかれるもんな。携帯の明かりもダメですよね。でも、それだとどうやって中を調べるんですか？
暗視程度なら私でも使えますから心配は不要です。水路内は私が先導しますから、先ほど言ったようにあなたは手を握っていてください。
She offers me her hand and I take it. With how tightly she squeezes my finger, she must be more nervous than she's letting on.
行きます。ここからだと学校下付近の水路までは20分ほどでしょう。その間、余計な気は起こさないように。
I'm guessing what she means is try not to lose your nerve. Understood, I nod. With our hands firmly clasped together, we step into total darkness. The interior of the sewer looks nothing like I expected. The passage about 2 meters wide. Each wall is lined with a walkway large enough for one person, making for easy traversal. And though the stench of raw sewage is certainly noticeable, it's not overpowering. Every so often I feel an unpleasant squelching underfoot, but that's as bad as it gets. I haven't even spotted any rats. Ciel was right, the sewers of Modern City are all well maintained as any other public facility. They're a far cry from Vlov's catacombs. But it's not the question of hygiene that makes me uneasy. It's the constant trickle of water, the echoing of our footsteps, the unrelenting darkness. 20 minutes to the school, Ciel said. For now, at least, I only have 2 pairs of feet. Ciel's pace seems slower than usual, probably out of consideration for me. I follow along silently. Those 20 minutes have to have passed by now. Still no change in our surroundings. Still no sign from Ciel. I unconsciously squeeze her hand tighter.
止まって。今明かりをつけます。
Ciel withdraws her hand from mine and a pin light flickers to life. It illuminates a ragged hole torn into the wall and a portion of empty space beyond.
これは
アルクエイドの仕業ですね。こんなところでこんなことをするのはあの考えなしだけでしょう。
なるほど。
I find myself nodding. This is probably as close as Arkway gets to a surgical strike.
これ奥に部屋があるんですか？
そのようですね。下水地図にはこんな場所に部屋はありませんでしたが、罠はありませんね。中に入ります。
Apparently she can tell it's safe even from this distance. We make our way over the pulverized concrete and head into the makeshift tunnel. It leads to a small cavern. A faint shaft of light floats down from the ceiling, falling on a paved floor and walls of rough-hewn stone. The sight feels familiar. I've seen it before, at the heart of Law's catacombs. Which means... Aha, there it is. In the center of the cavern where the light meets the floor, sits a 2-meter-long structure. A stone coffin with its shattered lid knocked askew.
そんな。
Ciel walks up to the coffin. I follow behind her, close enough to peek into it. It's just as I expected. There's a body inside. Or, to be more accurate, a collection of splintered bones that may have once resembled a body. The only thing I can make out is a shattered ribcage. The heart held within it must have been ripped out in a single blow. We're standing in Roa's final resting place, where Arkway destroyed the rotten core of Soya's supernatural underbelly.
そんなことは。
先輩？
This isn't how I imagined she would react. Does it really matter how Roa died? She should be happy he's dead, not trembling like a child trapped in a nightmare.
どうしたんですか？そんな怖い顔して。ロアってやつはもういないんでしょ？ならこれで万事解決じゃないですか。
It's a catastrophe as far as I'm concerned, since Ciel no longer has a reason to stay in Soya. But objectively speaking, it's the best case scenario. And yet, Ciel is so shaken that she has to steady herself against the coffin.
違うんです。ロアが死んでいる状況は間違っている。これじゃ道理に合わない。
Ciel's like, this is supposed to be my final boss like Arcs. What the fuck? I didn't get my killed.
転生体が死亡すれば、ロアは次の転生先に移動する。彼を通常の手段で殺しきることはでき
There's
ま
also
せん。
that, yeah.
でも、それでも一時的に痕跡は消えるんです。その町を汚染しているロアの転生体さえ消してしまえば、少なくとも町に根付いた下級の使徒は全滅する。だから、もしこれが本当にロアの遺体なら、この町に死者が残っているはずがないんです。
I think back to when Arc would explain the Dead Apostles' ranks. One thing in particular jumps out at me. Dead Apostles of rank 3 and below, collectively referred to as the Dead, revert to ordinary corpses upon the death of their sire.
でもそれは下級の使徒だけの話でしょ。3階艇より上の吸血鬼ならロアがいなくなっても自分の意志で行動するって。
Yeah. Sure, we found some vampires in an underground garage, but they're at least rank 4. I don't see any cause for alarm.
ニュースはありましたか？
え？
テレビでもネットでもいい。ここ数日で身元不明の遺体を発見したというニュースはありましたか？
Huh?
ロア、 親である使徒が消滅したのなら、その時点で隠蔽されていた事件が明るみになる。使徒討伐において町がまだ平穏であること、それ自体が何も解決していない証拠なんです。
じゃあそこにあるロアの遺体は偽物で、ロアのやつは。
そう、
あ、
使徒ロアはまだこの町にいる。いいえ、初めからずっと同じ体にいたんじゃないかしら。ねえ、そう思わない？当の四季くん。
A sing-song voice echoes through the cavern. Hi, Noelle. I wheel around to see Miss Noelle standing in the entranceway, dressed in her nun's habit.
四季くんを尾行していたら、とんでもない場所に案内してもらっちゃった。それがロアの棺？今の話じゃもう何の意味もないゴミ箱みたいだけど。
Her halberd in hand, she steps into the chamber. The look on her face sets my every nerve on edge. This isn't the woman I've come to know as my teacher. All I can think about is the gruesome spectacle at the abandoned factory. Her forced smile, her naked bloodlust, her lascivious stare, searching for the slightest opportunity to put her weapon to use. And this time, all of it is trained on me. Inside my sleeve, I ease my knife into my grip. I stand on the balls of my feet, ready to react if she attacks. She looks on with amusement.
でもさすがシエルさんね。こんな逃げ場のない場所に標的をおびき出すなんて相変わらず手際がいいわ。ほら、早く始めましょう。入り口は私が押さえておくから、あなたはそこの吸血鬼を殺してあげて。
Ciel seems to deflate. Slowly, she turns to look at me. Her eyes are filled with a mixture of pity and remorse. Do they think it's me still? Like, like the earlier the other hours, like there's a chance Rose in you, or what it was like? Is that coming back now? Like, fuck. My mind goes blank. I don't understand. I don't think I could even if I tried. The two executors appear to have come to a realization I'm not privy to.
まだ分かってないの？それとも分かってない演技？まあどっちでもいいんだけど、物証も取れたし、今なら審査もやってこないし、ようやく年貢の納め時よね。こんな結果になっちゃったのは残念だけど、ま、8割方分かっていたことだから悲しくもないか。それじゃバイバイ。あなたの悪運もここまでよ。
何？
What the hell is she talking about? I have no idea what's going on. I feel the strength fading from my legs. My fingers tremble so violently I almost drop my knife.
シエル先輩。
My whisper sounds like a sinner begging for clemency. But Ciel refuses to meet my gaze. Almost though she's siding with Noelle in her insane delusions.
さ、いつまでも被害者面しないでもらえないかな。この付近でロアの転生先に該当する家柄は遠野家だって。その遠野家には長男と長女がいたけど、次の転生先は男子であることだけは分かってた。だから必然君が今代のロアなわけ。こんなこといちいち言わなきゃ分からない。
バカなこと言わないでくれ。俺は吸血鬼なんかじゃないし、ロアなんてやつも知らない。
Sheer indignation breaks me out of paralysis. Instead around paralysis. It's hard to read sometimes. Fucking. I mean, none of that even makes sense. All I've done is try to rid the city of vampires. How can she think I'm one of them?
あれ？もしかして本当に気づいてなかった？四季君たらそこまで見事にシエルさんと同じなわけ？あっちゃー。 これはちょっと悪いことしちゃったな。でも
The woman in the habit lowers her eyes and presses a hand to her mouth. Her shoulders start to tremble. She's holding her breath, struggling to fight something back. A ghastly sound escapes through her fingers. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lets her hand fall and looks at me with madness in her eyes.
最高。それでこそロアの生まれ変わりよね。最後まで自分が無実だなんて思い込んでるとか、無様すぎてワクワクしちゃう。
It's time to drink water.
This is not the time.
It's time to drink water.
笑うな。何がおかしいんだ、あんた。
I glare back at Noelle, tightening my grip on my knife. She thinks I'm Roa's
It's
host.
time to drink water.
Do it again, thank you. Impossible. What is she even basing that on? The very idea makes me want to hurl.
もう必死になって可愛いんだから。でもそういうものらしいよ。ロアの転生先になった人間はみんな自分を保ったままある日あっさり変わるんだって。ねえ、そうでしょシエルさん。そもそもあなたは自分をまともだと思っていたの？ナイフ一本で人間を解体できる力は何？常人離れした判断力は？いくら吸血鬼だからって人間だったものをあっさり殺してしまえる価値観はまともだと言えるのかしら？
それ
Sparks burst inside my eyeballs. No,
いい加減自覚したら？あなたは人殺しを何とも思わない。いえ、殺人だけが得意な非人間なのよ。あなた自身が気がついていないだけで本当はとっくの昔に死んでいる気の狂った殺人鬼なんだって。
desperately wish we could pull from the other route. We're just like, no, I'm adopted, damn it. Like, it couldn't be me. It shouldn't be me. That's... I want to protest to deny it, but can I? Come to think of it, when was the last time I thought of my eyes as something unusual?
違う。くだらない言いがかりはやめてくれ。それ以上はノエル先生でも許せない。
ええ、許せなくていいわよ。私も絶対に許さないし逃がさないから。
Time slows to a crawl. Noelle swings her right arm down, then out and back, like a pitcher throwing sidearm. Metal gleams in her upraised hand. Her arm lashes forward, launching a blade straight at me. I have no problem following the projectile. Noelle is far, far slower than Ciel. But still, I fail to respond because I can't compute why it would be leveled at me as though I were some sort of vampire. Should I dodge it? Should I knock it aside? My brain is overclocked yet frozen by indecision. To dodge Noelle's knife would mean acknowledging that I'm its target. But that can't be right. It doesn't make any sense. I'm no vampire, so it must be meant for someone else. It doesn't require a response. Logic errors compound, keeping me locked in place. The metal tip touches my chest. And to prove my claim of innocence, I offered him my heart. Oh!
先輩！
何のつもりシエル？
I escape death by a hair's breadth. Ciel knocks the black key aside and sends it spinning into the darkness. She plants herself in front of me, squarely opposite Noelle.
下がりなさい、代行者ノエル。
彼がロアである確証は取れていません。今はロアの消滅の確認を先にすべきです。
は？何を言ってるの？確証なんて十分すぎるほど取れたでしょ。もうこの町に彼以外のロア候補はいないって。
早計すぎます。それに彼はまだ何の罪も犯していない。無実の者を殺めることは許されません。
The smack of flesh on flesh brings across the chamber. Nola slapped herself hard across the face. She stares at Ciel, aghast, a hand pressed against her reddened cheek. Her hand slithers up over her face and her fingers begin to writhe, squeezing, squashing, kneading. She looks like a child freshly awoken from a nightmare, locked in paroxysms of terror. Noelle's shoulders tense. Ciel watches on, her gaze colored with pity.
無実？無実ですって？何言ってんのあんた？今まで散々疑わしきは罰してきたくせに、なんでこいつだけ見逃してやるって言うのよ。
Noelle hefts her halberd in both hands and charges straight at me. I'm the only thing she cares about. Forgetting about Ciel, forgetting the interest she was supposed to be guarding, she sprints forward to cleave me in two. Ooh, the kick. But the blow never lands. An effortless kick from Ciel catapults her into the wall. Noelle coughs painfully as she steadies herself. Her halberd is gone, snapped in half by Ciel's. God damn! I didn't know she had that strong of a kick! Snapped in half by Ciel's kick instead flying from her hands.
落ち着きなさい、代行者ノエル。あなたの行動は明らかな戒律違反です。先ほどの暴挙は見逃しますから、今は。
かばうの？
In this moment, their partnership fractures beyond repair. Even from behind, I can see Ciel trembling. To Noelle, who looks her dead in the eyes, it forms an unmistakable declaration of her allegiance.
何それ？何なのよそれ。あの代行者シエルがこんなどこにでもいそうなガキ相手に、まさか情とか映してるんじゃないでしょうね。
私の個人的感情とは別の話です。仮に彼がそうであったとしても、まだ発言していないのなら間に合うかもしれない。ロアに上書きされる前に助ける手段が
ないわよ。転生先に選ばれた時点で終わりって、もう結論が出てるじゃない。吸血鬼に情は無用でしょ。いつだってそうしてきたでしょ。相手が何であれ、ロアともども殺すだけだってあんたはいつも言ってたじゃない。
それは。
Ciel goes slack. The accusation has chiseled away her armor, stripping her down to an ordinary teenage girl. But Noelle knows exactly what she's doing.
俺と相手は別だってわけ。すっごい愛らしすぎて泣けてくる。ねえ、もしかしてあんたも私もバカじゃないの？いいえ、違うのよね。もしかしなくても初めから私だけがバカだったわけ。
Eyes blazing with hatred, Noelle reveals a fistful of black keys. But her fury is no longer directed at me.
ふざけやがって。あんたの食材は何もかも嘘じゃない。
3 black keys pierce the air. Ciel swats them away with a single hand.
それなら
Noelle knows she is outclassed. The 3 black keys she strained to fit into her left hand were only a decoy, a distraction from the cremation rite concealed in her right. Her final desperate plan is to hurl it at a slack-jawed bystander watching the fight unfold. Me. Oh. But that plan is smothered in its infancy. A black key from Ciel found its mark in Noelle's right shoulder the moment her first volley left her hand. Oh my god. A shrill scream pierces through blinding light. The black key in Noelle's shoulder ignites, sending a wave of electricity surging through her body. Configured to encapsulate rather than kill, it does not scorch Noelle's skin, but instead ravages the muscular beneath. Unable to hold herself upright, Noelle glowers at Ciel from down on all fours. Fear clouds her rageful expression. The fear of the weak find themselves at the mercy of the strong. Ciel steps forward to retrieve her black key. Fearing a killing blow, Noelle scrambles backward across the floor. Like a beetle with its legs plucked, wriggling helplessly on its back. Her trembling lips beg Ciel to spare her.
立ち去りなさい、シスターノエル。今夜の件はその傷で不問とします。支部に戻り手当てを受けなさい。その右腕はあなたでは癒せない。回復した後は、マーリオ司祭代行の指示に従うように。
Noelle chokes back a pained moan behind gritted teeth. She plants her left hand against a wall, staggers to her feet, and flees, dragging one paralyzed leg behind her. But not before casting one last tear-filled glare at Ciel. The unexpected intruder now departed, silence returns to the cavern. Neither of us speaks. I'm still busy processing Miss Noelle's accusations, while Ciel gazes bitterly down at Rose's coffin.
先輩、ノエル先生の言ってたことは
I can't bring myself to ask whether it's true. Noelle might have been unhinged, but still, there was something about me that had her convinced. Roa looks for two very specific qualities in his hosts. You just haven't realized it yet. And there's no denying that both of them apply to me. Which means that maybe I really am.
それはありえません。まったく、遠野くんまで本気にしないでください。ノエル先生の言い分はあくまで可能性の話で、だいたいロアはここで死んでいるんですから、それでいいじゃないですか。
でもロアは遠野家の長男だって。
ええ、それだってここで死んでいる遺体がその長男なんですから。
At least she knows, like...
長男ってそのミイラが。
ミイラ？まあミイラですけど、私の調べでは遠野家にはもう一人子供が、養子がいたんですよ。7年前に死亡したと記録にはありますが、その遺体はどこにもなかった。おそらく秘密裏に生き延び、ここでロアとして活動していたのでしょう。
じゃあそいつは遠野家の養子だったのか。
Ciel's like, no, Shiki, you're the adopted one.
間違いなく。そうでなければ死体の数が合いませんから。遠野くんは覚えがありませんか？遠野の家にいた子供のはずなんですが。
いえ、それが。すみません、ちょっと記憶にないです。親父が養子を取っていたこと自体初耳でした。
そうですか。遠野家も古い家柄ですから、叩けば埃が出るのでしょうけど。ああ、そういえば遠野名義でオフィス街の土地売買で不自然なお金の流れがありましたっけ？
ちょっと待ってください。親父はともかくアキハにやましいところなんかありませんから。養子のことだってアキハは知らないだろうし。
おやおや、こんな時でも妹さんを立てるとは感心です。家ではさぞ頼りにされているお兄さんと見ました。
あ、いえ、それはその。
Although I don't think that's how Akio would describe our relationship.
そのあたりの事実関係は今後の調査ですね。下級使徒の遺体が出てこないのは気になりますが、思い返してみれば
デパート地下の件がありました。グローブが暴れたことで下級使徒の大部分は瓦礫に埋もれたのでしょう。繰り返しますが、遠野くんがロアのはずがないんです。今日だって普通に学校に来ていたでしょ。ロアは使徒なんですから、太陽の下には出歩けません。
あ、
That's a good point.
じゃあノエル先生の考えはただの的外れってこと
でしょうね。まったく早とちりにも程があります。遠野くんは遠野くんです。ちょっと特別な目があるだけの危なっかしくて放っておけない男の子ですよ。
As she flashed at me her usual smile, I realized just how badly I wanted to hear those words. A great unease lifts from my shoulders. Just as I finally catch my breath, my anemia returns. Yeah, hello, Pixel Dominus. Today's barrage of surprises numbed me to my exhaustion, but it seems I can't ignore it any longer.
あとはこの遺体の処理ですね。焼却処理しますから、遠野くんは離れていてください。
I do as Ciel says. As soon as I'm safely back in the sewer passage, Ciel sets Rose's corpse aflame. In a way, it's sort of anticlimactic. The vampire haunted this city for years, met his end in a dark corner of the sewers, unbeknownst to any of the people he preyed upon. Of course, Rose is far from truly dead, as his reincarnation makes him effectively immortal. The shadow over Soya, however, has passed. At long last, the vampire murders are at an end. The moon shines bright overhead. Ciel doesn't say a word on our way back to the surface. As I stare at the back of her head, my thoughts drift to what must come next. Ro is gone. My partnership with Archway is over. Ro was the only reason she and Ciel were here. Now that he's out of the picture, Ciel has no reason to remain. I grind my teeth in frustration. I made my peace with the fact that we would have to part. Well, I never imagined a moment would come so soon. I don't want Ciel to go, but there's nothing I can do to make her stay. I steal a glance at her face. I can't help but wonder, what is it she plans to do next?
遠野くん、
I don't know where else Ciel stops.
何ですか
I brace myself for the words I already know are coming, so my voice won't crack when I say goodbye.
いえ、ただの市場なのですが、その昼間の話の続きをしていいですか？
She must be referring to our conversation about her immortality.
全然いいですけど、その先輩の体が
Ciel nods, her gaze fixed firmly forward. A tense silence stretches between us. Finally, Ciel takes a deep breath and breaks it.
もしもの話ですよ。遠野くんは違うと言いましたけど、私が本当に吸血鬼だったらどうしますか？
My mind goes blank for a moment. I don't understand what she's trying to say.
私は彼女と同じなんです。彼女が経験のない吸血鬼であるように、私は自覚のない吸血鬼なのかもしれない。
She sounds more like she's talking to herself than to me. I don't know what to say. I'm not qualified to offer comfort, nor to argue her point. But what I do know is that she's laying her greatest vulnerability at my feet. So a lie or half-truth won't cut it. I just have to tell her my honest feelings.
いいです、そんなの。だからいいって言ったんです。たとえ吸血鬼でも俺は先輩が好きだよ。
Ciel jumps like she has cold water poured down our back. She wheels around to face me.
そうですか。吸血鬼に例えたのは別の意図だったのですが、私を信じられるかどうかといった事件も解決しましたし、遠野くんの記憶を消すかどうか決めなくてはいけないので。
そうですよね。そういう話ですよね。もちろん信じます。っていうか先輩の秘密はちゃんと守ります。
Ciel's cheeks flush red, but I feel my own face burning even brighter. How am I so bad at reading between the lines?
とにかく俺にとってシエル先輩は何があってもシエル先輩ってことです。それより早く帰りましょう。ここ寒いですか？
In trying to change the subject, I end up blundering headfirst at the very topic I've been trying to avoid. We should head home. What does home mean to Ciel now? My brain freezes. I stare at the ground, terrified to look Ciel in the eye.
遠野くん、
Her voice rings clear through the frigid air. Its colorless tone tells me that there's no avoiding what comes next.
何？
I keep my eyes firmly lowered.
私が何のためにこの町に来たか。
もちろんロアを退治するためです。
ええ。けど、その理由までは話していませんでした。本当は今夜、二人で町に出た時にお話ししようと思ってたんですけど。
そうですね。拍子抜けするぐらいあっけなく終わりました。
Then again, this moment was always coming. Fate conspired to bring it about sooner than I expected. It was only ever a matter of time.
けど先輩がロアを追っていたのは教会の仕事だったからでしょう。理由なんて他にあるんですか？
ええ。私の所属しているチームは、なんていうか、あんまり仕事がないんです。あっても年に数回、ちょっと呼び出される程度で。ですから今回の件は、私の独断なんです。私は教会の指示ではなく。
先輩の意志？
はい。私は自分の事情だけで行動していました。私は、人間として死にたいから、ずっとロアを追っていたんです。
Oh.
私の体がこんなになってしまったのは、彼に原因がありましたから。
She wants to die. She wants to die?
それだけのために、私はこうして生きながらえてきました。代行者になってから6年間。長かったのか短かったのか、よくはわかりませんけど。
The colorless voice falls silent. A slender hand comes into view.
顔を上げてください。最後は笑顔で。と言ったのは遠野くんの方ですよ。
Ciel weaves her fingers through mine. Her face lights up with the same brilliant smile that's given me courage time and time again.
遠野くんには感謝しています。
Oh my goodness, Larry with the rate of no. Oh my god, hello. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god, hello. Thank you for the wait. Oh my goodness, hello, hi. Yeah, shouts to Leon who was streaming Supermarket together. Hello, people. You have their model. Yeah, this is pretty much my visual novel reading model a little bit. The other one was like just for Final Fantasy related because it's like the FF14 bunny boy a little bit. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. Hope you had a good stream over there. We're doing the supermarket stuff over there. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I do want to mention that we are like deep into like Tsukihime Remake here with like the Ciel route here, so minor spoilers going this and stuff like that. Well, if you don't mind, if you want to chill out, then feel free to do so. Looks really good. Thank you.
私の仕事はこれでおしまいです。あとは残った自分の責任を果たさなくちゃいけません。
先輩、やっぱり。
You're really leaving.
記憶を消そうと思ったけど、やめます。遠野くんには嫌われたくありませんから。うん。今までありがとうございました。 私こんなに嬉しかったの久しぶりです。ですから最後に握手しましょう。
So that's why she took my hand. I finally answered her grip, squeezing back tightly. With so many emotions swirling through my chest, I can't do anything else in the moment. The only thing I can give back to her is this simple gesture.
それではお別れです。ですね。私がいなくなっても乾くんと仲良くしてくださいね。私、遠野くんと乾くんみたいな学生になりたかった。あとですね。あんまりメガネを外しちゃダメですよ。得意なものは得意なものを引き寄せるんです。今回は解決しましたけど、次はどうなるかわからないんですから。
はい、それは知ってます。昔厳しく教えてくれた人がいましたから。そもそもですね、俺がメガネを外したのはここ最近の話ですよ。
そうですか。それを聞いて安心しました。
Ciel's fingers withdraw from mine. Our handshake undone, we both take a few steps back. She already feels so far beyond my reach.
先輩、また会えますか?
The question swells within me until I can't hold it any longer.
もちろん、縁があればきっと。だって私も遠野くんもまだ生きているんですから。
Yeah, maybe she's right. As long as we're alive, there will always be hope. The fact that we even met at all is proof of that.
もうちょっとだけお話がしたかったけど、キリがないからここまでにします。遠野くんにはこんなのばっかりですね。
Are you enjoying the game so far? I'm liking a good bit here. I would kind of like equate this to kind of sort of because yeah, this is like the remake of Tsukihime is based off like a 2000 as visual novel a little bit, you know. So I kind of like linking this like sort of kind of like required reading, or just just going to like want to look at just what inspired like other visual novels I read and stuff like that. You know what I mean and shit. So I think it's kind of interesting to like look at that aspect or whatever and stuff like that. Man, it's been a good time a little bit here. With an embarrassed smile, Ciel turns it back to me.
それじゃあさよなら。帰り道迷わないように気をつけて。
I can't say anything back. Can't stop her from walking away. Just like that, the girl I've been chasing after vanishes into the night. The emptiness in my chest is the only proof she was even real.
そっか。今になってようやくわかった。
But my heart is at peace. I feel none of the depression or self-loathing that plagued me yesterday. Part of me knew from the start that Ciel and I could never be together. That we live in different worlds, different times. All lines diverge sooner or later. It wasn't a thought of parting itself that hurt so much, but doing so without a proper farewell. But this time, it's not like that. This time we said goodbye with a smile. So now I can let her go with no regrets. Or so I have to believe.
戻ろう。いつまでもここにはいられない。
I silenced my wayward thoughts and set off. Soya's long night has come to a close. Now it's time to leave these memories behind me and return to my normal life. I arrived safely back at the mansion. It's already after 9 p.m., over an hour past curfew.
お帰りなさいませ、
Hey,
シキさん。お疲れでなければ何よりです。今日は幾分遅いお帰りになりましたが、お体の具合はいかがですか?
Kohaku greets me in the lobby. She must have been waiting here for a while now, watching the front gate for my return.
ただいま、琥珀さん。それとごめん。ちょっと仕様で遅くなっただけで、 具合を悪くしたとかじゃないんです。
いえ、無事に帰ってきていただけたのならいいんです。ご夕飯でしたらすぐにご用意いたしますので、今の方でお待ちいただければ。
あ、今には秋葉はいる。
I'm used to breaking curfew at this point, but I'm not sure I can face Akia while Miss Noelle's words still weigh on my mind.
いえいえ、秋葉様でしたらお部屋の方に戻られていますので、どうかご安心くださいな。
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだけど。あのさ、琥珀さん。この家に俺と秋葉以外の兄弟がいたって話。
四季さんと秋葉様以外のご子息様ですか？
It's time to drink water.
Yo, time to drink water?
It's time to drink water.
そういった話はないと思いますよ。どうしたんですか、四季さん。何かあったんですか？
いや、ただ俺に兄貴がいたかもしれないって、そんな話を聞いてさ。
四季さんと秋葉様は二人きりの兄弟ですよ。幼い頃からお屋敷で
There's
働
surely
いてい
no
る
other
私が
Shiki
言うんです
Tono.
から
Like,
間違いはありません。
Laguo beams with pride. I guess she would know, especially if she's been working here since.
琥珀さん、昔からここで働いてたんですか？
はい、見習いとしてですが、翡翠ちゃんと一緒に簡単なお手伝いをさせていただいておりました。何分昔のお話ですから、四季さんが覚えていらっしゃらないのは当然だと思います。
いや、でも会っているなら少しは覚えているべきですけど。
I can't believe I forgot something like that.
それは仕方のないことです。昔の遠野邸はご来賓の方も多かったですし、今ですらこんな大きなお屋敷なんですよ。子供の視点では果てのない迷路のように思えたものです。この本館だけでも覚えきれなかったのに、今はもう取り壊されたテニスコート横の迎賓館や植物園、離れのお屋敷もありました。ご親戚の方々も滞在していましたし、あの頃誰がどこにいたのかを把握していたのは、それこそご当主であらせられた牧久様だけかと存じます。
そうですね。言われてみれば確かに。
I do remember being warned at great length that, for my own safety, I was never to enter the second floor or the guest house unsupervised. In a mansion this large, two people could conceivably live out their entire childhoods without ever seeing each other.
そうですとも。秋葉様がお忙しいので今はお暇を出されていますが、乗馬用の馬屋もあったんですから。あの頃のお庭は毎日がお祭りのようで大変楽しゅうございました。
With a wistful smile, Kawako departs for the kitchen.
俺より年上で何年も前に死んだ養子か。
No, Kahaku's right. There's no point in dwelling on this. Perhaps there really was someone in this mansion who wrote shows as his host. Someone who really was transformed into a vampire and fled the mansion to live on in the city's underbelly. But tracking him down won't change the past.
秋葉が知らないなら無理に伝える必要はないよな。
With that, I head to the parlor. I'm not particularly hungry, but I shouldn't skip meals. I need all the energy I can get right now. After finishing dinner and taking a bath, I collapse into bed. I draw the covers over myself and stare vacantly at the ceiling. Where once I felt a sense of foreboding at the prospect of sleep, I now feel only release. Or perhaps that's just another word for emptiness. It's over. All I have to show for my adventures are memories and scars. Tomorrow I'll go back to being an ordinary high schooler. I've done enough fighting, enough killing. It's time to forget. I'll forget everything when I wake up tomorrow. I shake away the memory encroaching on my mind. Ciel is long gone. Not that I could have asked her to stay on my own selfish account.
くそ、そんなわけなかったんだ。
I always knew Ciel and I lived in different worlds. That's why I accepted that our parting was for the best. I wanted to show her that I understood, for fear that she might resent me otherwise. And now I'm living with the consequences. That bluster about saying goodbye with a smile was no more than a mask for my feelings. I couldn't forget our time together if I tried. If I'd known it would hurt so much, maybe I should have asked her to erase my memories after it.
バカか。俺は。
I quashed a thought before I could finish it. It's too late for this. I need to go to sleep. Acceptance will set in by tomorrow, I'm sure. That's how it always goes. The darkness of sleep will wash away my worries, and when I resurface, if I resurface, I'll greet the morning anew. Clinging to that hope, I surrender my body and my mind to my exhaustion. Hmm? Where there was once a public park, now only a sea of rubble remains. Though the investigation into the mysterious gas explosion at Bertha was shelved within a day, the area remains sealed off by the police. The crater is as desolate and silent as the grave. And it is to this blasted wasteland that Sister Noelle has fled in agony and desperation. With her paralyzed leg unable to offer support, she descends the debris on hands and knees. Her face is smeared with filth. Her habit is torn to shreds. Her wounded shoulder is black with necrosis. It would be hard to imagine a more pitiful sight. Someone to know might think her a lesser dead apostle, or even the shambling dead. None would believe that she was, until mere hours ago, an executor. Her leg catches on a mound of debris, sending her tumbling down the slope like a discarded bag of garbage. Spider. She stifles a scream that wants to tear through her throat. Although no one is chasing her now, science is still imperative. She is fleeing from many things. From her mentor and fellow executor. From the insufferable superior who demanded she deliver a report in person. And most of all, from a burning thirst that only blood can slake.
治療なんて受けられるわけ。
The agony in her shoulder is enough to make her weep. Ordinarily, she would visit the church's local headquarters for treatment, but as no longer an option. Submitting to a medical inspection in her current condition would be tantamount to suicide. Between her putrefying arm and her burning throat, her sanity is under assault from two fronts. Anyone else would think only of trying to weather the storm, but not her. In this, her darkest hour, her thoughts are filled with nothing but hate.
何あれ。何よあれ。何なのよ。
She pounds her left fist, her only functional limb, into the ground. With a surge of bitterness, she reflects on the battle she just lost. It was over almost before it began. She knew she had no chance of winning a fair fight. Her only hope was the element of surprise, so she would draw her enemy's attention with a feint, creating an opening to kill the young man behind her. It was the perfect plan, but a perfect plan never stood a chance. Then how about this? She threw her first 3 black keys with all she had, only for them to be deflected. That much she expected, though she had secretly hoped that one might find its mark. But then she was bested before her master stroke ever left her hand. In that moment she knew despair. Her mind flooded with masochistic self-loathing. I never even saw her move. How am I supposed to fight that? I always knew I was weaker, but I worked all 6 years to catch up. I was so sure I had. How? How has she widened that gap even more than before? I'm not even a worm beneath her boot. On your feet, Sister Noelle. She called her sister then. Not executor, not disciple, but sister. As if to say her other titles no longer applied. Well, so be it. She knows full well that she has strayed from the right path. This day was going to come, with or without Shiki Tono. And yet... And yet...
悔しい
She howls her resentment into the night. How dare she look so weak? How dare she act so vulnerable? How dare she bare her heart? How dare she show humanity? So underhanded, an unforgivable betrayal. How dare she? For 6 years, Noelle kept her resentment in check. For 6 years, she repressed her envy of Ciel's genius, conferred that her partner was bound by chains no amount of talent can break. But then how is she to explain what just transpired? Her thirst for vengeance was quelled by one thought alone. Ciel is no longer a human being, but a hero. But what if that were proven false? What if Ciel's inhumanity was only a facade? What if in her heart of hearts she sought happiness like anybody else? Then there could be no greater betrayal. Ciel must atone. That much she owes to Noelle. She must pay the price for ruining everything. Does she think she can sneer at the obligation from behind her mask? Only on account of her freakish strength was she allowed back into the fold. Only because of her inhumanity were her sins forgiven. A mere human will be granted no such clemency. Sin demands punishment. Evil demands retribution. Cruelty demands cruelty in return. If Ciel were human, her crimes would cry for an answer.
なのに何もできない。強いからって幸せになるの？私は弱いからこのまま死ねっていうの？悔しい。私があいつよりもっと強かったら。
Strong enough to deliver God's punishment. Strong enough to show that Iron Maiden, that mindless killing machine, her place. She claws mindlessly at the rubble, tearing out her nails, wearing her fingertips down to bloody nubs.
神様
I beseech you, grant me salvation, and rain down upon her just retribution. The falling executor goes on spewing vile curses in her hysteria. She's doing the fucking I want Peter Parker dead or whatever, the one scene in Spider-Man 3 right now. She has long forgotten the core tenet of prayer. That above all else, one offers them not to speak worldly benefit, never mind personal profit.
でもそれが大変いいのです。
No fucking way.
私、その祈りだけで十分おかずにできちゃいそう。
There is no way. Noelle spins around to face the source of the voice, oblivious to the trap that has just snapped shut.
はーい、こんばんは。
Hey, ma'am.
こんなところに隠れ家を作ってるなんていけない子ね。ま、そのあたりはどうでもいいけど。なに？ノエルちゃんは強くなれればそれでいいの？
Noelle struggles to comprehend what is happening. She has been camping out in this crater to avoid being found by Mario. But not even Ciel knows of her hiding place. So how did this strange woman track her down?
来ないで。誰よ、あなた。
私は通りすがりの善人よ。ノエルちゃんにちなんでスクルージとか名乗ってもいいんだけど、私キャロルはなんか嫌いなのだわ。だってあれ、強者が弱者になっちゃう話じゃない？愛が足りないんだってば、愛が。その点私はラブ大サービス。弱者を強者にするのがライフワークなの。どう？今なら底辺で出会った記念にあなたを強くしてあげるけど。
Noelle laughs at the absurdity of it all. This bizarre stranger is so nonsensical, so farcical, that she can't even bring herself to be afraid.
ふざけないでよ。何も知らないくせに何気軽に歌ってるのよ。強くなれるのならとっくになってる。私みたいな凡人じゃあの天才には何をやったってかなわない。
Rage and frustration spill from her lips. Emotions she has repressed for 6 years, no, 13 years now.
何をやったって？今そう言ったのかしら、お嬢さん。
It's as though the switch has been flicked. High-heeled shoes click sharply against stone as the white-coated figure approaches.
あなたは
Oh,
まだ何もしていない。ただ生きてきただけ。強くなる努力も工夫も対価も愛も何一つ支払っていない。
spinally fingers brush Noelle's lips. A pale hand lifts her mud-smeared chin.
でもまだ間に合うわ。ねえ、かわいいお嬢さん。強くなれるのなら本当に何をしてもいいのかしら。
A newfound spark of resolve is lit within her. Ignoring her creeping dread, she nods in agreement. And her fate is sealed.
でもどうやって？
そんなの簡単よ。私があなたを本物の吸血鬼にしてあげる。
Okay.
待って、何言ってるの？吸血鬼にするって。それより本物って。
そう。ノエルちゃんたら血を吸われたから使徒化してると思ってるけど、それただの勘違いだから。あなたには使徒になる才能すらない。本当の凡人であることをまだ受け入れてなかったのね。でも安心して。私の方法ならどんな人間も、それこそ虫けらだって吸血鬼にしてあげられるわ。待って私
汚染されてないの。だって喉が渇いてこんなに苦しいのに。
ああ、それただの思い込み。あとちょっと風邪気味なだけなんじゃない？
As Noelle tries to scramble away, a weight gently settles on her back. She looks around to find her body entangled in sticky white threads. Something horrifying is on top of her, straining her, running its glistening tongue over her lips, like a colossal, hideous spider toying with a fly.
やってみましょうか。かわいい虫けらさん。いやー、臨床実験は私も初めてだからドキドキして思わず食べちゃいそう。
やめ、お願い、やめて。やだ、吸血鬼になるのだけは死んでも嫌。
Well, in a few short minutes, the pain of rebirth subsides. While her flesh has been entirely transformed, her mind remains intact. Her human sensory functions, cognition, and worldview are now being updated in real time to match her new physiology. Her voice swells with equal parts joy and agony. She once swore that she would never become a vampire. That vow remains unbroken. For even now, seeking revenge on vampires remains her raison d'etre. Sorry if I mispronounced that. But within minutes, that too will fade. As the ecstasy of immortality courses through her, her human obsessions will come to seem pretty petty and small.
ほら、なってしまえば楽でしょ。そういう姿になったのは予想外だけど、そっか。ノエルちゃんはその頃が一番ノリノリだったってこと？
そうよ。文句ある？これが私。この姿が私。こうなりたかったのが私。すごく上出来。気に入ったわ、 この姿ありがとうって言ってあげる。
お礼は結構事前事業だもの。でもそれだけじゃあの大公社には勝てないわよ。むしろカモになった感じ。
そんなの言われなくても分かっているわ。今の私なら国権一本で始末される。
もちろん追加の注射をしなくちゃね。
それは
What the hell?
さっきの注射と違うの。
That apostle shot? Like, why does it look so metal?
同じものよ。これ一本一本がイデアのレプリカ。一本ごとに使徒の海底を上げる。
Oh, okay.
私の麻薬ってわけ。ただし一本ごとに死の痛みが魂に降りかかっちゃう。痛覚のない人にとって原理の書き換えは死の痛みだもの。命の保証はできないってのが泣きどころかしらね。
Was this the other shot you were gonna give Shiki? Tone if I chose the other option, maybe? Like, this one less effective, but it will hurt a lot. Might be funny. Like, it's crazy that, like, even though, like, it kind of hinted that there's something going on with the rock, it was still just crazy. Just like, when like, at the beginning of the session, it was like, is she evil? Is she related to the spider? It's like, yes. As we learn now, 5 hours later. Like, shit, fuck, the twist. Or the foreshadowing, rather. The creature in the lab coat brandishes 6 syringes. Noelle senses innately that she is currently equal to a rank 2 dead apostle. At rank 4, a dead apostle is capable of overpowering a typical executor, while a rank 5 dead apostle bears a curse potent enough to defeat them by the score. If so, then after 2 or 3 more injections, she will have nothing left to fear. Should she take them all, she would ascend to the 8th rank, putting her on the verge of ancestorhood. Even a true ancestor would fear her. But each dose will drag her to death and back. And with a dead apostle's awareness, she can tell that her soul is not resilient enough to withstand them all.
一本で1回転。
ええ、それは保証してあげる。さあ、あなたは何本まで試すのかしら。
An obscene smile dares the newborn dead apostle to take the plunge. She hesitates for him, then snatches all 6 syringes from her benefactor's hand. But she's doing it, and Fate's contorted fear drives one into her heart. A synthetic principle, idea mosaic, courses through her veins. Agony far worse than her previous transformation rends her flesh, accompanied by a visceral revulsion, as though she were being rejected by the earth and everything upon it. One would think the capacity for pain is all that was left of her. A series of alterations are attempted, rejected, and revised in this nightmare's caricature of an experiment. Grotesque death and gruesome rebirth alternate in the span of seconds. Agony racks her crimson body, stripping her even of the ability to call for help. No moon shines down from above. No stars gleam in the sky. This is hell on earth. An inescapable 8-legged cage. And so her cries go unheard, swallowed by the darkness, until she has become a true vampire in body and in soul. Well. And that is the end of part 2 of Arc and Ciel. Ooh. Okay, so I have a good feeling we know who's gonna be the big bad, like 2 of them, or 3 of them even, like fucking... Alright then, yeah, save over this one. Epilogue? What? It's not over. Okay. like, we're going to in-stream now, but it's like, okay, epilogue. There's still, like, 4 more days after this, though. Cloud. Yeah, like, this could be short for all we know, but it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't trust it. Like, we're like, I'm looking at the timer, it's like, hey, it's almost been 6 hours. I should probably end stream. So I'm going to do that here. Yeah, we should be good. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna go to the title screen here. Did I do that? Okay, I thought I just stopped for a second there. But alright. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today's session of Tsukihime, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon. Well, the powder keg is still building up, baby. It's going to blow up in a second. Like... Yeah, like, we don't have to worry about Roa, but we still got, like, 3 problems to worry about now, so that's cool. We got Dead Apostle Noel, we got Iraq, and potentially we have Arkwade over there. So it is all fine. I'm sure everything will turn out well a little bit. But yeah, ooh-wee. Yeah, we're almost there. We are almost done, though. Yeah, I want to say maybe... Yeah, probably 2 more sessions, I want to say. Like, next one could be the penultimate, and then the finale after that a little bit, so... Oh my gosh, we're almost there, everyone. Oh my god, fuck. But yeah, we could probably finish this next week, I want to say. Probably, so... Oh yeah, oh my goodness, we're almost there, everyone. But yeah, with all that said and done, that is going to be it for the stream. So yeah, friends, guildmates, thank you so much for watching. Yeah, sometime next week we'll do this again. Like, in terms of like what I want to do next, it's either a toss-up between doing more Grand Blue Relink, where I actually do the Endless Ragnarok content and not just like, oh shit, I still gotta do my Proud and Maniac quest, fuck, like, before I actually begin it. So if I can get that done in time, we can do that on Monday or Tuesday. If not, I'll go and probably start up like another stream playthrough to do in meantime. And after that, we will continue. We will do Tsukihime Remake after that sometime next week somewhere. Probably Wednesday, maybe. Wednesday or Tuesday, depending on how that goes. But yeah, we'll see. We will see, we'll see. But until then, bye-bye, have a good night, day, night. Yeah, you too. Thank you for rating and thank you for watching and all that stuff. Thank you. Yeah, with all that said and done, I have been your host, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have yourselves a good one. And take care. I will see you guys next time. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.